Chapter 932. When Sumo walked out of the mansion, Song Yang was waiting outside. Song Yang was only a chiliarch. Without Yi Xian's order, a chiliarch didn't have the right to enter the mansion, so he could only wait outside. This Long Chen actually dared to break out of the Nether Army's training camp and into the mansion. I guess it won't be long before someone breaks his legs and throws him out. As soon as Song Yang thought of this, he saw Sumo coming out. Sumo was a supreme figure in the Nether Army of the Nether Army. Song Yang was only a chiliarch, but after seeing this super expert, he couldn't help but kneel down. Long Chen didn't do this before. Sumo didn't seem to be in a good mood, so he ignored Song Yang. Seeing that Sumo ignored him and walked past him, Song Yang felt strange. He quickly stood up and followed Sumo. General M.O., I am a chiliarch of the Feral Wolf Battalion. Song Yang, I have something to report to you. Sumo ignored him and continued walking. There's a soldier of the Nether Army called Long Chen who actually ignored the orders of a chiliarch and charged out of the Nether Army's training camp. Moreover, he even charged into the city lord's mansion. I would like to ask if I can order for Long Chen to be arrested and punished according to military discipline. After saying this, Song Yang looked at Sumo with anticipation. But who would have thought that Sumo would only coldly glare at him, then continue on his way towards the eastern part of the city. This caused Song Yang to be dumbfounded. His entire body was covered in cold sweat. Sumo was the kind of person who could easily crush Song Yang to death. Just a cold glare from him was enough to make Song Yang tremble in fear. He had a feeling that if it weren't for the fact that they were in the right place, Sumo would have torn him to shreds. What's going on? Song Yang didn't know what was going on. He could vaguely guess that Sumo wasn't in a good mood. After realizing this, Song Yang broke out in a cold sweat again. He didn't dare to do anything behind him. He looked at the back of the figure in front of him with respect. He could only follow Sumo and head towards the east side of the city, towards the Nether Army's training camp. Yi Xian had been on high alert lately. She had been using her divine sense to monitor the surroundings of the palace. When Sumo walked out of the range of Yi Xian's divine sense, his entire body was covered in a purple flame, and a purple godly bird silhouette appeared behind him. Song Yang kneeled on the ground in pain. This powerful aura had made him lose all ability to resist, and a sense of fear rose in his heart. What on earth did Marshal Sumo encounter in the city lord's mansion to make him so angry? Song Yang wondered. Song Yang. Suddenly, Sumo stopped, turned his head and said to Song Yang, who was sweating profusely. Song Yang hurriedly jogged all the way to Sumo. Tell me everything you know about Long Chen, said Sumo coldly. Song Yang was secretly delighted. He knew that Long Chen must have offended Sumo. This time, Long Chen would definitely be finished. Therefore, he told Sumo all the details. From the first time he saw Long Chen until now, everything entered Sumo's ears without missing a single detail. Can he defeat an opponent of the Ninth Heaven Martial Realm? Sumo narrowed his eyes, paused for a moment, then continued, he's a great benefactor to Yi Xian, so Yi Xian will definitely reward him. There are still 10 days left before the martial arts competition. When Yi Xian wants to accept a disciple, I think she'll recommend that kid to participate. What? What should I do? Long Chen might win, said Song Yang, his eyes wide open. If Long Chen became Yi Xian's disciple, Song Yang didn't know how long it would take for him to avenge his grandson. He might never have the chance to do so. That brat is a bit strange. He's only in the 7th Tian Qi layer, but he's so strong. There's definitely something strange about him. I can't underestimate him. Song Yang, I'll give you a mission. Go to Shuiyang City and call Su Shui back. Song Yang's eyes lit up with admiration. He said hurriedly, Commander Mo, you want Miss Su Shui to participate in the competition and become Yi Xian's disciple? Miss Su Shui is so young, but she's already in the God martial realm. She's only a little bit less talented than Yi Xian. She's definitely the best candidate. Plus, she's very strong. Go, don't talk nonsense. Remember to watch your mouth. If our conversation is leaked, not only you, but your family and your illegitimate children outside will also be killed by me. After Su Mo finished speaking, he turned around and entered the training camp of the Netherworld Army. Song Yang quickly covered his mouth, but his legs were still trembling. Song Yang summoned his high-grade underworld war horse from his spatial ring, and with lightning speed, he quickly disappeared from the Spectre Lord city. As for Su Mo, after returning to his own hall, he sat down cross-legged in the middle of the hall and closed his eyes to rest. Su-yi, I've seen the young man who saved Yi Xian twice. After Sumo finished talking, a cultivator in black came out from behind him and knelt in front of Sumo. He said in fear, Commander Mo, it's not that I can't do it, but that young man is too strange. Every time he saves Yi Xian, it's unimaginable. If it weren't for him, Yi Xian would have already been killed by me. Sumo glanced at him and said, what are you going to do next? The man called Su-yi said in fear, I'll think of another way. Next time, I'll definitely kill Yi Xian and complete the mission. Bullshit. Sumo was enraged. Suddenly, a purple flame shot out and knocked Su-yi to the ground. Su-yi crawled up in fear and said nervously, Commander Mo, please calm down. Calm down, hee, you're really thinking too much. Now that we've alerted them, Yi Xian will definitely stay in the Spectre Palace for the next few months. How are you going to kill him? Sumo smiled coldly. I'll definitely have a way. What way do you have to escape from Yi Xian's divine sense? Sumo asked. At this moment, Su-yi was speechless. He knelt on the ground and raised his head to look at Sumo. From Sumo's tone, he could vaguely guess what was going on. I'm sorry, Su-yi, I can't have any flaws. Today, Yi Xian already suspected me, she just didn't say anything. I don't want any losses. Hearing this, Su-yi already knew what was going to happen next. He raised his head in despair and said sadly, Commander Mo, I've been loyal to the Su family for thousands of years. I've made great contributions to the Su family. You can't do this to me. After saying that, he stood up and was about to escape. But at that moment, Sumo's purple flames completely engulfed this expert at the second level of the divine martial arts realm. In just a blink of an eye, Su-yi completely disappeared from the palace. This was Sumo's palace, named Purple Ink Palace. When Su-yi's figure completely disappeared, Sumo helplessly shook his head and sighed, Su-yi, I actually don't want to kill you, but I can't have any flaws in my plan. After all, this matter is too important to me. I can even give up on Yi Xian, who I've been chasing for so many years, let alone you. Thinking about Yi Xian, Sumo's eyes were filled with emotions. Among these emotions, there was possessiveness, hostility, helplessness, and many other emotions. A few days later, in the training camp of the Underworld Army, a man and a woman dismounted from the Underworld battle horse. Both of them were wearing heavy black Underworld battle armors. The man was the old Song Yang, and the woman was naturally the girl named Su Shui that Sumo wanted to bring back. This woman was also a member of the Underworld Army. She was wearing a pitch-black Underworld battle armor with dark green patterns. Although she was wrapped in heavy armor, one could still see her astonishing figure. Her snow-white, jade-like skin formed a strong contrast with the black armor. A cold aura was emitted from her body. Her temperament was quite similar to Sumo's, both were gloomy and gave people a creepy feeling. After removing the head, the girl's pitch-black long hair fell down. She indeed had a peerless appearance. Her jade-like nose was sharp, and her white face was filled with cold killing intent. This kind of woman was swift and decisive and had an indescribable aura. Although Song Yang's strength was the same as hers, in front of her, he had no choice but to be submissive and respectfully ask Su Shui to dismount. After dismounting from the underworld battle horse, Su Shui didn't say anything. She twisted her impressive figure under the underworld battle armor and walked in the direction of the Purple Ink Palace. If Sumo wanted to see her, he would naturally wait for her there. This girl caused an uproar in the training camp of the Underworld Army, where there were more men than men. Basically, the soldiers of the Underworld Army stared blankly at her as she passed by, then whispered to others about this girl. I heard that Su Shui is someone from General Mo's family. Although she's not a direct descendant like General Mo, she's probably someone who has a say in the branch. She was originally in the Ghost City, but these few years, it just so happened that it was her turn to carry out a mission, so she was transferred to Shuiyang's Central City. This Su Shui is known as the #1 genius of the Ghost City's younger generation. I heard that she had already entered the divine martial realm more than 10 years ago. Now, she's not even 50 years old. With such talent, only the city lord's younger brother, Yi Xian, who just arrived, is slightly stronger than Su Shui. Chapter 933. Screw you. If that's the case, I'll be disappointed. What? You're interested in Miss Su Shui, a genius? You should quickly wake up. You don't even have the qualifications to speak to such a person. Wait until you break through to the 9th Tian realm, then you can dream about that. Of course not, but Su Shui is the goddess in my heart. Who would want their goddess to get married so casually? Along the way, Su Shui could hear the chatter of the onlookers everywhere. Some of the words were very direct, but she didn't get angry. Instead, a rare smile appeared on her face. She liked the feeling of being talked about and admired. I haven't been back in the Spectre City for a long time. I wonder what happened in the Spectre City, said Su Shui, looking around and smiling. Nothing had changed. Some old faces had disappeared, but some new faces had appeared. The replacement speed of the Netherworld Army had always been very frightening. Back when Su Shui was still in the Spectre City, you didn't know how terrifying she was. She almost broke General Mo's speed of understanding the Spectre Chi. She was the champion of all kinds of battles. She was the target of all the young cultivators. She went to the Netherworld battlefield to cultivate. I heard that she once killed a divine martial realm cultivator with her own hands. The Su clan has the Violet Phoenix body. I heard that even though Su Shui isn't a direct descendant of the Su clan, she has awakened the Violet Phoenix body. That's why General Mo thinks so highly of her. General Mo's position in the Su clan is one of the highest. Su Shui instantly became a high-ranking member of the Su clan. There aren't many people in the entire Netherworld prefecture who have such achievements at such a young age. Hearing those praises, Su Shui arrived at the Purple Ink Palace. She was very familiar with the people there. Even without anyone to guide her, she could still find her way. Greetings, Miss Su Shui. In front of the gate of the Purple Ink Palace, 2 captains of the Second Divine Martial Realm slightly bowed to Su Shui. Su Shui was still in the Second Divine Martial Realm. According to the rules of the Netherworld Army, Su Shui should be the one bowing to them. But because of her special status, they could only change it. Su Shui didn't pay attention to them and directly walked into the Purple Ink Palace. Sumo's strength had already reached the 4th level of the Divine Martial Realm, the peak of the extreme realm of martial arts. He was only 1 step away from Yi Xian. Yi Xian's divine sense had a range of 10 miles, while Sumo's divine sense had already reached 7 miles. Su Shui's arrival was naturally within his calculations. Sitting at the head of the hall, Sumo watched Su Shui's lithe figure in the Netherworld battle armor walk into the hall step by step. His eyes glowed with lust. It had been too long since he had touched a woman. Seeing Sumo, Su Shui's expression instantly changed from an icy mountain to a fiery one. The previously frightening and gloomy young girl was now smiling sweetly. She gently knelt at Sumo's feet and softly said, Su Shui pays her respects to General Mo, get up, let me take a good look at you. Sumo's voice revealed a satisfied smile. Only then did Su Shui stand up, allowing Sumo's gaze to size up her impressive figure. Shui, sit on my lap, said Sumo. Su Shui nodded shyly. She held on to Sumo's neck and sat on his lap, looking at Sumo lovingly. Aren't you going to take off the Netherworld battle armor? asked Sumo with a smile. I'm not going to take it off. Let's talk business first, said Su Shui mischievously. All right. Sumo also had a lot of questions in his heart. At this moment, he told Su Shui one by one. Why did you ask me to come back so urgently? Didn't that bitch Yi Xian set a limit on your strength? Only when you reach the 5th level of the divine martial realm can you marry her? Speaking of Yi Xian, Su Shui's eyes were filled with jealousy and anger. When she was born, Yi Xian's beauty had already reached the point where everyone knew about her, and everyone looked up to her. It was not easy for her to get to where she was today, and she now had the possibility of catching up to Yi Xian. The 5th level of the divine martial realm isn't that easy to get. Although I'm not far from it, it's still 10 years away. I can't wait for 10 years. Plus, there's a new change recently, said Sumo in a deep voice. What change? Su Shui tilted her head and asked with interest. Her eyelashes were very long and slightly curled up, giving her a sense of craftiness. Coupled with her quick-witted eyes, she looked very cute. Yi Xian's brother, a 29-year-old genius of the 1st level of the divine martial realm. He came to the Ghost City and will probably live with Yi Xian from now on, said Sumo. That's strange. What does the arrival of Yi Xian's brother have to do with you getting the right to use the Red Lotus Jade? Asked Su Shui nervously. Sumo lightly punched the table next to him. Su Shui, think about it, the Red Lotus Jade can nurture the spirit martial spirit, increase the power of comprehension, help with cultivation, and it can even save one's life. It is the Red Lotus Jade that has helped Yi Xian become stronger than me since she was a child. But now, Yi Xian's cultivation has almost reached the peak. She is standing at the peak of the Serene Hell Prefecture and is supporting the entire Yi clan. At this moment, her brother is living with her all year round, and he is also a genius. What do you think will happen? Said Sumo in a deep voice. Su Shui suddenly understood and said with fear, it is very likely that Yi Xian will pass the Red Lotus Jade to Yi Xian. After all, after 1,000 years, Yi Xian will take over her position, so she has to think about the future of the Yi clan. The Red Lotus Jade has a magical function, that is, as long as the inheritor of the Red Lotus Jade has slept with the inheritor of the Red Lotus Jade, he will be able to use part of the Red Lotus Jade. At least, it will be easy to control it. That is why you want to marry Yi Xian, that bitch is too conservative. Speaking of Yi Xian, Su Shui's eyes were filled with jealousy and hatred. She clenched her fists tightly. If the Red Lotus Jade is passed on to her younger brother, then all the effort I have put in for Yi Xian over the years, all the effort I have put in to nurture her will all be wasted. Su Mo said nervously. His purpose was to possess Yi Xian's body, only then would he have the right to use the Red Lotus Jade. Su Shui, who was standing next to him, suddenly had an idea. If the Red Lotus Jade was passed on to Yi Xian, it would be even easier. She could seduce Yi Xian and the two of them would be together. At that time, Su Shui would also be able to control the Red Lotus Jade. However, she didn't say it out loud. She knew that Sumo would definitely want to do it. The reason why she didn't say it out loud was because she was now Sumo's exclusive property. How could Sumo give her to a young boy like Yi Xian? Secondly, she wasn't a direct descendant of the Su clan, so she couldn't get the full trust of the Su clan's leaders. They wouldn't be willing to let the Red Lotus Jade be in the hands of someone who didn't have full trust. Therefore, she was smart enough to keep her mouth shut. She was still young, she was only at the 1st level of the God martial realm. If it wasn't for Sumo's protection, she wouldn't have the status she had today. That status made her very reluctant to part with it. Commander Mo, after Yi Xian comes, what are you going to do? Su Shui changed the topic. That's the most important thing. I sent Su Yi to assassinate Yi Xian. The first time was in the Ghost City, but a strange young boy saved Yi Xian. After that, Yi Xian and that young boy joined the Netherworld army and went to the Netherworld battlefield to train. I sent Su Yi to the Netherworld battlefield to kill Yi Xian, but I didn't expect to meet that young boy called Long Chen, who saved Yi Xian and brought him back to the Netherworld Palace. That young boy is so powerful. He saved Yi Xian from Su Yi. Could it be that he's at the second level of the God Martial Realm? Said Su Shui in shock. No, he's checked. He's at the 7th level of the Heaven Martial Realm, but he has many magical skills. Pausing, Sumo took out a few pieces of paper from his ring and said, "This is what I had people organize. It's about the boy called Long Chen. Take a look." Su Shui realized the seriousness of the problem. It was really too coincidental. She read the pieces of paper from top to bottom, and her face was a bit shocked, but also a bit disdainful. She said, his real fighting ability should be at the 9th level of the Heaven Martial Realm. Basically, there are very few people in the 9th level of the Heaven Martial Realm who can match him, but he has many ways to escape. That's why he could take Yi Xian and escape. That boy isn't as abnormal as I thought. But the trouble is that he didn't kill Yi Xian twice, which definitely made that bastard suspicious. We've already alerted him. If we make another move, we'll definitely be exposed. Next, it's not suitable to make a move on Yi Xian. Looks like we can only make a long-term plan. Your thoughts are very much in line with mine. Sumo looked at Su Shui with a bit of praise. His broad palm rubbed Su Shui's well-shaped butt. Su Shui moaned and fell into Sumo's arms. She lightly patted Sumo's chest and said with a sweet voice, "Bastard, you still haven't told me why you called me back." Sumo smiled and said, "Of course it's because I missed you. Your father Su Tian and a few others are all guarding in the Nether Blood Sea. Usually, there's not even one person to talk to. Also, with Yi Xian there, I have to pretend to be a gentleman. It's really suffocating. You came back just in time. Damn, it's definitely not that simple. You definitely want me to do hard labor for you." Su Shui smiled sweetly and said while looking at Sumo. Chapter 934. Su Shui was startled and asked, "Are you kidding me? He is already quite famous. Why would he compete with those Sky Martial Realm kids for the championship? Isn't that a joke? Yi Xian has made a decision this time. She wants to take the champion of this competition as her disciple and teach her Yi family's battle skills. That Long Chen has helped her Yi family a lot, so I think she will definitely take Long Chen as her disciple. That brat is a dangerous person, so we need to get out of here as soon as possible. We can't let Yi Xian take him as her disciple. Plus, if you go to the governor's mansion, you can help our Su family get more information. If you can make a great contribution, it will be a great help to you and your father." Sumo said seriously. Su Shui finally understood. She thought for a while, then nodded and said, "Since there is such a good thing, then I will definitely go. The prize for the champion of this competition is the Yi family's 2 divine grade 3 divine grade weapons. One of them is floating blood. Although you are not a sword martial artist, but with Yi Xian's help, it will be easy for you to become a sword martial artist. The 1st and 2nd level of sword arts are relatively easy to reach. You have a weapon soul after all, you just haven't developed it yet. Plus, I think if you become Yi Xian's disciple and win her heart, she will also teach you the Yi family's divine grade 3 divine grade battle skill, Killing Tribulation. It will be very beneficial for you." Sumo was being considerate for her. Su Shui nodded solemnly and said unhappily, "All right, but I have to call her master every day under this bitch's command and pretend to revere her. What a tough job. It is exactly because of the trouble that I need my to participate." Sumo laughed and put his palm on Su Shui's chest. Su Shui pushed him away angrily and said, "General Mo, is my father still in the Nether Blood Sea? Why don't you call him back? I miss him a bit, and there doesn't need to be so many people guarding there." "Okay." Sumo was in a hurry, so he could do whatever she said. Su Shui was still thinking about what had happened. For several hundred years, all of you have been working hard for the Killing God's tomb in the Netherworld Blood Sea. Finally, it's about time. In the Su clan, the clan head and the Netherworld Emperor of the Netherworld Army are already old. The most suitable person to obtain the inheritance of the killing god is you. Sumo also understood this point. However, when the time came to distribute it, it would depend on each person's means. Sumo was the one who contributed the most, so he should receive the most. He smiled bitterly and said, "The world is making fools of people. I pursued Yi Xian for so long, who knew that the Yi clan was actually the descendant of the killing god, Yi Wuxiang. If that's the case, I have to let go of this relationship. Moreover, I have been good to her for so many years, but she doesn't even let me hold her hand. I have long lost hope in her." Hearing this, Su Shui was a little unhappy, but she knew that her role was just his exclusive property. Therefore, she chose to suppress the discomfort in her heart and said, "Tens of thousands of years ago, Yi Wuxiang was the founder of the Netherworld Army, the first Netherworld Emperor. His strength far surpassed that of the current Palace Master, reaching the 8th level of the Divine Martial Realm, the Heaven and Earth Realm. He became a famous expert in the Eastern Royal region. At that time, even the Palace Master of the Netherworld Mansion had to call him Big Brother. Such a person was called the killing god of the generation. His killing Dao made countless experts tremble in fear, and his name spread throughout the Eastern Royal region. The only pity was that he fell into the killing Dao. He killed too many people and became lawless. In the end, the Palace Master of the Eastern Royal Palace, a Nirvana Golden Wool expert at the 9th level of the Divine Martial Realm, used countless means and launched an earth-shattering battle. In the end, he completely killed Yi Wuxiang with the power to shatter the void. Although Yi Wuxiang died, his fame still shocked the world for 20 or 30,000 years. It was only in the last 10,000 years that it became quiet. I really didn't expect that such a peerless figure, even in a place like the true Martial Emperor Palace, would have his tomb in one of the Nether Blood Seas." Hearing this, Sumo also felt a little emotional and said, "Yes, I also didn't expect that my Su clan was also attacked by demonic god-level demonic beasts during a trial in the Nether battlefield. Then, we were swept by the Nether Blood Sea and were accidentally swept to the entrance of the tomb. Only then did we know that the Yi clan was actually the descendant of Yi Wuxiang. Their family treasure, the Red Lotus Jade Pendant, was actually the key to open the godly killer tomb. Everything came to light, but Long Chen and the others didn't know about it. Since that's the case, General M.O., let's go to the City Lord's mansion." Su Shui smiled slyly. "We'll go tomorrow." Sumo roared and couldn't bear it anymore. He quickly took off Su Shui's netherworld battle armor, revealing her snow-white naked body. He roughly pressed Su Shui onto the table and entered from the back. In the Purple Ink Palace, a moving melody immediately sounded. Spectre City, City Lord's Mansion. In the Purple Ink Palace of the City Lord's Mansion, this was the place where Yi Xian usually handled the affairs of the Spectre City and the areas under her jurisdiction. It was also the place where Yi Xian received guests. At this moment, Yi Xian was sitting in the main seat, her tender red lips were red, and she was tasting the fragrant tea in her hand. Next to her, many higher-ups of the City Lord's Mansion, all the powerful generals and guests were also sitting here. This was the core of the City Lord's Mansion. The Purple Ink Palace and the Purple Ink Palace were both names given by the two together. In the outside world, the love between these two experts was incomparably strong. When Sumo caught up to Yi Xian and reached the 5th level of the Divine Martial Realm, they could officially get married. At this moment, the door of the Purple Ink Palace opened and a man and a woman floated in. One of them was Sumo, who was wearing a luxurious black robe and had a smile on his face. He was like a spring breeze. Following closely behind him was Su Shui, who was wearing a sturdy netherworld battle armor. Her long black hair fluttered in the wind, and her face was cold. The two of them, one hot and one cold, walked into the Purple Ink Palace. The people in the Purple Ink Palace immediately stood up to welcome them. "Come, sit here." Through her divine sense, Yi Xian knew that Sumo had come to visit again. She happened to be discussing something with the others in the Purple Ink Palace. "Thank you." Sumo smiled and sat down next to Yi Xian in a familiar manner. Su Shui, who was wrapped tightly in the netherworld battle armor, sat down next to him. She looked straight ahead and didn't say a word. Everyone had seen Sumo many times, but Su Shui was still very familiar. Yi Xian looked at Su Shui with great interest. She smiled lightly and said, I remember that the Su family has a girl called Su Shui in the Spectre City. Is that you? Yi Xian spoke with the demeanor of a big sister. She was approachable and full of gentleness, which made people feel very comfortable. Su Shui nodded and replied simply, Greetings, City Lord. It's me. You're so young and you've already reached the divine martial realm. You're much stronger than I was when I was young. I'm looking forward to the day when you're stronger than me. Yi Xian said with a smile. She took it as encouragement. Then, she turned her smile to Sumo and asked, You've always come to me for something. What do you want today? If it was a private matter, Sumo wouldn't have come to her when she was dealing with her business. Sumo went straight to the point and said, I heard that you want to recruit the champion of the martial arts competition in 3 days as your direct disciple. It just so happens that Su Shui has admired you since she was young. Although she's not good with words, she's very passionate about martial arts. She really wants to be your disciple. Under her pleading, I brought her here to see you. She should be able to participate in the martial arts competition in 3 days, right? Yi Xian was stunned. In her mind, the direct disciple was decided to be Long Chen's direct disciple. Su Shui was a divine martial realm warrior. If she suddenly came and joined the competition, how could Long Chen be her opponent? Thinking up to this point, Yi Xian felt a little awkward, but she quickly covered it up and said with a smile, Su Shui has you to guide her, so how can I be her teacher? She is from the Su family, and she practices the Su family's battle skills. Compared to me, you are more suitable to guide her during normal times. Sumo seemed to have expected Yi Xian to say that. He smiled and said, I was thinking the same thing. But the little girl just admires you, so I can't help it. Plus, she's very passionate about sword arts and has a weapon soul. It's just that she doesn't have a teacher, so it's hard for her to enter this path. If she can become the champion, then you can take her as your disciple. What do you think? On the side, Su Shui finally started to argue, City Lord Yi Xian, I really hope that you can help me improve my understanding of sword arts. I hope you can fulfill your wish. You've been my idol since I was young. Her voice was a little stiff. It seemed like she was really nervous and didn't dare to speak in front of her idol. Yi Xian bit her pink lips. To be honest, she was in a dilemma. If she knew this would happen, she wouldn't have announced it publicly. She had promised Long Chen before, and now there was another divine martial realm warrior coming to compete for her. This kind of thing, it all depends on my luck. If I don't have the chance to be his disciple, then I will make it up to him in other ways. After all, I'm going to give the fatal disaster to him. Yi Xian thought about it for a while. Normally, everyone had the right to participate, so Sumo didn't have to ask her. Asking for her opinion was already a sign of respect. Plus, looking at the little girl's passionate eyes, it seemed like she was really interested in sword arts. Thinking about that, she smiled and said, All right, no matter what, it all depends on whether you can become the champion or not. Prepare well, I'll see your performance in 3 days. Thanks. Sumo looked at Yi Xian gently and smiled. Yeah. Yi Xian nodded. I won't disturb you anymore. Su Shui, let's go. After saying that, Sumo stood up and left. Su Shui said goodbye to Yi Xian and quickly followed. After leaving the city lord's mansion, the two looked at each other and smiled. Shui, when we get back, I will train with you for another 300 rounds to prepare you for the competition in 3 days. Sumo said with an evil smile. Chapter 935. The Spirit City Martial Arts Competition, which was held once every 50 years, started again. Just like the previous years, it was held in a huge square near the Spirit City Mansion. The square was much larger than the Spirit Square in the Netherworld Army's training camp. It was called the Spirit Martial Arts Field. The competition hadn't officially started yet, but there was already a sea of people there. There were tens of millions of people in the main city of Spectres. Those who were qualified to watch the show had to be at least in the 5th level of the Heaven Realm or above, or had some internal connections. Even so, there was still a sea of people there. Looking down from above, it was densely packed with black heads. This was an event organized by the City Lord's mansion and had nothing to do with the Netherworld Army. Therefore, the ones maintaining order were the guards of the Spectre main city. There were a lot of guards in the Spectre main city, numbering in the hundreds of thousands, only slightly less than the Netherworld Army. The guards weren't as strong as the Netherworld Army, but they were strong enough to maintain order. This year's martial arts competition was a little special, so there were a lot of people here. Now, everyone was talking about the beautiful City Lord of the Ghost main city accepting a disciple. It was a grand occasion for the Spirit City and all the other cities under its jurisdiction. Yi Xian was the strongest expert of the Yi clan, one of the top families in the Nether Hell Mansion. Becoming her disciple was like reaching the heavens in a single step. More importantly, Yi Xian was not only strong, she was also beautiful. She was a goddess in many people's hearts. Becoming her disciple and receiving her teachings was a great pleasure. At least in the Ghost City, as long as the young disciples were not over 50 years old and had reached the 7th Tian Qi layer, they would all participate in such a grand event. There were also quite a few people in the Netherworld Army who had signed up. The number of people that had signed up had reached an astonishing 20,000. It was not easy to choose a champion from 20,000 people. It was estimated that this martial arts competition would last for half a month before it was completely over. The competition was simple. It was 2 against 1. Every person would fight a battle every day. If they were injured, the Spirit City Mansion would provide them with medicine. Based on a rough estimate, it would take around 20 days for the champion to be decided. The first day would have the largest number of people. There would be over 10,000 battles, and the number would decrease every day. As long as they fought at the same time and the city guards maintained order, it was still possible to carry out more than 10,000 battles in a day. For the competition, the Spirit City Mansion had mobilized its entire army. There were over 100 god martial arts cultivators in charge. There wouldn't be any accidents. At this time, there were already more than a dozen warriors in the god martial arts realm patrolling in the sky above the Spectre martial arts field. The Spectre martial arts field covered an area of 100,000 acres, with hundreds of large and small arenas. The sizes of the arenas were different, and the standards of the battles were also different. On the first day, there were a total of 100 arenas, and each arena had to experience more than 100 battles. A total of 24 hours was actually more than enough. At this time, it was early in the morning. The venue of the martial arts competition had been prepared. Everything was carried out in an orderly manner. The spectators who didn't participate in the battle were stopped by the city guards within a certain range to prevent them from making trouble. Outside this range, they could clearly see each battle. After all, everyone present was a warrior in the 5th level of the Heaven martial arts realm or above, and their eyesight was beyond that of ordinary people. In fact, there was a lot of suspense in this competition. There were warriors from the Spirit City Mansion, geniuses from the big families in the Spirit City, and warriors from all over the world. No one knew who would be the champion. However, 3 days ago, there was a piece of news. In the Netherworld Army, Marshal Su Mo's cousin, the talented young martial artist Su Shui, was also participating in this martial arts competition. Reaching the god martial arts realm before the age of 50 was already a mythical existence. Therefore, among the warriors in the competition, Su Shui was the only one in the god martial arts realm. After the news about her spread out, almost everyone believed that the champion this time would definitely be her. Many of the contestants complained. Su Shui was a disciple of one of the top-ranked clans, and she had a good relationship with Su Mo, but now she was trying to steal Yi Xian's disciple spot. It was a bit too much, but they could only swallow it. Even Yi Xian had agreed, so they could only rely on their own strength. After knowing that Su Shui would participate in the martial arts competition, more than 3,000 people directly withdrew because they knew that they would not be able to win the championship, so they might as well not take the risk. As for more people, they came for the battles. Such battles, under the watchful eyes of the public, could also hone their courage. There were still 2 hours before the start of the martial arts competition. The main figures had already arrived, and the audience outside the arena were all talking about it. For a time, it seemed that there were countless flies flying in the ghost martial arts field. Su Shui is here. What are we going to do? She's a cultivator in the god martial arts realm. She's shameless. I can't accept it. Even the geniuses of the Gongsun clan and the Fu clan couldn't reach the god martial arts realm before the age of 50. Who can compete with Su Shui? Everyone, save it. Others are stronger than us. Naturally, they have the right to do whatever they want. We are just minor characters. Fighting a few rounds in this Spectre martial arena is already our glory. As for the champion, there are more than 20,000 cultivators here. Who can guarantee that they can walk to the end? You're right. But there's no suspense. I'm speechless. If someone can defeat Su Shui, it'll be interesting. Are you kidding me? You've broken through to the godly martial arts layer. You're 100 times stronger than a cultivator of the 9th Tian Qi layer. Who could possibly defeat Su Shui? Unless he's broken through to the godly martial arts layer. But, in the Spectre City, only Yi Xian's brother can defeat Su Shui. You're right. Don't worry. It's only the first battle. It'll be a long time. There are at least 15,000 people in the 7th layer of the Heaven martial arts realm. We're in the 8th layer. Don't worry. At least we'll be able to last a few days. Since we're here, the champion isn't important. Our only goal is to train ourselves and win glory. Brothers, let's see who can last the longest on the fighting stage. Who'll be the real hero? Similar discussions and clamors could be heard from every corner of the Spectre combat field. Everyone who signed up received a purple jade card. That jade card was empty, there was nothing on it. But that day, all the participants had to use that jade card. Long Chen and Su Shui also received purple jade cards. Those who didn't have purple jade cards stood outside the arena. Those who had purple jade cards were arranged by the guards into 100 square formations. Because there were too many people, 10 times more than the previous years, they had no choice but to use a unified management system. In the Nether martial field, some of the big families and forces that were invited had their own seats. For example, the Nether army was one of the big forces. There were also some big families like the Gongsun family and the Fu family in the Nether martial field. People from the City Lord Palace sat together with Yi Xian in the highest seats of the field. At that moment, the underworld army hadn't arrived yet. Most of the other people had arrived. Chen Lu, go get Yi Xian and Long Chen. Get them 2 seats next to me, said Yi Xian, smiling. Then she waved at a cultivator of the god martial arts realm in the distance. The god martial arts realm warrior was maintaining order. Hearing Yi Xian's call, he hurried over. After listening to the order, he went to the place where Yi Xian lived. After returning to the Spectre City, he went through layers of halls, corridors, and gardens. The warrior called Chen Lu, who was at the first level of the god martial arts realm, came to the place where Yi Xian lived. He was a guest that Yi Xian had recruited recently. In his hometown, the Spectre City, he had a legendary reputation. This year, he was just over 200 years old. It was not easy to reach the god martial arts realm before 200 years old. In terms of potential, Chen Lu was considered one of the better ones among all the god martial arts realm warriors under Yi Xian's command. Yi Xian reached the god martial arts realm at the age of 29. Chen Lu was impressed. But he thought that it was normal for a big clan to have rich resources. As for Long Chen, these days, Chen Lu had seen Long Chen a few times. He was just a kid at the 7th level of the Sky Martial Arts realm. He had a good relationship with Yi Xian. Chen Lu did not understand why Yi Xian valued Long Chen so much. To be honest, Chen Lu was very jealous of the title of the Spectre City's disciple. Unfortunately, he was already over 50 years old, so he could only sigh. Soon, Chen Lu arrived at Yi Xian's place. At this moment, Long Chen and Yi Xian were about to leave. A god martial arts realm warrior suddenly appeared, bowed and said, "Young master, I have the Spectre City's order. I am here to take you to the Spectre martial arts field." Yi Xian said, "My sister is too much. I know the location of the Spectre martial arts field, but she still asked you to come and pick me up. Let's go. Brother Chen, we are going to see your performance today." In the Spectre City, Yi Xian did not spread the news about her brother's assassination. Only some warriors above the 2nd level of the god martial arts realm knew about it. Chen Lu had not entered the core of Yi Xian's group yet, so he did not know about it. Of course, he did not know what was so special about Long Chen. Chapter 936. By the way, Su Shui, Brother Chen, are you sure you can defeat her? Yi Xian wasn't happy about it. He had even argued with his sister, but Yi Xian was just following the rules. She had already agreed. In Yi Xian's mind, Long Chen had to be his sister's disciple. They had a good relationship. Such a good thing, of course, Yi Xian was willing to give it to Long Chen, who had saved his life twice. Outsiders, especially those who worked for sumo, made him feel even more uncomfortable. "Don't worry, I'll deal with it when it comes, I'll try my best." To Su Shui, whom he had never met before, Long Chen was relatively indifferent. Currently, if he didn't use the Golden Thunder Beast in his hand, it would be extremely difficult for him to defeat a god martial realm cultivator. However, before the real battle, nobody knew who would win. Long Chen's heart was already extremely strong. Now, even if his opponent was extremely strong, he was still calm enough. Everything was for him to fight for, even if he lost, it wouldn't be a big deal. However, these words sounded arrogant and conceited in Chen Lu's ears, and very comical. He couldn't help but burst into laughter. "What are you laughing at?" Yi Xian knew that he was laughing at Long Chen, so he raised his eyebrows and asked coldly. "Nothing, it's just because today is a happy day, so I laughed a bit." Chen Lu was a sly old fox, so he covered it up. However, when he looked at Long Chen, his eyes were filled with disdain. In fact, how could Long Chen not know what this guy was thinking? No matter how you looked at it, Long Chen was only in the 7th level of the Tian martial arts realm. He was barely qualified to participate in the martial arts competition, but he was definitely at the bottom. He was boasting and ignoring Su Shui. If Long Chen was Su Shui, he would also laugh. Not only Chen Lu, in the Castellan's palace, seeing how Yi Xian treated Long Chen, the others would also feel uncomfortable. In their hearts, they were much more important than Long Chen. Soon, they arrived at the Spectre Arena. There are too many experts this time. You and Yi Xian have such a good relationship, you can't step down on the first day. If you do that, the city lord and young master will lose a lot of face. Chen Lu suddenly whispered into Long Chen's ear as they approached the Spectre martial arena. "Just watch," Long Chen replied coldly. "It's just a piece of advice." Chen Lu snorted and walked to the front. He said to Yi Xian, "Mayor, I have brought them here, I will go take care of other things." Yi Xian nodded with a smile. After Chen Lu left, she then asked Long Chen and Yi Xian to sit beside her. Instantly, a refreshing fragrance filled their noses. At this time, there was only half an hour left before the martial arts competition began. Most of the people who were supposed to come had already arrived. Outside the arena, there were tens of thousands of people. Inside the arena, there were more than 20,000 participants. The seats of the clans were also full. Among the 100,000 people, at least 50,000 people were looking at the beautiful woman in the purple dress, Yi Xian. Their eyes were filled with admiration. Therefore, when Long Chen and Yi Xian sat next to her, they attracted everyone's attention. Yi Xian was fine, many people already knew him. But who was Long Chen? That young man sitting next to the city lord, he's about the same age as young Master Yi Xian. Who is he? I don't know, I've never seen him before. For a moment, Long Chen's identity became a mystery. But there were still people who knew Long Chen's identity. When he joined the underworld army, many people who were eliminated had a deep impression of Long Chen, so they recognized Long Chen. But even so, many people were still discussing Long Chen's identity. Could he be the city lord's disciple? To be able to sit in the same position as young Master Yi Xian, his status must be very high. If he's a disciple, then it's really possible. Impossible, with Su Shui, an expert in the god martial arts realm, any disciple is bullshit. And look at that young man, he's obviously very different from Yi Xian. It's impossible for him to be in the god martial arts realm, he shouldn't be a disciple. Then who on earth is he? Long Chen's identity also became a topic. No matter what, Long Chen was completely famous today. And at that moment, Yi Xian turned her head and talked to Long Chen in a low voice. The way she looked at Long Chen was filled with love and gentleness. Obviously, her attitude towards Long Chen was similar to that of her own brother. In fact, Yi Xian was talking to Long Chen about Su Shui. I'm really sorry, I'm also in a difficult position. After all, everyone has a chance to sign up, I didn't expect Su Shui to come back. Yi Xian said awkwardly. Sister, don't worry about Long Chen. He has the ability to defeat a cultivator in the second level of the god martial arts realm. Even if it's Su Shui, he won't be afraid. Yi Xian was very confident in Long Chen. I'll try my best. If it doesn't work, then it means we're not fated. Long Chen shrugged, he was very open-minded. Of course, if he could receive Yi Xian's teachings, it would be a great opportunity for him, but it didn't mean that it would be a tragedy for him if he missed this opportunity. I hope you have a great performance. That was all Yi Xian could say. She knew the difference between the god martial arts realm and the sky martial arts realm the best. Even if Long Chen had that kind of skill, without seeing it with her own eyes, she still didn't think it was very reliable. As for the others, they were even more pessimistic about Long Chen. Song Yang and Song Yechen were also hiding in the crowd. They didn't come with the underworld army, they had changed into casual clothes. Grandpa, what's going on? How can that kid sit next to city leader Yi Xian? Song Yechen's eyes were wide open. I don't know either, but he and Yi Xian are very close. This is going to be troublesome. That kid might be valued by Yi Xian. If we want to kill him, it will be very troublesome. Song Yang frowned and said. No, he defeated me again. I can't let him go like this. Song Yechen looked ferocious. Don't be impulsive. There will be opportunities. Song Yang said. Opportunities my ass. Once he becomes Yi Xian's student, we'll be dead. Song Yechen said nervously. Bullshit. With Miss Su Shui in the way, no one can become the champion. Song Yang said firmly. Where are Miss Su Shui and the others? Song Yechen looked around. Ever since he saw Miss Su Shui 2 days ago, Song Yechen finally realized that he was a man. He realized that he really wanted this girl. This girl, with her cold face and proud figure, had a fatal attraction to him. Even Brother Chun was moved. It could be seen how charming Su Shui was. When Song Yechen mentioned Su Shui, everyone present gasped. They saw a group of people wearing black underworld armor descending from the sky. They came to the underworld army's seating area and sat down with Sumo in the lead. There were more than 20 people who came. Most of them were captains. Su Shui, who was elegant but cold, was like a white snow. She stood obediently behind Sumo. On Sumo's left was a tall and skinny middle-aged man wearing a dark green underworld armor. There were dense dark green runes on it. It was obvious that this person had a special status. He was one of the underworld generals stationed in the Spectre City. He was a celestial realm underworld general, Su Tian, who was also Su Shue's father. The underworld army was the last to arrive. The martial arts competition could already start. The people of the underworld army and the people of the city lord's mansion looked at each other and smiled. Sumo and Yi Xian looked at each other. They didn't need to say anything. As for Long Chen and Yi Xian, they were both looking at the cold girl next to Sumo. She was wearing the same cold underworld armor. She looked like an emotionless block of ice. I thought you would be strong. But you have an ice-cold face. You have been in the god martial realm for more than 10 years, but you are still in the early stage. I have already reached perfection. After looking at Su Shui for a while, Yi Xian said disdainfully. Brother Chen, you have a high chance of winning. Yi Xian said decisively. Everyone else was sweating. Yi Xian was probably the one who trusted Long Chen the most. It's almost time. Yi Xian murmured. At that moment, she stood up. She was sitting on a high place. When she stood up, the sunlight shone from behind her. The light seemed to come from her body. Her purple dress fluttered in the wind. She looked like a fairy that had suddenly descended into this world. The noisy Spectre martial arts field suddenly became quiet. Only absolute silence could describe the current situation. Everyone, no matter if they were men or women, were looking at this perfect girl who was standing on a high place. At that moment, Yi Xian didn't want to waste any more time. She used her beautiful voice and said gently, "Thank you all for coming. It's almost time. The martial arts competition is about to start. First of all, I hope that everyone can follow the rules. If you are a spectator, please watch quietly. If you cause any trouble, the city lord's mansion will punish you severely. If you are a participant, please read the rules carefully. If you violate them, the city lord's mansion will punish you severely." Yi Xian's beautiful voice echoed in everyone's ears. Although it was beautiful, everyone was still silent. They didn't dare to talk too loudly. Of course, whispering was not forbidden. The so-called rules for participating in the battle had already been distributed during the registration. They were the requirements for some battles. On every arena, there would be a few referees. Generally speaking, falling off the arena, being unable to get up, or admitting defeat would be considered a failure. Of course, death was also unavoidable. However, if the opponent admitted defeat and still tried to kill them, not only would they be disqualified from continuing to participate in the battle, they would also be severely punished. Chapter 937. After these 2 points, there was no need to explain anything else. There were still hundreds of people from the city lord's mansion in the Spectre martial arena, and they would arrange everything in detail. Thus, Yi Xian sat down quietly. The host of this competition was an old man under Yi Xian's command, who she trusted a lot. He had been following Yi Xian for a very long time. When Yi Xian was in the Serene Hell Prefecture, this old man had been following her. Even Yi Xian didn't call his name directly, but called him Grandpa Dugu. This showed that this old man had a very high position in Yi Xian's heart. His full name was Dugu Jun. Grandpa Dugu, I'll leave it to you. Yi Xian smiled at the old man not far away. The old man stood up with a smile. He was thin and didn't look young. Long Chen guessed that this kind of person was at least a few thousand years old. He was definitely an old monster. Dugu Jun's strength was at the 3rd level of the divine martial realm, and he had reached the peak of the 3rd level. He was much stronger than Su Tian, one of the underworld generals from the underworld army. At the same time, Dugu Jun had a great reputation in the Spectre City. He was the 2nd strongest person in the city lord's mansion, and Yi Xian's most capable subordinate. However, in recent years, Yi Xian rarely used Dugu Jun. After all, he was getting old, and it was time for him to rest and enjoy. This time, it was Dugu Jun's request to host this competition because he was bored. At this time, Dugu Jun stood up and said to the people below, all participants, listen up. Take out your purple jade tokens. You will find that your number has already begun to appear. Remember your number. Your number will determine your position in the battle and your opponent. Hearing this, Long Chen wasn't surprised. He took out his own purple jade token, and purple runes appeared on it. After a while, the runes changed randomly, and a series of numbers appeared. The first number was 1, and the second number was also 1. What did these two ones mean? While Long Chen was still confused, Duge Jun waved at him, and the purple jade token in Long Chen's hand landed in Duge Jun's hand. Duge Jun was also startled, and said softly, "Kid, you are really unlucky to be the first one to fight." After he finished speaking, he once again faced the crowd, raised the jade tablet in his hand, and said, "On this tablet, there will be 2 numbers. For example, the jade tablet in my hand has 2 ones, which means that the owner of this jade tablet will participate in the first battle in the first arena. Everyone is not stupid, I believe that everyone understands what I'm saying. The first number represents the arena that will participate in the battle. According to this number, they will be divided into 100 groups, and the second number represents the order of battle. Every 2 people will have the same purple jade tablet, which means that you are all opponents. Alright, everyone, according to the first number, I will give you a quarter of an hour to divide into groups." Looking at the purple jade token in their hands, there was a commotion among the audience. This was something that would decide their fate. "Go down, kid, you will be in the first arena. Good luck in your first battle." Duge Jun put the purple jade token in Long Chen's hand. "Thank you, Grandpa Dugu." These days, Long Chen followed Yi Xian and called him that, but Duge Jun didn't mind at all. "Don't worry, I have high hopes for you, just like little Xian Xian." Duge Jun stroked his long beard and smiled kindly. Long Chen nodded, stood up, and walked towards the first arena. At least Brother Chen can make it to the last battle. For Long Chen, there was no suspense in today's battle, so Yi Xian and the others weren't worried at all. Many people saw Long Chen go down. This meant that Long Chen was really a participant. Many people were looking at Long Chen, but Long Chen felt 2 particularly intense gazes. One of them was from Su Shui of the Netherworld Army, which didn't surprise him. The other gaze came from one of the big families. Long Chen raised his head. According to Yi Xian's analysis, this person should be from the Gongsun clan, one of the top families in the Spectre City. Surrounded by the Gongsun clan, there was a young man who looked even younger than Yi Xian. According to the standard of the Myriad Lands domain, he should be around 14 years old. At this moment, he was looking at Long Chen with a fiery gaze. In other words, my first opponent is this guy. Long Chen's guess wasn't far from the mark. Long Chen had seen information about this young man before. It was because he was a top figure that Yi Xian had shown his information to Long Chen. In the Spectre City, before Yi Xian's arrival, this young man called Gongsun Wudi was one of the top figures. In this martial arts competition, other than Long Chen and Su Shui, he was likely to be in the top 5, or even the top 3. He could be considered a formidable opponent. Before Su Shui's appearance, Yi Xian thought that Long Chen would only be able to defeat cultivators like Gongsun Wudi in the end. Long Chen lowered his head, not bothering to watch. It didn't matter if he fought earlier or later, so he didn't mind. He obediently went to arena number 1. Sure enough, the young man named Gongsun Wudi also went to arena number 1. As for Su Shui, who knew where she had run off to after being assigned. More than 20,000 people were divided into more than 100 groups and gathered around 100 arenas. After everything was sorted out, Duge Jun announced the official start of the battles. On every stage, there were 3 judges in the 9th level of the Heaven Martial Realm. Quite a few strong cultivators in the God Martial Realm were patrolling in the air. More than 10 cultivators in the God Martial Realm could firmly control the 100 stages. If you are all ready, those whose second number is 1, come on to the arena. The martial arts competition of the Spectre City has officially begun. Duge Jun's blood-boiling roar resounded through the entire Spectre martial arts arena. On each arena, the participants went on the arena in an orderly manner under the control of the referees. Arena number 1 attracted a lot of attention because of Gongsun Wudi and Long Chen. Everyone was very curious about Long Chen's strength. Everyone knew Long Chen's number, so before the referees could announce it, he was the first to walk onto the 200-meter wide arena. The ground of the 3 imperial regions was extremely hard, not to mention this arena. Long Chen's kick could only make it tremble slightly. Who is Long Chen's opponent? I hope he doesn't meet Gongsun Wudi in his first battle. Yi Xian and the others looked over nervously. At that moment, the referees announced, first battle, Gongsun Wudi and Long Chen. As soon as the announcement was made, countless people exclaimed in surprise. Out of the tens of thousands of battles, it was hard to find 1 or 2 that would attract a lot of attention. Every famous warrior would naturally attract more attention. Gongsun Wudi was attracted because of his reputation, and Long Chen was attracted because he was sitting next to Yi Xian. If Long Chen lost the first battle, wouldn't it be embarrassing for Yi Xian? The first battle was already such an important one, and most people's attention was focused on it, including Yi Xian and the others. If Long Chen can't even beat Gongsun Wudi, then he is obviously not Su Shue's opponent. Yi Xian said. Gongsun Wudi. Not far away, Chen Lu curled his lips and laughed. His opponent is Gongsun Wudi. Song Yang and Song Yechen both laughed. Long Chen's luck was not very good, to meet such an expert in his first battle. Even if he managed to win, he would still be injured, and once he was injured, the following battles would not be as good as before. Let's begin. Under the watchful eyes of tens of thousands of people, the first day's battles officially began. Some of the arenas, like the one Su Shui was in, could be decided in an instant. So, by the time the word battle was announced, some of the battles were already over. Of course, Long Chen's battle had not started yet. Who are you? Gongsun Wudi looked at Long Chen vigilantly. He also saw Long Chen sitting next to Yi Xian. Didn't you hear my name? Long Chen, don't waste time talking. Let's fight. Long Chen didn't want to waste time talking to him, so he immediately started fighting. Gongsun Wudi had never seen such an emotionless person. Before the battle, it was better to curse at each other to increase the atmosphere. Only then would it be more romantic. Let's guess, how many attacks can the young man next to the Castellan last against Gongsun Wudi? Gongsun Wudi only needs 1 attack to defeat a cultivator of the 9th Tian Qi layer. The difference is like the difference between heaven and earth. The people of the Gongsun clan were smiling, as if Gongsun Wudi was about to win. At that moment, Long Chen attacked without any warning. Blood-red scales instantly wrapped around his body. Such a strong murderous aura, this transformation. On the high platform, Yi Xian was shocked. She had the 7-kill bloodline, which made her very sensitive to murderous auras. Long Chen's ancient blood spirit dragon aura made her feel a sense of fear. Maybe he is the most suitable person to practice my clan's skills, but unfortunately, Su Shui showed up. However, she was sensitive enough to sense that Long Chen's true yuan seemed to have increased a lot. Coupled with his sword soul and the gloves, Yi Xian estimated that Long Chen could really fight against Gongsun Wudi. Gongsun Wudi was furious because Long Chen didn't give him face, so he attacked immediately. Damn it! With a soft shout, Gongsun Wudi tapped the ground with the tip of his foot. Like a ray of light, he charged toward Long Chen at an incredible speed. The Gongsun clan also has a Khanate body, so Gongsun Wudi has naturally awakened this Khanate body. It's called the demonic rock golden wings, so the people of the Gongsun clan have a natural advantage in speed. This was the information that Long Chen had obtained from Yi Xian. Judging from Gongsun Wudi's performance, he was indeed fast. However, he was still far from Long Chen's speed. As Gongsun Wudi charged at Long Chen smiled and transformed into a golden bolt of lightning. In an instant, he appeared behind Gongsun Wudi, who was moving at high speed. At this moment, everyone was stunned. I'm behind you, said Long Chen. Gongsun Wudi turned around in shock. Long Chen punched him in the face. Chapter 938. Not only did his powerful physique give Long Chen extraordinary strength, but it also gave him a powerful defensive ability. Although Xiao Lang's strongest weapon was the 9 Serenity's demonic ancestral fire, as a 9th-level Earth-tier demonic beast, the power of his claws was almost the same as a 9th-level Heavenly River-tier martial artist wielding a weapon and using battle techniques to attack Long Chen. However, he couldn't even leave a mark on Long Chen's dragon scales. In other words, in front of Long Chen's powerful physical attacks, an ordinary 9th-level Heavenly River-tier martial artist wouldn't even be able to injure Long Chen. Moreover, Long Chen felt that the attack of Xiao Lang's claws was far from his limit. At this moment, Long Chen took out the Demon Emperor sword from his Cosmos sack. The Demon Emperor sword was a middle-level Heaven-tier divine weapon, and its sharpness was self-evident. If even the Demon Emperor sword couldn't kill him, then Long Chen's current body was at least equivalent to a high-level Heaven-tier body refining battle technique. The high-level Heaven tier was the last of the 4 basic tiers. Even martial artists above the 6th or 7th level of the Heaven Ascension tier would find it difficult to cultivate such a body-refining battle technique. Holding the Demon Emperor sword in his hand, Long Chen first used 10% of his strength and slashed at his hand. With a clang, the Demon Emperor sword was repelled, but Long Chen's arm was unharmed. It's at least the beginner level of the Heaven tier. Long Chen thought silently in his heart. Then, he used 30% of his strength to chop down again. Another loud sound rang out, but nothing happened to it. Xiao Lang was a little stunned watching from the side. Long Chen's current body had reached an inhuman level. Even some extremely powerful demonic beasts wouldn't be as terrifying as him. 50% of his strength. Long Chen kept trying until he used all of his strength. Only then did he realize that even if he used all of his strength, he could only leave a small bloodstain on his arm. Moreover, the dragon scales on his body were incomparably hard and his recovery ability was also very strong. That small bloodstain disappeared in a short while. Because of Lingxi's departure, Long Chen was full of frustration. When he realized that he had absorbed 1% of the inheritance blood essence and his body was almost equivalent to the high level of the Heaven tier, Long Chen's fighting spirit that had disappeared gradually reignited. At least the high level of the Heaven tier. People in the first 3 levels of the Heaven Ascension tier will probably not be able to hurt me. Of course, that is if I use the Dragon's Soul transformation. If I don't use the Dragon's Soul transformation, my body's strength will be the same as before. Little Shi, I hope that from now on, I will gradually gain the qualifications to be with you again. This is the path that I have chosen, and since I have chosen it, I will have no regrets. Even if I have to crawl, I will walk this path to the end. Looking at his own body, Long Chen had a firm belief in himself. In the Qiankuan bag, Long Chen saw the only remaining heaven-level elixir, the Forbidden Blood Lotus. In fact, the 1% of the inheritance blood essence was like an enlarged version of the Forbidden Blood Lotus. Not only did it strengthen Long Chen's body, but it also made his body's strength increase rapidly. The Forbidden Blood Lotus was no longer effective on Long Chen. Forget it. When I get to the Divine Item Dynasty, I should be able to sell this Forbidden Blood Lotus for a good price. Long Chen took a deep breath and lifted his head to look at the vast mountains and rivers. Lingxi was no longer there, and his ears were empty. This made Long Chen very confused. It was not until Xiao Lang touched his calf that Long Chen came back to his senses and smiled bitterly. He had completely recovered from the shock of Lingxi's departure. I'm a man. I have to take action. There's no use complaining and being sad. Long Chen, even if you die, you can't let others look down on you. Move forward. Long Chen warned himself fiercely. Let's go, Xiao Lang. He lowered his head and looked at the brother who had always followed him. Without him, Long Chen would definitely be very lonely. A new journey began once again at the starting point of Poplar Town. However, the original Lingxi had been replaced by Xiao Lang. However, Just as Long Chen walked out of the barren mountain, a mysterious voice suddenly sounded in his chest. Foolish inheritor, I saved your life and helped you restore that town. I spent 10,000 years of energy that I've painstakingly accumulated. Why don't you thank me? This sentence was mysterious and dignified, but it was the voice of a child. Long Chen was shocked to hear a human's voice coming from his chest. He quickly tore off his clothes and looked down. The Void Dragon Talisman was glowing faintly. Is this voice coming from the Void Dragon Talisman? Could there be something in the Void Dragon Talisman? Long Chen was shocked. He quickly asked, Senior, may I know who you are? Forget it, forget it. I didn't want to talk to a foolish ant like you, but I've already said the first sentence. What's the harm in saying the second sentence? The voice was still that of a child. I'm a god. The thing in the Void Dragon Talisman shouldn't be simple. But why does it sound like a child? Did he save me just now and now he's here to claim credit? Long Chen thought to himself. He was sure that this fellow's personality was very arrogant. May I know how to address you, Senior? Long Chen asked respectfully. Very few people in the world know about this god's title. However, this god's name was once renowned throughout the dragon sacrificial continent in the primordial times. There wasn't a single expert in the world who didn't know about me and feared me. Listen up, ant. This god is the legendary god who controls reincarnation. My name is Reincarnation Divine Beast. This name was even more terrifying than the sun-devouring demonic wolf. The god of reincarnation should be rather terrifying. However, if he was really as powerful as he said, he probably wouldn't have bragged in front of a mere mortal like Long Chen. Therefore, Long Chen thought for a while and said, Senior, you've been in the Void Dragon Talisman all this time. I wonder if you can come out and talk. You saved us and the other people in Biyao town just now. I have to thank you. That. Recently. Forget it. Since you've met me, I'll come out. Anyway, this Void Dragon Talisman has recognized you as its master, and I can't leave this Void Dragon Talisman. You'll see me sooner or later. After saying that, a shadow appeared from the Void Dragon Talisman and appeared in front of Long Chen. Soul. Long Chen only needed one look to know that this fellow who was known as the Reincarnation Divine Beast was actually only left with a soul. Long Chen was a little speechless. Lingxi had always existed by his side in the form of a soul. The moment Lingxi left, a legendary Reincarnation Divine Beast that he had never heard of appeared. Furthermore, Long Chen had heard it say that it couldn't leave the Void Dragon Talisman, and that the Void Dragon Talisman had recognized Long Chen as its master. Why did it seem like Long Chen had the upper hand? As he thought of this, the respect that Long Chen had for the Reincarnation Divine Beast had decreased by a lot. When Long Chen saw the Reincarnation Divine Beast's appearance clearly, the respect he had for it instantly vanished. They were both souls, so why was there such a huge difference? When Lingxi had first come out of the Lingxi sword, her beauty had simply stunned Long Chen. However, when the Reincarnation Divine Beast appeared, Long Chen swallowed his saliva. He really didn't know how to describe it. At this moment, what had appeared in front of him was a physical body formed by a soul. This physical body's appearance was very familiar to Long Chen. It was clearly a white cat, and most importantly, a pure white cat was synonymous with laziness, elegance, and charm. However, this white cat was clearly synonymous with being fat. A white cat that wasn't too big but was as fat as a ball appeared in front of Long Chen and stared at Long Chen for a long time. Only then did the white cat raise its belly and say proudly, "Lowly ant, this deity has already shown its true form in front of you. Why aren't you thanking this deity for his gift?" Long Chen felt a little conflicted. He had originally thought that the Reincarnation Divine Beast would look very dignified, or at least not inferior to Xiao Lang. He didn't expect it to actually be a fat cat. This comical appearance made Long Chen really not know how to kneel. However, the other party's life-saving grace was real. Just as Long Chen was about to kneel, the Reincarnation Divine Beast looked at Xiao Lang. It frowned slightly and shifted its body back. It said to Long Chen, "That, lowly ant, there's no need to kneel. This deity will probably be with you for a very long time in the future. However, this evil dog also wants to follow you. I hate evil dogs the most in my life, especially this evil dog, which is black and ugly. It really isn't worthy of this deity's discerning eyes. Just send it away." Xiao Lang was ugly. Long Chen was a little speechless. To be honest, if Xiao Lang didn't use his battle form, that pitiful puppy appearance would definitely be extremely lethal to women. In terms of ugly appearance, this fat cat wasn't any better. "Lowly ant, you are actually indifferent to the deity's words?" The reincarnation divine beast continued to stick out its belly and pointed its claws at Jiang Shan. Xiao Lang was also very depressed. He opened his teeth and spat out a small 9 underworld demonic ancestral flame at the reincarnation divine beast. Of course, he was just showing off a little. Xiao Lang had a feeling that this reincarnation divine beast wasn't that powerful. As expected, the reincarnation divine beast's performance almost made their jaws drop. When the wolf cub spat out the 9 underworld demonic ancestral flame, the reincarnation divine beast's entire body trembled and its hair stood on end. It immediately slipped away like a wisp of smoke and quickly disappeared into the void dragon talisman. "Spare me," these 3 words kept echoing around Long Chen and Xiao Lang. Long Chen then realized that this reincarnation divine beast didn't seem to have any power. Just now, he had been acting all high and mighty, but it was all just an act. Long Chen and Xiao Lang looked at each other. This reincarnation divine beast had surprised them. When Long Chen saw that it had actually retreated, he asked softly, "Senior, do you think Xiao Lang will follow us? I see that he's lonely and destitute, and it's really pitiful." "So be it. Even though he's ugly, I'll let him stay for the time being, and I'll see how he performs in the future." Within the void dragon talisman, the reincarnation divine beast forced itself to remain calm. Long Chen and Xiao Lang looked at each other and smiled helplessly. Chapter 939. The Imperial City was Long Chen's last stop in the Xiangyang country. Because of Long Chen, the Imperial City was in chaos. Fortunately, the disciples of the demonic palace entered the Imperial City one after another. The original guards and Imperial guards also chose to surrender. Therefore, the emperor was completely finished and was replaced by the demonic palace. The demonic palace completed its breakthrough after countless years. Finally, it controlled the whole Xiangyang country. Zhao Qingyun had no interest in power, but there were many people in the demonic palace who were keen on it. For example, the 2 remaining demonic elders were overjoyed when they heard that Murongyu was going to be the empress. They were busy these days, learning the original royal family's routine and preparing to choose an auspicious day for Murongyu to ascend the throne. As long as she ascended the throne, everything would be settled. In the Xiangyang country, except for the demonic palace, the other forces could not even send a warrior at the 9th level of the Heavenly River realm. Therefore, even if it was not Long Chen who became the emperor, but Murongyu, no one dared to say a word. After all, Murongyu was a warrior at the 9th level of the Heavenly River realm. With the emperor's sword, she would be as powerful as Lin Zichen in less than a year. Long Chen kept a low profile and came to the imperial palace. He had the soul-devouring demon pupil, so he could quickly find Zhao Qingyun's whereabouts. After all, Zhao Qingyun was far more powerful than others. Even in terms of soul, there was still a gap between him and others. At this time, Zhao Qingyun was in the throne room, together with Murongyu and the 2 demonic elders. At this time, they were discussing the founding of the country. At this time, Long Chen walked in. Because of Lingxi, Long Chen did not look good. Long Chen. After seeing him, the first demonic elder and the second demonic elder subconsciously took a few steps back. Towards this monster, they felt a deep fear in their hearts. At the same time, they felt admiration towards Zhao Qingyun's eyes. Brother Chen, you're finally back. Good, good. We're still discussing the date of Xiao Yu's coronation. It's currently confirmed to be on the 7th of next month. You're currently the most influential person in Sanyang Kingdom. You must be there to support Xiao Yu, Zhao Qingyun said with a smile. Master, I'm actually here to bid farewell. Today, I'm leaving Sanyang Kingdom and going to the god Wushu Sage Court. Long Chen directly stated his purpose. Lingxi's departure had changed his personality a lot. For a moment, Zhao Qingyun and the others didn't notice any clues. However, they suddenly felt that the current Long Chen seemed to be different from before. He spoke less, and his eyes no longer had that unruly arrogance from before. Instead, it was replaced by coldness and depth. Zhao Qingyun suddenly felt that Long Chen seemed to have matured a lot. Why are you in such a hurry? Zhao Qingyun frowned and stood up. She came to Long Chen and said, on the 7th of next month, we can officially establish a new country. In about 3 months, your adoptive mother will give birth. Are you leaving today? Zhao Qingyun had thought that although Long Chen was no longer developing in Sanyang Kingdom, he didn't seem to be in such a hurry to leave. Something happened, so I have to hurry. I have to miss my adoptive father's child. But I'll come back one day. Adoptive father, I'm very relieved to have you in Sanyang Kingdom. And Xiao Yu will soon reach the reaching heaven state and become the pillar of the country. Long Chen nodded. Long Chen, is it because of that girl? Murongyu raised her head and asked. Of course, she was referring to Lingxi, who had cured her face. Long Chen nodded. Zhao Qingyun didn't know anything about Long Chen and Lingxi. He only knew that Lingxi existed, but he didn't know what was going on. Judging from the fact that Long Chen had killed the 9th prince and fled for her, she must be the most important person to Long Chen. Have you made up your mind? Zhao Qingyun asked one last time. Master, remember to apologize to my adoptive father. I'll come back, Long Chen said sincerely. Okay. In that case, I'll send you to the heaven and earth teleportation device, Zhao Qingyun said. I'll send you too. Murongyu stood up and said hurriedly. Long Chen nodded. Soon, they were riding on the demonic palace's means of transportation. It was a type of Earth-grade 4th-rank Great Peng bird. This kind of Peng bird was docile, but its speed was very fast. Although it couldn't compare to the current wolf cub, it wouldn't take too long to reach the snowy mountain range in the north. During the journey, Long Chen sat in front of the giant rock. He didn't say anything, and his back looked a little bleak. Murongyu and Zhao Qingyun looked at each other. After a long time, Zhao Qingyun said, Xiao Yu, go and explain to him. You're both young, so you'll get along better. Yes, Palace Master. Murongyu nodded. Then she walked over and sat next to Long Chen. The strong wind blew her long hair, revealing her beautiful face. What's going on? Can you tell me about it? We can be considered friends. Moreover, your master is very worried about you. Murongyu hesitated, but she still spoke. Long Chen raised his head and looked at Murongyu. From the beginning, he thought that Lingxi's matter was only related to him. But since Murongyu was kind and concerned about him, he thought about it. He could only pour out the bitterness in his heart. Lingxi, I used the imperial family's 9 heaven celestial fruit to help her regain her human body. But her family took her away. Her family's strength is far beyond my imagination. Long Chen sighed and said, now, she should be getting farther and farther away from me, until we're millions of miles apart. That girl actually has such a terrifying force behind her. Murongyu was a little sluggish. It was no wonder that Long Chen's mood was so low. After all, it was already very good that he would not be unable to recover from such a setback when they were separated by life and death. How could he be like this, actually anxiously embarking on a journey like this? In other words, you're in such a hurry to embark on a journey to find her, right? Murongyu was a little moved. Yes, I promised her that within 10 years, I will definitely appear in front of her. Long Chen nodded and looked forward with a firm gaze. From his eyes, Muromyu saw determination and persistence. It's really very touching. Muromyu smiled helplessly and said with some bitterness, looking at your current appearance, you should have a goal in your heart. Looks like I don't need to persuade you anymore. But I still have to say, be careful in everything. Your life is the most important. Don't forget that in the distant and tiny Sangyang kingdom, there is a group of people who care about you and miss you. Towards the end, Muromyu lowered her head and her voice was a little melancholic. Thank you. Long Chen nodded and said. At this time, Zhao Qingyun had already heard their conversation. He walked to the front and said, the dragon sacrificial continent is vast and boundless. Chen, is the family of the girl you mentioned in the Myriad Kingdom's domain? No. Long Chen shook his head and said. Then it must be the people of the 3 emperor domains from the rumors. The legendary emperor domains actually exist. But Chen, do you know that if you want to reach the legendary emperor domains, you can only find the way through the primordial cemetery? Zhao Qingyun said with a little shock. Master, do you know how to enter the primordial cemetery? Unexpectedly, Zhao Qingyun had some understanding of the outside world, so Long Chen quickly asked. The primeval cemetery seems to open once every period of time. Amongst the 10 great dynasties, every single dynasty will decide on the qualifications to enter the primeval cemetery before the primeval cemetery opens. I'm not clear about the specific form, but it seems that some things will naturally be born between heaven and earth. If you can fight for it, you can enter the primordial cemetery. Zhao Qingyun carefully recalled the details in his memory and said. In other words, I'll be able to find the method to enter the primordial cemetery while I'm in the Wuxia Sage dynasty. To Long Chen, this was undoubtedly good news. Even though the path ahead of him was extremely difficult, at least he had a firm goal. In next to no time, they arrived before the universe teleportation formation, and Long Chen prepared to leave. Before he left, Long Chen said to Zhao Qingyun, Master, after I leave, you must help me take good care of some people. There are 2 women in the Lingwu family in Origin Spirit City, and they're called Yi Mengyao and Lu Lan. Moreover, there's also the entire Yang family in my Biyao town. Let them move to the Imperial City, and say that it's my idea. This way, I'll be more at ease. As for the 2 women in the Lingwu family, it'll depend on their own will. If they're unwilling to come to the Imperial City, then send some experts to protect them. Zhao Qingyun nodded, and he'd memorized it. Muromyu, who was at the side, didn't feel very comfortable when she heard that other than Lingxi, Long Chen actually had other women that he was concerned about. That's right, Chen, there's something I almost forgot. My head. Zhao Qingyun hurriedly took out a pitch-black command token from his cosmos sack. This command token was forged from solid iron and stone, and ordinary attacks couldn't damage it. There's something I haven't told you yet. Actually, Sky Demon Palace came from the divine Wuxia Sage dynasty. The founder of Sky Demon Palace was from the divine Wuxia Sage dynasty, but after he came here, he never returned to the divine Item dynasty, and thus broke off contact with that side. Zhao Qingyun paused for a moment, then continued, this black iron token is a token of one of the great powers in the divine Wuxia Sage dynasty. Sky Demon Palace should be considered a branch of this power, and the Cosmos teleportation device in front of you will directly transport you to the side of the great power in the divine Wuxia Sage dynasty. I'm not sure if I've remembered correctly, but this great power's name should be Ancient Demon Territory. Ancient Demon Territory? Long Chen secretly remembered this name, then took the black iron token from Zhao Qingyun's hand. This iron token looked a little old. There was a strange symbol embossed on one side, and a name embossed on the other, Guangyuan. Our founder's name is Guangyuan. This should be his token of identity. If you take this iron token to the Ancient Demon Territory, you might even be qualified to cultivate in the Ancient Demon Territory. Chapter 940. After surrounding Long Chen to prevent him from escaping, at least 100 warriors of the Reaching Heaven state dashed toward Long Chen. This was the largest scene that Long Chen had ever seen. However, ever since he had absorbed 1% of the essence blood of inheritance, his strength had skyrocketed. The strength that came from his body had enhanced his battle prowess to a terrifying level. Long Chen was now ready to find out how terrifying it was. I've made it clear enough, and this guy obviously knows that I'm definitely not Long Chen. However, he still wants to kill me. Isn't the Wuxia Alliance a bit too arrogant and despotic? Some things could be tolerated, but some things couldn't. Because of Lingxi's departure, Long Chen had been venting his anger. Those warriors of the Wuxia Alliance had bumped into the muzzle of a gun, which had completely infuriated Long Chen. Over 100 warriors of the Reaching Heaven state had surrounded him, while he was only in the 9th level of the Reaching Heaven state. Everyone knew what the outcome would be. However, judging from the fact that Long Chen had killed a warrior of the Reaching Heaven state so easily, would there be any accidents? Everyone, regardless of whether they were from the Wuxia Alliance or those who had just arrived at the Wuxia Sage Court, was craning their necks to watch. In their eyes, those warriors of the Reaching Heaven state had already arrived in front of Long Chen. Long Chen looked like a sheep dashing into a pack of wolves. The crowd felt that it was a pity. However, in the next moment, they were all stunned. It turned out that the real wolf was Long Chen, while the others were the real sheep. Puff! Long Chen's body suddenly disappeared from where he was. When he reappeared, he was already behind one of the warriors. The crowd could clearly see that Long Chen had punched that warrior. With a loud bang, the clothes in front of the warrior's body suddenly burst into pieces. His face was deathly pale, and he spat out a large mouthful of blood. He fell to the ground with his eyes wide open. Everyone understood that Long Chen's punch had completely shattered his internal organs. 1. Long Chen counted in a low voice. His strong body gave him exceptional speed and agility, allowing him to move easily and nimbly in the chaotic battle of 100 people. He was like a real wolf, and in the group of 100 people, one after another, died under his fists. They were all experts in the Reaching Heaven state, but all of them were killed with just one move. No one had ever been able to take 2 blows from Long Chen. Most of them died because their internal organs were directly shattered. Impossible. In a short period of time, more than 10 people had died under Long Chen's fists. The rest of the people didn't even know where Long Chen was. The traceless specter under Long Chen's feet played an important role. He was like a reaper, sweeping around the crowd at high speed. No one could see his figure clearly, so no one knew when they would die. The middle-aged man in the 2nd level of the Reaching Heaven state was already dumbfounded. The other people in the 2nd level of the Reaching Heaven state came to his side, looked at him, and said, "Everyone, is this Long Chen the Long Chen who is ranked 3rd on the bounty list, and has a bounty of 100 king crystals? That's something equivalent to 10 million Reaching Heaven elixirs. That's impossible. It's rumored that Long Chen has already surpassed the Reaching Heaven state. It's impossible for him to be so weak. However, this Long Chen must have a lot of treasures with him, since he has such a strong body. He came from a small place, and it's highly possible that there are ancient relics in those small places, which ultimately benefited him. What should we do? What else can we do? Riches come from danger. Today, 200 of us brothers are going all out. I don't believe that we can't take care of this Long Chen. Think about it, a cultivator in the 9th level of the Heaven River tier has the ability to instantly kill a Reaching Heaven state elite. If we get our hands on him, won't it be? Brother Lin is right. Thinking that they could also challenge someone of a higher cultivation level, everyone's hearts immediately burned with passion. One of them hurriedly announced, "Wuxia Alliance, listen up. Everyone, stop what you're doing and try your best to capture this Long Chen. Whoever can kill him will be rewarded with 1,000 Reaching Heaven elixirs." 1,000 Reaching Heaven elixirs was probably enough for someone to reach the 4th level of the Reaching Heaven state. One had to know that in the cultivation of the Reaching Heaven state, most of the time, one had sufficient qi, but lacked Reaching Heaven elixirs, which caused many martial artists to stagnate. 1,000 Reaching Heaven elixirs was enough to make everyone go crazy. Kill. Everyone joined the torrent of attacks aimed at killing Long Chen. Long Chen instantly felt the pressure increase greatly. If the opponent's attacks were battle techniques, he would still feel pain when they landed on his body. Moreover, most of them were using heaven-tier battle techniques. However, at this time, almost 40 people had already died at the hands of Long Chen. It's you guys who forced me to go on a killing spree. Long Chen shook his hands helplessly. Under the effect of the dragon's soul transformation, his eyes had already turned a thick blood-red color. At this moment, Long Chen suddenly took out the Demon Emperor sword from the great virtual realm. Then, he used the Demon Emperor sword, and the speed at which he killed at least doubled. With the Demon Emperor sword in hand, Long Chen swept past the crowd at lightning speed. With a light wave of the Demon Emperor sword, he was able to cut through the necks and hearts of the reaching heaven state martial artists, killing them all with a single strike. A black shadow shuttled through the golden crowd at lightning speed. Wherever he went, ghostly wails and wolf howls could be heard. One after another, figures fell at his feet. Only those who had sensed that something was wrong from the start and fled frantically could escape from Long Chen's Demon Emperor sword. Pfft! The Demon Emperor sword pierced through a martial artist's back all the way to his chest. Fresh flowers dripped from the Demon Emperor sword. Just as they were about to drip, the Demon Emperor sword was once again pulled out by Long Chen. Not long after, it swept through the neck of another martial artist who was charging at him. Suddenly, a huge gash appeared, and blood gushed out. More and more people from the Wuxia Alliance died at the hands of Long Chen. More and more people realized how terrifying Long Chen was and began to flee. Although the temptation of 1,000 supreme heaven elixirs was great, it was nothing compared to their own lives. Let's go. Get lost. At that moment, the few leading reaching heaven state martial artists frowned when they saw that too many people had died. They knew that it would be difficult to explain themselves if this went on. Hence, they all rushed forward and drove the others away. 5 reaching heaven state martial artists of the second level quickly surrounded Long Chen. Long Chen raised his head and saw that the ground was covered with corpses and blood. The other martial artists had already fled in a sorry state. Many of those who had come from the transporting device of heaven and earth had also fled. Only the few reaching heaven state martial artists of the second level were still surrounding Long Chen. Among them was the middle-aged man who had given the order to kill Long Chen. You've killed them all so quickly? It's really not enough to kill. Long Chen licked his lips and looked at the middle-aged man playfully. He said, "What are you going to do now? Let me go, or do you want to end up like them?" Long Chen pointed at the corpses on the ground. The martial artists of the second level of the reaching heaven realm looked at each other in dismay. In an instant, they said, "Attack," to each other, then stopped talking. 5 martial artists of the second level of the reaching heaven realm unleashed a powerful attack on Long Chen. Each of them was much stronger than the Sword Emperor that Long Chen had met previously, and Long Chen was also much stronger than before. Floating fist shadows. With the middle-aged man taking the lead, the others all used heaven-level battle techniques one after another. They surrounded Long Chen and attacked together at this moment, creating a powerful threat that made Long Chen frown. The surrounding air vibrated rapidly. The shadows of fists, saber, and other attacks made Long Chen feel a little dazzled. However, in front of his powerful attack, the attacks of the others were nothing more than fleeting clouds. Long Chen was currently only at the 9th level of the Heavenly River tier, but he already possessed a body-refining battle technique that was at least at the high level of heaven level. Wielding the Demon Emperor sword, Long Chen was completely fighting with his life on the line. He did not use any battle techniques, and simply brandished the Demon Emperor sword directly, charging towards one of the reaching heaven state martial artists of the second level. Moreover, Long Chen was only dealing with him, allowing all the attacks to land on him. Die. The attacks of the second level of the reaching heaven state were indeed many times stronger than those of the first level of the reaching heaven state, but Long Chen found that he could still withstand them. His speed was extremely fast, and in the eyes of the martial artist of the Wuxia Alliance, Long Chen was like a bolt of lightning. After withstanding all the attacks, Long Chen appeared in front of him in an instant, the Demon Emperor's sword in his hands sweeping out at an unparalleled speed. Instantly, the air exploded, and the wind howled. At this last moment, the martial artist could only widen his eyes, his face filled with despair and regret. His only reaction was to use his arm to block Long Chen's Demon Emperor's sword. However, with a snap, Long Chen directly chopped off his arm, and then the Demon Emperor's sword slashed across his neck. Half of his arm and a head that died with its eyes wide open flew into the sky at this moment, bringing with it blood. The other 4 were dumbfounded. In the face of such a huge temptation, they had chosen to attack. They had thought that no matter how strong Long Chen was, there would be a limit. Unfortunately, they were sorely mistaken. The second level of the reaching heaven state was still not Long Chen's limit. It's too late to realize it now. Long Chen thought to himself. After killing the first martial artist of the second level of the reaching heaven state, his body did not stop at all. He abruptly turned into a demonic shadow, and instantly appeared on the body of another martial artist. By the time the others reacted, the Demon Emperor's sword had already pierced through the chest of the martial artist, and blood was dripping out crazily. The second martial artist of the second level of the reaching heaven state, dead. Run. At this moment, the remaining 3 martial artists were horrified. Words could no longer describe the shock and regret they felt. They fled in 3 different directions. In this way, Long Chen might only be able to kill one of them. As for who he would kill, it would depend on his luck. Chapter 941. Next, we're going to auction a demonic beast's core. At this moment, the pretty girl smiled. Under the illumination of all kinds of gemstone lights, someone carried a red tray to the girl's side. At this moment, the tray was covered with a red cloth, so no one could see what was inside. The girl stretched out her slender and fair finger, pointing at the item on the tray, and said, "Everyone, guess what this is?" I believe everyone has already felt the rich fire attribute energy. That's right, this is a type of demonic beast's core of fire attribute. Speaking until here, the girl stretched out her hand and gently pulled the core on the tray. Suddenly, a fiery red core that was still burning with flames appeared on the tray. Inside the core, there was a roaring demonic beast's face. It seemed to be a very terrifying demonic beast. Everyone has already guessed it, right? That's right, this is the demonic core of a 3rd-grade heaven-rank demonic beast, the Blazing Lion. This demonic core is extremely beneficial for a beast warrior's cultivation. If there's enough heavenly connection pills, it might even allow a level 1 reaching heaven realm martial artist to reach level 2 of the reaching heaven realm. Of course, Xiao Qin suggests that everyone refine it slowly. Otherwise, the demonic core of the Blazing Lion might burn them. Alright, Xiao Qin, let's cut to the chase. Now, I'll announce the starting price of the Flaming Lion, 50 Supreme Heaven Pills. Everyone can raise the price. After the girl finished speaking, the others began to raise the price, from 51 to 80. At this time, Jiang Cheng saw that Long Chen was very interested, and said, "Brother Yang wants the Flaming Lion's core?" That's right, Brother Yang is a beast warrior, and this Flaming Lion's core is useful to you, so I'll buy it for Brother Yang. As he said this, he subconsciously glanced at the wolf cub. "Thank you, Brother Jiang," Long Chen said. "No problem, Brother Yang has just arrived at the Wushu Sage Empire, so it's normal that you don't have any Supreme Heaven pills. I'll buy it for Brother Yang." Jiang Cheng laughed heartily. At this time, the price outside had already increased to around 100 heavenly connecting pills, and no one was bidding anymore. After all, a 3rd-grade heaven stage demon beast was roughly worth this price. At this moment, Jiang Cheng shouted, 120 heaven connecting pills. The girl was pleasantly surprised because this had already exceeded the market price of the Flaming Lion. The market price was about 100. Seeing that there was no more price, she announced that the heaven connecting pill of the Flaming Lion belonged to Jiang City. The auction continued. Soon, someone delivered the fiery lion's monster core. Jiang Qing gave the monster core to Long Chen. Of course, Long Chen didn't want it, so he accepted it without hesitation. I hope Brother Yang can use this monster core to raise his strength to the next level, Jiang Qing said with a smile. He seemed to be in a good mood all of a sudden. Long Chen didn't know why. This Jiang Qing is still so happy after being slaughtered by me. It seems that he has a lot of Supreme Heaven connecting pills in his cosmos sac. Long Chen thought. He guessed that if Jiang Qing had any bad intentions, he would make a move sooner or later. At that time, Long Chen wouldn't mind taking his Supreme Heaven connecting pills. Then, the auction continued and soon came to an end. Previously, there was a middle-grade Heaven Stage battle axe which caused quite a stir. Finally, it was sold for 2,000 heavenly connecting pills. And now, there was the last item of the auction. Under the influence of the beautiful girl, everyone was looking forward to it. This is the last item. Everyone probably knows about it. Maybe some of you came here because of its reputation. This is the last item of this auction. Come, bring out the mysterious treasure. At this time, someone brought out a black tray. This time, it was wrapped in a black cloth. The beautiful girl maintained a smile as she gently lifted the black cloth. What appeared on the tray was a bright necklace with a diameter of about 20 centimeters. This necklace was not ordinary. It was bright all over, but there was a strange aura coming from it. At the same time, there was a bloody smell. Long Chen looked at it carefully. There seemed to be a lot of beast souls roaring inside the necklace. This is called the Soul Binding Ring. It is a middle-grade Heaven Stage spirit treasure. I believe that everyone knows about its heaven-defying function. It can only be used to defeat Heaven Stage 6th grade demon beasts. Even Heaven Stage 6th grade demon beasts can be controlled by this soul binding ring. This soul binding ring will make the demon beast submit to you for eternity. This is equivalent to everyone having the strength of a Heaven Stage 6th grade demon beast. Who would want to miss such a benefit? Even if you have to go bankrupt, you have to buy it. Hee, Shao Qin is only joking here. However, the soul binding ring is really precious. If you miss this opportunity, you won't have another chance in the future. Everyone, hurry up and increase the price. I now announce that the starting price of the soul binding ring is 5,000 heaven connecting pills. 5,000 heaven connecting pills was not a small amount, but it was only the starting price. 5,000 heaven connecting pills was an astronomical figure for the current Long Chen. However, he didn't care about the 5,000 heaven connecting pills. Instead, he cared about the soul binding ring. At this moment, Jiang Qing was rubbing his palms and getting ready to start the bidding. However, Long Chen used the psychic beast language to converse with Xiao Lang in a low voice. Xiao Lang, you also know that there is something wrong with Jiang Qing, right? I feel that he is scheming against you. It seems that after buying the soul binding ring, he will make his move. However, big brother, what do you have that is worth him scheming against? Xiao Lang felt a little strange. A stupid wolf. He is clearly scheming against you, not your big brother. At this moment, Fat Cat, who was in the Great Void Realm, sighed continuously, as though the two of them were useless. I understand. Long Chen came to his senses and nodded. Previously, this fellow kept mentioning you. I think that he has done some research on demonic beasts. Previously, he said that he didn't know what demonic beast you were. I guess he knows that you are a sun-devouring demonic wolf and that you have the talent to advance. That's why he came here to buy the soul binding ring. The soul binding ring can permanently control a demonic beast. Xiao Lang, although you are only at the Earth Stage Grade 9, as long as he controls you and makes you advance, wouldn't it be equivalent to him obtaining a super helper without any effort? This fellow is really scheming. If it wasn't for the accident at the city gates, big brother, I'm afraid that you would have been tricked by him. He actually wanted to use the soul binding ring to control me. It's really too hateful. Xiao Lang said with a face of resentment. Jiang Cheng's scheming is really good. I guess that he already knew the list of items to be auctioned. That's why he told me what I needed from the start and he would help me buy it. Just now, I bought the Flaming Lion's demonic core, so he was even more certain that you are a sun-devouring demonic wolf that can devour fire items to advance. So, even if he was cheated, he still looked very happy. Long Chen analyzed. To be honest, he was secretly shocked. He had always been thinking about what Jiang Cheng was planning, but he never thought that it would be for Xiao Lang. If he really had his way, then he would have made a huge profit. Even Long Chen was shocked by Xiao Lang's talent. If he were to be properly nurtured in the future, he might even become a demonic beast at the peak. And he had used a soul-binding ring to exchange for such a demonic beast. Wasn't this a huge profit? This fellow probably came to Huangwu City to auction this soul-binding ring. But it's also a coincidence that he saw me fighting with the Wushu Alliance on the road and knew about my background. I'm afraid that he was only slightly interested in me, but when he saw Xiao Lang appear, he followed me and even tricked me into coming to Huangwu City. Long Chen had already started to sneer in his heart. He was originally very grateful to Jiang Cheng, but after knowing his goal, Long Chen felt somewhat disappointed. Big brother, what should we do? Xiao Lang asked. Don't worry, he's only in the third layer of the reaching heaven state, and I'm not weaker than him. If he underestimates my strength, then I'll beat him at his own game and see who will be the victim. I still want to get some supreme pills from him. Long Chen said with a sneer. At this time, Jiang Cheng also started to join the auction. The soul-binding ring was indeed a treasure at the end of the auction. The price kept rising, and very soon, the price exceeded 10,000 supreme pills under Jiang Cheng's bidding. This guy is very scheming, but I guess his family is quite powerful. He didn't even frown when he said 10,000 supreme pills. Long Chen was secretly shocked. He only had 70 connecting heaven elixirs in his pocket. By the time he obtained the connecting heaven elixirs, the remaining connecting heaven elixirs wouldn't even be enough for him to reach the second level of the reaching heaven realm. At this time, the auction of the soul-binding ring was coming to an end. There were only a few participants left. However, it seemed that Jiang Cheng was the wealthiest. Soon, he lost his patience and directly shouted a high price of 15,000 supreme pills, which instantly outbid the others. Therefore, Jiang Cheng obtained the soul-binding ring. After the auction ended, Jiang Cheng was in a good mood. He kept the soul-binding ring, patted Long Chen's shoulder and said with a smile, Brother Yang, the auction is finally over. I'm sorry for taking up your time. Brother Jiang, you're too kind. How is this taking up my time? Besides, didn't Brother Jiang give me the Fiery Lion's demonic core? Long Chen doesn't know how to repay such a great gift. Long Chen said with a smile. Long Chen? Jiang Cheng was slightly startled. He seemed to have heard Long Chen call himself Long Chen. What Long Chen? Brother Jiang, is there a problem? Long Chen said that he had said his name over 10,000 times, so of course he would make a mistake. Therefore, he quickly reacted and corrected himself. Oh, it's nothing. But since the auction is over, I'll take you to get your identity badge. Jiang Cheng said with a smile, thinking that he had heard wrong. That's good. Thank you so much, Brother Jiang. When I join the ancient demon area and become successful, I won't forget to repay Brother Jiang. Long Chen said gratefully. No problem, it's fate that we met. Jiang Cheng said with a smile. Chapter 942. Everyone heard the cracking sound very clearly. This was the sound of a broken nose. It was incomparably ear-piercing. When the crowd heard this crisp sound, they felt their hair stand on end. What they saw was that as soon as the two of them started fighting, Long Chen rushed to Gong Sun Woody's back with a speed even faster than Gong Sun Woody. Then, he punched him in the face and broke his nose. What? Gong Sun Woody let out a blood-curdling scream as he was sent flying, rolling several times on the stage. This scene caused those who saw the situation to feel their throats go dry, and silence reigned. Who was Gongsun Wudi? He was one of the strongest cultivators in the Spectre City below the age of 50. He was very close to reaching the god martial arts realm. With the golden wings of the Gongsun clan's patriarch, he could fight 10 people at once. Gongsun Wudi had the record of fighting 10 cultivators in the 9th level of the sky martial arts realm. With his golden wings of the demonic rock, no cultivator could stop him. Not only in terms of speed, but also in terms of attacking power, Gongsun Wudi was also stronger than ordinary cultivators of the 9th layer of the sky martial arts level. It was said that an ancestor of the god martial arts level in his clan had given his power to Gongsun Wudi through a secret treasure before he died, which allowed him to use pure qi 10 times faster. That should be the effect of the 5 divine emperors. However, the power of Gongsun Wudi's ancestor was more useful than the 5 divine emperors. At least, Longchen couldn't use the power of the 5 divine emperors anymore, but Gongsun Wudi could. The fact that Longchen was able to defeat Gongsun Wudi at the beginning of the battle caused a huge reaction. The spectators were all stunned. He sent Gongsun Wudi flying with one punch. Longchen is indeed someone who can sit next to Lord Yi Xian. He's so strong. Some people were more clear-headed and said, "Don't be too proud. Gongsun Wudi is just a rival in love. He hasn't used his ancestors' power, the golden wings of the demonic rock, and many other skills. If he used them, Longchen wouldn't be a match for him." Although Song Yang and Song Yuchen were very surprised by Longchen's heaven-defying performance, they actually felt the same way. Longchen's performance just now was because his opponents had underestimated him, which was why he had been able to gain the upper hand. However, it was all within Yi Xian and Yi Xian's expectations. "Sister, see? I told you, Longchen is really strong. He can defeat a cultivator of the 2nd layer of the god martial arts." Yi Xian actually admired Longchen a little. When he told Yi Xian about it, he felt like he was showing off. Yi Xian smiled faintly and said, "We'll see how he performs next." By the time she finished speaking, Gongsun Wudi had already climbed up from the arena. At this moment, his expression was completely different from his previous contented expression. It could be seen that the bridge of his nose was crooked to one side, and 2 streams of blood flowed from his nasal cavity. His face was extremely gloomy and his eyes had completely turned blood red after suffering such a terrible defeat at the beginning of the match. This was probably the heaviest humiliation he had ever received in his life. "Longchen, I'm going to tear you apart." Gongsun Wudi clenched his fists tightly and roared. At this moment, more than half of the 100 battles had ended. In some of the battlefields, the 2nd battle had already started. The first day was a fast battle, so there would be a big gap between the strong and the weak. "Just use your strongest skills, so that you don't waste my time." With a flash of golden light, Longchen's body instantly appeared before Gongsun Wudi. He threw a punch at Gongsun Wudi's chest, which turned into a golden ray of light. So fast. This time, Gongsun Wudi saw it clearly. Longchen was also good at speed. In a hurry, Gongsun Wudi could only use his arms to block Longchen's punch, but the huge force still sent him flying. What a powerful force. Gongsun Wudi had to admit that Longchen was an expert that was very difficult to deal with. Before, he had indeed looked down on Longchen, but now he realized that looking down on Longchen would make him pay a heavy price. "My son, go all out." In the distance, one of the men from the Gongsun clan saw how strong Longchen was, and he quickly shouted to Gongsun Wudi from afar. "Even my father is wrong." "That's right. It's really exciting to meet an opponent like you in the first round." Although Gongsun Wudi's nose was injured, he was smiling excitedly. After saying that, Gongsun Wudi clenched his fists. On the middle finger of his left hand, there was a dark golden ring. At that moment, golden power was flowing out of the ring and continuously flowing into Gongsun Wudi's ring. Gongsun Wudi's pure qi was originally at the peak of the 9th heaven martial realm, and at that moment, it kept rising. It had reached the peak of the ninth heaven martial realm, close to the level of the god martial realm. That was the power that the ancestors of the Gongsun clan had left to Gongsun Wudi. Only cultivators of the god martial realm could pour their power into secret treasures, such as the dark golden ring and the 5 emperor seals of Longqin. Back in the Shenwu dynasty, the martial emperor's bloodline had a martial emperor's ring that could display the effect of the martial emperor's possession. Actually, the principle behind it was different. That was considered a trick that required a lot of effort, but the effect wasn't great. Longqin, of course, sensed that Gongsun Wudi's strength had increased. Gongsun Wudi's pure qi was already stronger than his, and now, it was even stronger. And that wasn't the end. After the ancestor's power entered Gongsun Wudi's body, his eyes suddenly turned dark golden. A shadow of a golden rock appeared on his body, and eventually gathered behind him, forming a pair of golden wings on his back. Buzz! The golden wings flapped and an earth-shattering force immediately surged towards Longqin. The entire arena trembled slightly as the wind blew on it. That was Gongsun Wudi's most powerful state. Back then, Gongsun Wudi had used that state to kill 10 cultivators of the ninth heaven martial realm. Gongsun Wudi, who had been suppressed by Longqin, turned the tables in an instant. Gongsun Wudi now can even resist the experts of the god martial realm in front of him. Moreover, with the demon rock golden wings, Longqin doesn't have an advantage in speed anymore. The people outside the arena were talking about it. The battle was once again full of suspense. It's over. Gongsun Wudi chuckled. The golden wings on his back fluttered slightly, and suddenly, sand and stones were flying. He turned into a golden light that was faster than Longqin, and in an instant, he was in front of Longqin. It was too fast. The crowd was in an uproar. Here you go. Gongsun Wudi punched at Longqin's chest. Just like what Longqin had done, his strength, combined with the strength of his ancestors, made the punch much stronger than Longqin's. A strong pressure shook towards Longqin. Gongsun Wudi's speed was faster than Longqin's, and he was going to take revenge on Longqin in the same way. However, when the crowd thought that Longqin was going to lose, Longqin's face was frighteningly calm. Gongsun Wudi's punch hit his chest, but Gongsun Wudi was stunned, because he found that he had hit nothing but an afterimage of Longqin. You're still too slow. Behind him, Longqin's faint voice sounded. Gongsun Wudi turned his head in shock. A huge golden fist had landed on his lower abdomen. The pain was so intense that Gongsun Wudi almost vomited the food he had eaten the night before. Break! Gongsun Wudi spat out a mouthful of blood and was sent flying again. He rolled on the ground a few times, and this time, his injury was even more serious. It could be said that he had lost at least a part of his fighting capacity. This time, the crowd was in an even louder uproar. Almost everyone's attention was drawn to Longqin. How is this possible? Gongsun Wudi used his wings, but his speed is still slower than Longqin's. Has Longqin's speed reached the full circle of the divine martial realm? That's terrifying. Even the wings can't keep up with his speed. How can he have such a strong advantage in speed? Even the members of the Gongsun clan couldn't accept this result. Their strongest point was their speed, which they were proud of. However, Longqin had easily defeated a very talented youngster in their clan in this aspect of speed. A feeling of defeat rose in the hearts of the crowd. On the grandstand, Yi Xian also had a look of approval on her face. From the beginning, Longqin had been suppressing Gongsun Wudi, and there was no doubt about the outcome. Huh. Gongsun Wudi endured the pain and forced himself to stand up. His eyes had turned red. Good, very good. You are the first person to beat me in speed. You are qualified for me to use this move on you. At this moment, the disdainful and sympathetic looks from the crowd had aroused the anger in Gongsun Wudi's heart. His strength burst out, and his golden wings flapped. A powerful aura burst out from his body and swept towards Longqin. Second grade divine skill, demonic pen golden wings, 6 Dao reversal. He used a second-grade divine skill. It seemed that Gongsun Wudi was indeed talented. The image of the divine bird appeared on his back again. The golden wings were burning like flames. As Gongsun Wudi threw out a punch, the demonic golden wings merged together with his punch, forming millions of golden blades. They rotated and formed a drilling force that rumbled towards Long Chen. This second-grade divine skill was the unique skill of the Gongsun clan. It was within Long Chen's expectations that it could produce such power. The attack speed of the second-grade divine skill was even faster than Gongsun Wudi's own movement speed. Chapter 943. The entire arena trembled under the attack of this second-grade divine technique. This was the most powerful move that had been used among the 20,000 warriors since the start of the battle. It attracted everyone's attention. Even many people who were fighting in the arena were attracted by the first battle in the first arena. Everyone was looking forward to Long Chen's performance. Without saying anything, Long Chen raised his fist and casually threw a punch. Void breaking. Although it was only a first-grade divine skill, this move had the power of a second-grade divine skill. With the support of Long Chen's powerful and vigorous genuine essence, the punch easily broke through Gongsun Wudi's second-grade divine skill and pierced through the countless golden blades that looked like golden wings. Long Chen's punch pierced through Gongsun Wudi's second-grade divine skill and pierced through the countless golden blades. Long Chen's punch pierced through Gongsun Wudi's eyes. Boom! With a loud explosion, Gongsun Wudi screamed and was sent flying out of the arena. An expert of the god martial arts realm from the Gongsun clan rushed over and caught him. Long Chen, on the other hand, broke through the other golden blades and sat steadily on the ground. In fact, it wasn't easy for Long Chen to deal with a second-grade divine skill like void breaking. He looked relaxed, but in fact, he had exhausted all his strength. In the end, he suppressed Gongsun Wudi in every aspect. He was stronger than Gongsun Wudi in every aspect. Although Gongsun Wudi was injured, he had no choice but to admit defeat. Of course, it was just a competition. Long Chen and Gongsun Wudi didn't hate each other, so he stopped at the last moment. He controlled his strength to knock Gongsun Wudi out of the arena. That was enough. When Gongsun Wudi was thrown out of the fighting ring, the crowd burst into an uproar. The strength Long Chen had shown before was only the 7th level of the Tian Qi layer, but at that moment, he had effortlessly defeated Gongsun Wudi, who was at the peak of the 9th level of the Tian Qi layer. From that, it could be seen that compared to Gongsun Wudi, Long Chen was closer to the God Qi layer. Maybe Long Chen already had the strength to fight against experts of the god martial arts realm. That is to say, this Long Chen should be in the top 3 of this martial arts competition. He might even be able to compete with Su Shui, the favored daughter of heaven. Everyone had doubts about Long Chen at the beginning. Now, almost everyone thought that Long Chen's status was second only to Su Shui. It could be said that Long Chen's performance today was simply too heaven-defying. When the referee announced Long Chen's victory, everyone recovered from the shock. The spectators looked at Long Chen in awe. Obviously, Long Chen's performance had completely convinced them. The participants in the 7th level of the heaven realm and above looked at Long Chen, who was still standing on the stage, and their eyes were filled with reverence. This was the first time that Long Chen had displayed his strength in a place like the Spirit Main City, where experts gathered. After he won, he went back to Yi Xian's side. At that moment, Yi Xian was waving at him. For a powerful warrior like Yi Xian, she could clearly see that among these 20,000 people, there was only one person who could fight against Su Shui, who was at the god martial realm. Without a doubt, it was Long Chen. As for the others, no matter if they were from the Gongsun clan, the Fu clan, or other forces, none of them could reach this level. Although there were a lot of people in this martial arts competition and some of them had amazing performances, Long Chen and Su Shui's strength was still much higher than theirs. The battles in the other arenas were still going on. On the way back, Long Chen glanced in the direction of the Netherworld army. Su Shui and Netherworld General Su Tian were sitting next to Sumo. When the three of them gathered together, just their gazes alone made him feel great pressure. Sumo still had an indiscernible smile on his face, but Long Chen had a feeling that he had been seen through. As for Su Tian, his expression was still cold. He looked at Long Chen with a murderous look. Su Shui was even more direct. She glanced at Long Chen with an obvious murderous look. Obviously, after seeing Long Chen's performance, Su Shui also knew that he was her only opponent. Of course, Su Shui still did not take him seriously. The difference between the God martial arts realm and the Sky martial arts realm was like the difference between heaven and earth. After returning to Yi Xian's side, Yi Xian excitedly hugged her and fiercely patted Long Chen's shoulders. He said, "Not bad, you didn't let me down. Good luck, next time, beat that Su Shui up for me." In fact, Yi Xian was not a very mature person. He was very direct with his words. This kind of person was the most compatible with Long Chen. Such a beautiful girl, it's not good to beat her flat. "I'll give her to you," said Long Chen jokingly. He then sat down next to Yi Xian and continued to watch. From now on, he only needed to fight one battle a day. Unless he met Su Shui in advance, it would be very easy. "I saw you just now. Your understanding of the sword Dao has reached the 3rd level. You can burst out with 7 times the power, or even more," said Yi Xian suddenly. Long Chen nodded. As a matter of fact, he had 2 innate sword embryos. When the 2 innate sword embryos combined, he could unleash around 10 times the power. Yi Xian's eyes were filled with admiration. She praised, "In the true martial imperial domain, there are far fewer people who practice the sword Dao than in the sword spirit imperial domain. In the entire Serene Hell Prefecture, there are less than 5 people who have reached the 3rd level in the sword Dao, and I'm one of them. I'm very impressed that you have such achievements in the sword Dao at such a young age." Yi Xian was speaking the truth. Those who could reach the 3rd level in the sword Dao were mostly over 1,000 years old, but Long Chen was not even 50 years old. Long Chen did not comprehend the sword Dao himself, so he did not think that he was that amazing. However, the way Yi Xian looked at Long Chen became more and more passionate, and then more and more helpless. She suddenly said with excitement, "I can feel that your sword spirit is most proficient in using the sword. Your understanding of the Dao of slaughter is also extraordinary. Floating blood and killing tribulation are the most suitable for you. To be honest, I really want to take you as my disciple, but I've already said it. In the end, it's all up to you. Good luck." Her words filled Long Chen with energy. "Don't worry, I know." He smiled, his eyes were filled with confidence. With such a powerful expert supporting him, Long Chen felt that he had nothing to be afraid of. Yi Xian's love for talent had moved her, that's why she was so excited at this moment. After that, the days passed one after another. The powerful cultivators continued to fight, and soon, more than 10 days had passed. There were over 100,000 people, but gradually, there were less than 100 people left. Among these 100 people, other than Long Chen and Su Shui, the rest were all at the 9th level of the Tian Qi realm, and they were all famous geniuses in their places. In more than 10 battles, Long Chen's luck was relatively normal. Basically, all the opponents he encountered, even if they were at the 9th level of the Tian Qi realm, he could defeat them with one attack. The only one who had the same luck as him was Su Shui. Since the beginning of the battles, no one had been able to block even one attack from Su Shui. Every time, the opponents were randomly selected. No one knew who the next opponent would be, they would only know when the battle started. There was one time when Long Chen and Su Shui were in the same group, but what made everyone feel regretful was that they were still not Su Shui's opponents. The last 100 people were the elites of the elites. Every one of them had experienced more than 10 battles. It could be said that they had been honed through life and death situations. During this period of time, Long Chen had also helped him a lot. Sometimes, during the battles, he would also activate the true martial imperial soul to improve his understanding of martial arts. It had been a while since he reached the 7th level of the Tian Qi realm. Long Chen felt that compared to Su Shui, his true qi was still relatively insufficient. If he didn't reach the 8th level of the Tian Qi realm, it would be difficult for him to have the power to fight against Su Shui. This was an urgent matter. After that day of battles, there were about 50 people left. Long Chen played around with his opponents for a while. Even if he was at the 9th level of the Tian Qi realm, he was still easily defeated by Long Chen. On the second day, Long Chen's opponent was still at the 9th level of the Tian Qi realm. After he met Long Chen, he was very nervous. This time, Long Chen's arena was closest to the position of the underworld army. Su Shui had already finished her battle. More than 20 warriors of the god martial realm of the underworld army were staring at Long Chen. Because the number of people had decreased a lot, there were only a few battles still going on. Actually, Long Chen's battle was not very attractive, because everyone knew that he would easily defeat his opponents, so there was nothing to see. Long Chen hated this feeling. The eyes of more than 20 warriors of the god martial realm were like cold rays of light, sweeping over Long Chen's body. It was like a blade, scratching Long Chen's skin. "Are you threatening me?" Long Chen sneered in his heart. He knew that Su Shui and the others regarded him as their only opponent, which was why they were threatening him at this time. At this time, the referee had already announced the start of the battle. To deal with such an opponent, Long Chen didn't even need to transform. Long Chen's opponent, a man in a blue battle robe, seemed to be even more nervous. He stood there without moving, blankly looking at Long Chen. What Long Chen didn't see was that when the battle started, Su Shui's father, Netherworld General Su Tian, revealed a trace of a strange smile. It was the first time that Long Chen saw his opponent being so nervous, but he was not surprised. He directly turned into a golden lightning and instantly rushed towards his opponent. His speed was far faster than his opponent. To deal with him, he only needed a punch. Chapter 944. His only opponent was the person in front of him. Why did this person give him such a strong sense of crisis? At this moment, Long Chen's hair stood on end. The whole world suddenly quieted down. The blue-robed cultivator's movements slowed down in front of Long Chen. Suddenly, he took out a talisman from his storage ring. As soon as the talisman was taken out, the eyes of many god martial arts realm experts, especially those who were more knowledgeable, burst out with a strong light. Divine Forbidden Talisman. Hearing this name, Long Chen didn't know what this talisman was. However, Kitten was experienced and knowledgeable, so he shouted out the function of this talisman. Quickly dodge, the Divine Forbidden Talisman can imprison warriors under the god martial realm. Only the power of the god martial realm can break this talisman. Even Kitten told Long Chen to dodge, so Long Chen naturally used his full strength. The problem was that this talisman was too sudden and strange. It was completely out of Long Chen's expectation. Moreover, Long Chen was already very close to his opponent and was about to finish him off with one punch. Of course, Long Chen could use the blood escape technique. With the power of the blood escape technique, he could instantly rush out of the arena. However, the problem was that once he left the arena, Long Chen would lose. This Divine Forbidden Talisman was obviously designed for Long Chen. After the Divine Forbidden Talisman was released, its range could reach up to 50 meters in front of the blue-robed cultivator. It could be said that more than half of the arena was covered by this talisman. Long Chen couldn't accurately escape the range of this talisman in a short time. In everyone's eyes, Long Chen was rushing towards the blue-robed cultivator. Everyone thought that he could kill him in a second, but they didn't expect that at this time, the blue-robed cultivator would take out a Divine Forbidden Talisman and activate it instantly. The Divine Forbidden Talisman immediately turned into a transparent ripple, just like a water wave, that rippled forward. The release speed of the talisman was very fast. Even though Long Chen had the speed of the Divine Martial Realm, he was still covered by the transparent ripple for a moment. When the transparent ripple touched Long Chen's body, all the ripple converged together and instantly imprisoned Long Chen. How is this possible? Long Chen felt that the transparent ripple had a huge power. It formed a transparent water film and covered Long Chen's body. Because of the existence of this transparent water film, Long Chen found that he couldn't use his power. He could still use the pure origin in his body, but his body couldn't move at all. It's over. The power of this divine forbidden talisman can't be broken without reaching the God martial realm. This kind of talisman has a very powerful function. It can even reverse life and death in an instant. Normally, it is given to the children of some big powers to save their lives. The price of a divine forbidden talisman is 10 times more expensive than the defensive talisman that you got in the past. Kitten explained. Long Chen's eyes were cold. At this moment, he was operating the power of his body. He even transformed into the dragon soul. However, it was a pity that he didn't have an advantage in terms of pure origin. He couldn't even catch up with the 9th level of the heaven martial realm in terms of pure origin, let alone opening this talisman. He used all his strength and roared. However, he still couldn't shake off the restriction on his body. This blue-cloaked martial artist is just a small cultivator in the 9th level of the heaven martial realm. He unexpectedly has a divine forbidden talisman. From Kitten's words, Long Chen could roughly understand how precious this divine forbidden talisman was. Generally speaking, a martial artist in the 2nd level of the God martial realm would have to spend most of his wealth to buy such a divine forbidden talisman. This blue-cloaked martial artist was either lucky or he was a disciple of a super big clan. However, if he was from a super big clan, his power wouldn't be so low. Looking at his age, he should be close to 50 years old. If I wasn't lucky enough to get a divine forbidden talisman, there must be something fishy behind this. Someone wants to eliminate me first. Long Chen originally thought that he could smoothly reach the final battle and deal with Sumo. However, he didn't expect that he would encounter such a crisis not far from the final battle. Currently, there were only about 50 people who hadn't been eliminated. After today's battles, it was estimated that there would only be 20 people left. Seeing that Long Chen was restricted by the divine forbidden talisman, Yi Xian immediately stood up. The other people in the mansion all had ugly expressions on their faces. Normally, the martial arts competition didn't restrict the use of talismans. In the past, there were no rules to restrict the use of talismans. This time, because of Yi Xian's decision to accept a disciple, the rules of the martial arts competition had expanded a lot. Normally, those who had the divine forbidden talisman were either rich or powerful, and they wouldn't care too much about Yi Xian's position as her disciple. However, such a rule-breaking talisman had appeared in front of Yi Xian. Yi Xian felt a headache coming on. Since the opponent had already used it, it was already too late for Yi Xian to announce that Long Chen couldn't use the divine forbidden talisman. Everyone knew that Long Chen was Yi Xian's disciple. If Yi Xian suddenly changed her mind, there would be people who wouldn't accept it and say that she was biased. However, Yi Xian didn't expect that something like the divine forbidden talisman would appear in such a small competition. Not only had Yi Xian not thought of it, no one had thought of it. The God forbidden talisman was a luxury item, and its price was almost as high as Floating Blood's weapon. Plus, normally, those who participated in the martial arts competition were all hot-blooded youths who wanted to prove their strength. Who would use something like a talisman to win? Therefore, this divine forbidden talisman was out of everyone's expectation. He actually used the divine forbidden talisman. Isn't this a bit too much? Under the effect of the divine forbidden talisman, Long Chen will definitely lose. This isn't fair at all. If this guy in blue had more divine forbidden talismans, he could have won the championship. That's not true. The divine forbidden talisman doesn't work on Su Shui. However, this is too much. I was looking forward to the battle between Long Chen and Su Shui. Many people expressed their dissatisfaction. Those with powerful families also stood up and looked over nervously. Yi Xian couldn't stand it anymore. He quickly said to Yi Xian, "Sister, that warrior obviously can't take one move from Long Chen." However, he still used something like the divine forbidden talisman. Isn't this breaking the rules of the martial arts competition? This is cheating. We can't let this continue. Yi Xian said helplessly, impossible. The martial arts competition doesn't prohibit the use of talismans. I also didn't expect that someone would use a divine forbidden talisman for this competition. Long Chen simply didn't have the strength to break through the divine forbidden talisman. Right now, he was very anxious in his heart. It was as if all his strength had been locked. In his heart, he was even more certain that this martial artist called Lian Yun shouldn't have a divine forbidden talisman. Someone must have taken advantage of this and used a divine forbidden talisman in order to eliminate Long Chen. Of course, the arrangement of the battle was random. However, there were only a few dozen people left. If the other party had randomly arranged for someone to fight, there was a chance that they would meet later on. The other party was probably gambling on their luck. Who would have thought that they would really meet? Long Chen could only blame it on his bad luck. In fact, it was very likely that the other party had arranged for more than 1 or 2 chess pieces. Anger. Although the competition didn't prohibit the use of divine forbidden talismans, Long Chen was played. This feeling of helplessness made him very angry. Under the restriction of the divine forbidden talisman, he couldn't move at all. If someone is really going to use a divine forbidden talisman to eliminate me first, then it must be Su Shui from the Netherworld Army. Without turning his head, Long Chen guessed. Do you think it's so easy for you to stop what I, Long Chen, have set my mind on something? Although he couldn't move, Long Chen sneered in his heart. At this moment, the entire Spectre martial arts practice ground was in an uproar. The martialist called Lian Yun was also frightened by the loud noise and was forced to retreat. Although Long Chen was imprisoned before him, his cold eyes were like those of a ferocious beast from the ancient times, causing him to feel endless fear in his heart. This won't do. The divine forbidden talisman can't restrict me for long. I have to hurry. After thinking about this, Lian Yun clenched his teeth and rushed towards Long Chen. It was actually very easy to deal with the restricted Long Chen. With a casual punch, Lian Yun directly blasted Long Chen off the stage. In an instant, when they saw Long Chen fall off the stage, everyone was silent for a moment before a huge commotion broke out. Long Chen lost. He was the only one who could compete with Su Shui, but he didn't expect that he would lose to an unknown warrior. It was such a farce. Many people couldn't believe their eyes, but the rules of the martial arts competition were like this. Whoever fell out of the ring was the loser. Many people opened their eyes wide as they listened to the judge announce the result. The winner is Lian Yun. I can't accept this. On the stage, Yi Xian was very excited. He was about to rush over. He was the one who wanted Long Chen to win the championship the most, and he believed that Long Chen had the ability to win. But he never thought that this would happen today. Yi Xian. Under Yi Xian's control, Yi Xian was pulled back. Then, Yi Xian said hurriedly, "Calm down, let me see if there's a way to deal with this." Yi Xian finally calmed down. At this moment, coincidentally, the divine forbidden talisman's duration was over. It wasn't that the divine forbidden talisman's duration was short, but it was enough to kill the person who was restricted several times. At this moment, under the gazes of tens of thousands of people, Long Chen silently stood up from the ground. "All right, Lian Yun, Long Chen, please leave the stage. There will be another battle soon." To prevent Long Chen from getting angry, the judge separated Long Chen and Lian Yun. But to his disappointment, Long Chen wasn't very excited. He smiled casually, as if it was something insignificant. Then, he turned around and looked at Sumo and the others. Sumo was still smiling mysteriously. Su Shui seemed to be a little angry, and Netherworld General Su Tian had a strange expression on his face. Chapter 945. This Su Tian gave Long Chen a strange feeling. To be honest, the position of Yi Xian's disciple was very important to Long Chen, but Long Chen had already been eliminated before he even got to the finals. He was a very open-minded person, so he was not impatient, but very calm. Under everyone's gaze, he returned to the seat next to Yi Xian, and the anger in his eyes slowly disappeared. Long Chen. Yi Xian and her brother looked at him, not knowing what to say. I didn't expect this either. This warrior named Lian Yun was probably lucky and found this divine forbidden talisman somewhere. I just checked Lian Yun's information. He is a genius warrior from one of the big families in a middle city. Yi Xian explained. Yi Xian and the others didn't experience it themselves, so they didn't have the feeling of being tricked like Long Chen did. However, Long Chen knew that it must have been the people next to Su Shui who were behind this. You are already a god martial realm warrior, and you are still afraid of me? Do you really need to use this kind of method to eliminate me? Long Chen sneered in his mind, and he said to Yi Xian, let's watch the battle first, I will see if there are any other ways. Long Chen was much calmer than what Yi Xian and the others had expected. Yi Xian thought about it and said, how about this, after the competition, I will still take you as my disciple, and I can still give you the killing calamity, but the floating blood divine sword is the prize of the competition, so I can't give it to you. For Long Chen, this was a great result. Long Chen didn't meet the requirements, but Yi Xian still wanted to take him as her disciple, which showed how much she valued Long Chen. Becoming the disciple of such a powerful warrior, on one hand, he would have access to more resources, and on the other hand, he would be protected and intimidated by his status. The Su family used the divine forbidden talisman to eliminate Long Chen, but they didn't expect Yi Xian to make such a decision. However, their main goal was to place Su Shui next to Yi Xian. Long Chen knew that although Yi Xian was strong, she was far behind Sumo and the others when it came to scheming. Judging from Yi Xian's current performance, Long Chen suspected that Sumo was the one who tried to assassinate Yi Xian. After satisfying Long Chen in another way, Yi Xian let go of this matter. She didn't look into the matter of the God-forbidden talisman, nor did she think of investigating it thoroughly. After all, the rules were there, and Long Chen had already lost. In her subconscious mind, the warriors in the competition were all randomly arranged, and it would be very difficult for anyone to eliminate Long Chen. The others didn't think of this either. Long Chen didn't seem to resist, and the others gradually calmed down. The day's battles gradually passed. Within the jurisdiction of the Spectre City, a group of outstanding young geniuses had successfully advanced to the next round, becoming the last 20 or so warriors. After a few more days of battles, the true champion would be decided. The following battles would probably be held in bigger arenas, and they would be held separately. This martial arts competition was finally coming to an end. Night fell, and the crowd dispersed. When the sun rose, everyone would gather here again for a new round of battles. Netherworld Army Training Camp, Purple Ink Palace. Sumo was sitting in the highest position, resting with his eyes closed. Below him, Su Shui and Su Tian were facing each other. Su Shui's chest was heaving up and down, looking at Netherworld General Su Tian, as if she was very angry. She pointed at Su Tian and said, "Father, who asked you to meddle in other people's business? Isn't it just a small sky martial realm warrior? I can deal with him myself. Don't you think it's a waste to take out the God-forbidden talisman?" Su Tian waved his hand and said, "I'm just trying my luck. I saved Lian Yun's life, and I'm absolutely trustworthy. Who would have thought that Long Chen's luck would be so bad? Out of 50 people, he just had to encounter Lian Yun, so Lian Yun had to use the God-forbidden talisman." After a short pause, he continued, "Although there are 50 people, as long as Lian Yun can hold on, the chances of him meeting Long Chen is still very high. So, you want to take out the God-forbidden talisman?" Su Shui asked while gnashing her teeth. Su Tian indifferently said, "This kind of thing can only deal with kids who haven't reached the God martial realm. What use is it? I got a few of them a while ago and I was worried that I couldn't use them. Aren't they coming in handy now? My good daughter, your father helped you get rid of a powerful enemy, don't you think you should thank me?" Su Shue's angry appearance made him really uncomfortable. It's not like that. Su Shue said with red eyes, I, a grand god martial realm warrior, need to use the god-forbidden talisman to cheat and get rid of a sky martial realm warrior? This is simply a joke. How will other people look at me? Only the three of us know about this. How will other people look at you? Su Tian was also angry. He said, did you forget what General Mo said? This Long Chen once used a skill to injure Su Yi, who was at the second level of the god martial realm. If I use that skill on you, it's very possible that you'll be killed. I did it just to be safe, and things like the god-forbidden talisman really aren't that useful for people at our level. One skill, and he even injured Su Yi. Su Shue also thought of this matter. That also made her a bit scared, but in her heart, she still didn't think that she could lose to Long Chen. Enough. Su Mo opened his eyes at this moment and spoke softly. A cold and gloomy aura reverberated in the violet ink palace. Su Shue, your father is doing this for your own good. What's done is done. Focus on becoming the champion and getting close to Yi Xian, don't talk nonsense. Then, he looked at Su Tian, a spark was burning in his eyes. Su Tian, next time, without my order, don't make a decision on your own. This is the first time, I won't argue with you, but if there's a second time, you're done for. Su Mo was never just trying to scare others. General Mo, I know I was wrong. Su Tian quickly lowered his head and said. Su Shue moved her lips, she wanted to say something but stopped. Finally, she changed her tone and said, General Mo, I will definitely complete the task that you gave me. I will help you get the right to use the Red Lotus Jade Pendant as soon as possible. All right. Sumo nodded. Just like that, the matter was over. In the following days, although Long Chen was eliminated, he would sit next to Yi Xian and watch the battles every day. In fact, if Long Chen didn't participate, Yi Xian wouldn't even want to come, but since Long Chen was there every day, he was dragged here by Long Chen. Long Chen, who hadn't participated in the battle and could only watch, was gradually forgotten by the spectators. They watched as Su Shue defeated all her opponents without being able to withstand a single move. Perhaps they would look at Long Chen on the high platform. He was the only person who had the strength to compete with Su Shue. Unfortunately, he was already eliminated. Lian Yun, who had a divine forbidden talisman, encountered Su Shue in the battles in the following days. In the eyes of the audience, it might be because Lian Yun used the divine forbidden talisman on Long Chen, making Su Shue lose her opponent, which angered Su Shue. Lian Yun was killed by Su Shue in one move. This martial competition was extremely cruel. When two people fought, one would definitely be injured. Death was a normal thing in the martial competition. After all, to win the competition, one had to use all their strength, and it was difficult to control their strength. From the beginning of the competition, many people had died. Lian Yun's death didn't bother many people, and no one would guess that it was Su Shue who destroyed his body. In fact, the divine forbidden talisman had nothing to do with Su Shue, it was Su Tian who did it on his own. As the days passed, the audience's expectations for the champion decreased. From the current situation, there was no doubt that Su Shue would become the champion. On the last day, after almost 20 battles, the two people who had never been defeated became the champions. One of them was definitely Su Shue, and the other was the strongest person under the age of 50 from the Fu clan in the Ghost City, Fu Yi. Fu Ye's strength was similar to Gong Sun Wudi, who Long Chen had fought. Before Yi Xian had come, before Su Shue had come back, they were publicly recognized as the strongest people in their age group in the Ghost City. Normally, after reaching the Sky Martial Realm, 100 years old was the most suitable age to cultivate. After that age, if one wanted to break through, it would take dozens of years, hundreds of years, or even thousands of years. Sometimes, it would be impossible to make any progress. The difficulty of the martial path was reflected in this place. Although there was less expectation, the competition had lasted for almost 20 days, so people still wanted to watch it. On that day, there were more than 100,000 people. It was a sea of people. Even some people who had been eliminated before were there to watch the competition. They wanted to see the champion with their own eyes. Among the crowd, there were Song Yang and Song Yechen. Su Shui is going to win, said Song Yechen, his eyes sparkling like stars. If that Long Chen didn't encounter the God-forbidden talisman, then there might be some suspense. But now, Su Shui is definitely going to win. She has become Yi Xian's direct disciple, and her status is even higher now. Song Yang said emotionally. Grandpa, don't overestimate Long Chen. I think he can at most compete with Fu Yi. He's still very far away from the God martial realm, said Song Yechen disdainfully. Plus, he's already eliminated, what right does he have to be mentioned by others? Song Yang shook his head and said nothing. To be honest, it was a pity that he couldn't see the battle between Long Chen and Su Shui. At this moment, under the arrangement of several God martial arts realm experts, Su Shui and Fu Yi stepped onto the largest arena of the Spectre martial arts field. This arena was completely black and made of metal. It was incomparably hard. This level of metal could simply be used to forge God-level divine weapons. Chapter 946. Fu Yi is definitely not Su Shui's match. After all, there is a huge gap between their cultivation levels. Yeah, it's a pity that Long Chen was eliminated. I didn't get to see the outcome of the battle between him and Su Shui. That makes sense. Su Shui won in the end. She hasn't fought against Long Chen, so I can't be sure if she is really stronger than Long Chen. That makes sense. Before, Long Chen easily suppressed Gong Sun Wudi, who was at the same cultivation level as Fu Yi. Now, let's see if Su Shui can easily suppress Fu Yi. I'm really looking forward to their battle. Without Long Chen, I feel that this martial arts competition is meaningless. Such discussions could be heard everywhere. After hearing this, Su Shui's face turned ice cold. She gradually clenched her fists. A cold qi exploded from her body and swept through the surroundings. This was the power of the divine martial realm. Ordinary people wouldn't be able to withstand it. They knew that Su Shui was angry, so they could only retreat and shut their mouths. Long Chen. Clenching her fists, Su Shui raised her head and looked at Long Chen, who was sitting on the high platform. At that moment, Long Chen was also looking at her. Feeling the unwillingness in her eyes, Long Chen faintly smiled. He raised his hand and made a gesture on his neck. Long Chen's provocation made Su Shui even more furious. She believed that she could definitely win against Long Chen. Those people were saying that Long Chen was on par with her. These words stimulated Su Shui's pride. The sparks between Long Chen and Su Shui could obviously be felt by Yi Xian. She had a premonition that Long Chen was going to do something. This young man had always been very bold. From the fact that he dared to save Yi Xian from the hands of a cultivator of the second layer of the divine martial realm, it could be seen. Next, it was the battle between Su Shui and Fu Yi. Fu Yi indeed had Gong Sun Wudi's methods. He had everything that Gong Sun Wudi had. Moreover, Fu Yi was a talisman master. He had many talismans in his hands. From the beginning, he used talismans to bombard Su Shui repeatedly. Soul Ice Beast Talisman. A large expanse of ice instantly covered the entire 1,000-meter arena, freezing Su Shui under layers of ice at the same time. 9 Heavenly Fire Talisman. Another rune unfurled and a flame suddenly split into 9 flames. Each flame flew towards Su Shui in 9 different directions. At this time, Su Shui was still frozen in ice. With her strength, an explosion sounded out and countless pieces of ice flew in all directions. But at this time, the 9 heavens true flame rune descended. Cold and hot mixed together and a terrifying energy rumbled towards Su Shui. Fu Yi was the first person who could attack Su Shui. Child's play. Su Shui groaned coldly. To her, Fu Yi was the same as Gong Sun Wudi. She had to defeat Fu Yi even faster than Long Chen had defeated Gong Sun Wudi. Only then could she be considered as stronger than Long Chen. Surprisingly, she was being compared to a cultivator of the Tian Qi layer. To her, that was something she couldn't accept. Underworld Ghost Hand. At this moment, Su Shui vanished from her original location. The 9 heavens true fire talismans all struck empty air, causing the entire stage to rumble. With an extremely high speed, Su Shui instantly appeared in front of Fu Yi. Her right hand abruptly grabbed out, and instantly, a strange dark green mist began to emanate from her slender arm. It abruptly expanded, transforming into a malevolent gigantic arm. Countless ghostly shadows coiled around it, and this ghostly hand grabbed towards Fu Yi in a bizarre manner. This scene caused Fu Ye's scalp to go numb, and he retreated a few steps in fear. This woman was truly abnormal. Fu Yi was very clear about each other. This woman was vicious and merciless. If he really angered her, he would definitely pay the price with his life. Protective Talisman. The protective talisman that could block the attack of a cultivator of the first layer of the divine Qi layer was used. That gigantic transparent vortex blocked the underworld ghost hand. Taking advantage of that opportunity, Fu Yi immediately escaped from the arena. He was sincerely admitting defeat. He wasn't Su Shui's opponent to begin with. That was the most correct decision. He didn't need to worry about others ridiculing him. After Fu Yi escaped, Su Shui's hand of the underworld finally broke through the protective talisman and shattered his transparent vortex. When she opened her eyes, Fu Yi had already disappeared. Although Su Shui had won, there was no smile on her face. That result was decided very quickly. Seeing that Su Shui was the only person standing on the arena, after a short moment of surprise, everyone burst into a wave of cheers and applause. Su Shui. Champion, champion. Although it was a bit regretful, such a great beauty had become the champion. She had become the direct disciple of the beautiful city leader. Although Su Shui's appearance was a bit inferior to Yi Xian's, after all, she was still young. She was still a bit immature. But in reality, Su Shui wasn't immature anymore. Looking around at those who were cheering for her, she suddenly felt that it was a bit ironic. She had won the championship very easily. At that moment, the judge announced that the champion of the martial arts competition was Su Shui. Next, let's invite our most beautiful city leader, Yi Xian, to present the prize to Miss Su Shui. At the same time, she will also accept Su Shui as her direct disciple. City leader Yi Xian, please. Amidst the cheers of the crowd, Yi Xian helplessly stood up. This martial arts competition is far grander than the previous ones. The process was also very successful. Every young man and woman's performance made me very proud. However, according to the rules, I can only present the prize to the champion. Yi Xian's clear and gentle voice reverberated in everyone's ears. Everyone was captivated and revealed an intoxicated expression. At that moment, Yi Xian took out a long sword from her storage ring. In an instant, a powerful killing intent erupted from the long sword and swept across the entire ghost martial arts arena. The majestic and ferocious killing intent and the smell of blood made it seem as if the sword had already pierced into everyone's heart, causing them to feel a chill down their spines. A bloody mist rose from the long sword. A large amount of bloody mist condensed and formed a bloody giant beast above Yi Xian's head. It roared ferociously and a soul-stirring and terrifying power was emitted from the bloody mist. Long Chen stood closer and was somewhat shocked. This is the prize for the champion of this martial arts competition. The third-grade divine rank sword, Floating Blood. Our Yi family has a total of 2 floating blood swords. One of them is a battle saber, which is in the hands of my younger brother. The other one is the floating blood in my hands. This is the weapon I used before. Now, it will be awarded to the champion of this martial arts competition. He is. At this point, Long Chen suddenly stood in front of her and interrupted her. Long Chen, what are you? Yi Xian was startled. Long Chen causing trouble at this time seemed to be somewhat inappropriate. However, Long Chen's boldness exceeded her imagination. He said, "Sister Yi Xian, I haven't lost yet." These days, Long Chen followed Yi Xian and called her that. However, if he became Yi Xian's disciple in the future, he could only call her master. "You haven't lost yet." Yi Xian vaguely knew what Long Chen was going to do. At this time, after Long Chen apologized to her, he jumped up from the high platform and directly fell on the platform where Su Shui was standing. With a rumbling sound, Long Chen's legs made 2 huge dents in the metal platform. The entire platform was trembling because of his strength. Even Su Shui was forced to take 2 steps back. Under the gaze of thousands of people, Long Chen raised his head. In his eyes, there was a crazy fighting spirit. Roar. Facing Su Shui, Long Chen issued a provocative roar. Long Chen's sudden action made many people stunned. After a while, people reacted. Long Chen wanted to challenge the champion. "Long Chen, you have already lost. Quickly get down." The 3 judges were all God martial realm experts. At this time, one of them quickly said. The martial arts competition had its own rules. Even if Long Chen was under Yi Xian's care, he could not act recklessly. Long Chen did not move. On the high platform, when Yi Xian was about to speak, Yi Xian stopped her and said with a smile, "I know that Long Chen is not a person who is willing to admit defeat. Sister, you should cooperate with him. He will give you a surprise." Seeing the trust in her brother's eyes, Yi Xian hesitated for a moment and suddenly smiled. "I can't stand you 2 kids." Long Chen's arrival caused an uproar in the audience. The confrontation between these 2 people was the battle that they were looking forward to the most. At this time, in response to the judge's words, Long Chen gradually transformed into his dragon soul transformation state. Blood-red scales and blood-red bone spurs made his appearance very ferocious. He was filled with the same killing intent as the blood-red longsword and floating blood. He looked at the 3 judges with cold blood-red eyes and suddenly said with a smile, "Who said that I lost? Who said that I lost to Su Shui? Su Shui, tell me, have I ever lost to you before?" Long Chen gave all the pressure to Su Shui. He could understand Su Shui's thoughts. This woman had shown dissatisfaction with him from the beginning. Fight, let them fight. This is the real battle. The champion just now did not count. Long Chen, you're a real man. You've got guts. I admire you from the bottom of my heart. Hurry up and get rid of this woman. If you don't defeat Long Chen, you can't be considered the champion. The audience and some of the eliminated martial artists were more or less interested in this matter as Long Chen had expected. The rest was to see Su Shui's reaction. Everyone's gaze shifted to Su Shui. Chapter 947. After saying that, Long Chen smiled mockingly and said, "I think I'd better forget it. You're just a woman, you certainly don't have the guts to compete with me and lose the championship in vain. I think I'd better get off the stage, so as not to spoil the mood of the so-called champion. I can offend anyone, but I can't offend a beauty for nothing. What do you guys think?" Long Chen's disguised provocation caused the crowd to burst into laughter. For a moment, the entire Spectre martial arts field was drowned in laughter. Many people began to feel that Long Chen was a bit cute as a hooligan. Thunderous cheers rang out. All of this, for Su Shui, made her extremely angry. She clenched her fists, gritted her teeth, and looked at Long Chen with bloodshot eyes. Finally, she took a few steps forward, and when the referee was about to drive Long Chen away, she used the Nether Ghost Hand to instantly attack Long Chen. Die! The huge Nether Ghost Hand instantly covered the top of Long Chen's head. Too slow. Long Chen laughed, his body turned into a golden lightning bolt, instantly escaping. The Nether Ghost Hand covered the ground, immediately causing the earth to shake. "Do you mean you agree to what I said before?" asked Long Chen indifferently from 3 meters behind Su Shui. You're courting death, of course I'm happy. If I lose, I'll give the championship to you. Just as Long Chen had thought, Su Shui angrily announced to everyone. Nether Ghost Hand. This was Su Shui's reply to Long Chen. A large amount of dark green fog gushed out from Su Shui's left and right arms. This fog condensed into two huge arms, on which countless ghosts were entwined, emitting ear-piercing screams. Su Shui suddenly turned her head, and the nether ghost hand on her left and right hands rushed towards Long Chen. This time, Su Shui had learned her lesson, and her movements were even faster. The two soaring nether ghost hands instantly moved in front of Long Chen. I will let you understand what the real God martial arts realm is. From within Su Shui's body came a majestic and abnormal power. What Long Chen saw wasn't a small human, but an incomparably large beast crawling in front of him. On this beast's body, there were a total of 9,999 acupuncture points and 100,000 meridians. Each acupuncture point was like a resplendent star hanging in the sky, and the meridians were the channels between the stars. Between the acupuncture points and the meridians flowed a vast amount of energy. This was divine origin energy. The body of the God martial arts realm was countless levels higher than that of the earth martial arts realm and the sky martial arts realm. Long Chen found that he had some understanding of the God martial arts realm. In terms of divine origin, such a small body couldn't contain such a huge amount of energy, but it was different for the God martial arts realm. There was a saying that a Mount Sumeru can be contained in a mustard seed. In fact, this was the same principle. The warriors of the God martial arts realm were like natural rings. In their own world, their bodies were incomparably huge, but in the eyes of outsiders, the size of the body didn't change. With such a huge amount of true essence, the nether ghost hands was something that Long Chen's current true essence couldn't resist. However, Long Chen had a speed that surpassed Su Shui's. In every inch of his body, golden lightning emerged, and densely packed golden lightning wrapped around his body. The soul-chasing hell thunder had given Long Chen excellent speed. At this time, Long Chen lightly shouted, and suddenly his body turned into lightning, and his speed soared again. Using the power of lightning, Long Chen's body passed through the two nether ghost hands. Human Emperor's Art, Sovereign's Descent. Human Emperor's Art, Martial Galaxy. With his left hand, a golden fist technique disdainfully looked down on the world, with a will that made people crawl on their knees. With his right hand, a black fist seal, violent and domineering, full of indomitable momentum. Such a battle made Long Chen's blood boil. He let out a roar that sounded like a dragon's roar, and his voice was filled with endless excitement. He found that he was a little crazy, like the pride of a dragon, especially the ancient blood spirit dragon's bloodthirst and slaughter. It made him feel like his whole body was about to explode. The sleeping bloodline awakened in his body, and together with Long Chen's attack, it was like there were billions of divine dragons roaring on his body. Long Chen had a premonition that he seemed to have inherited more essence blood. Compared to the last time he inherited Long Chen's, he was much stronger, and the time was almost up. One left and one right fist technique, one yin and one yang, blasted towards Su Shui at the same time. This was the fist technique that Long Chen performed with all his strength, and the power it created was not weaker than Su Shui's previous two moves of Ghost Hand. For the onlookers, Long Chen did not let them down. At the beginning of the battle, he showed that his fighting skills were not weaker than his opponents, and he was much stronger than Fu Ye's. When he showed his god-level cultivation method, it was almost to the point of perfection. Under Long Chen's ruthless attacks, the entire arena began to tremble. Insignificant skill. You still don't know the difference between the divine martial arts realm and the sky martial arts realm. Such an attack only made Su Shui laugh. She didn't leave her position, but just casually threw a punch. The divine martial arts realm is the path that belongs to you. You don't understand my path. This casual punch gave Long Chen a dark and strange feeling, leaning towards the cold kind. It looked like a simple attack, but it had a kind of power that made people's hearts palpitate. This is the divine martial arts realm, Su Shui's Tao. Through Long Chen's true martial emperor soul, Su Shue's attack was immediately broken up by the true martial emperor's soul. As Long Chen fought, he concentrated on studying Su Shue's Tao. This kind of power can partly trigger the cold power, and it also has a kind of pressure from the soul. It should be the feeling I get from the God martial spirit. The Tao of the divine martial arts realm, a casual punch could create the effect of a god-level battle skill. Under such circumstances, Long Chen's 2 punches were unexpectedly broken by Su Shue's casual punch. The 2 punches both disappeared. Su Shue sneered and punched again. The suffocating Tao rushed towards Long Chen again. Experience it myself. At this time, Long Chen made a decision that shocked even Su Shue. Not only did he not retreat, but he directly rushed forward. Like Su Shue, he also punched. In the sky martial arts realm, he could trigger the power of the world and form his own domain. The power of this domain collided with Su Shue's Tao of the divine martial arts realm. Whether it was comprehension or spiritual essence, Long Chen was completely defeated. Boom! Long Chen was directly shaken by the terrifying power. He turned a few times in the air and fell to the ground. It could be seen that Long Chen staggered a few steps. His face was a little pale. It was obvious that in the confrontation just now, he was already at a disadvantage. No matter how much you boast, it is nothing more than this. It seems that my decision was wrong. I should not have given a trash like you a chance at all. After repelling Long Chen with 1 move, Su Shue was in a good mood. The depression caused by Long Chen before had all disappeared. You can get out of the arena. Otherwise, I can't guarantee that you can survive under my next move. Su Shue waved her hand and said disdainfully. The onlookers also had a look of pity on their faces. It seems that Long Chen is no match for Su Shue. That's right. No matter how strong the sky martial arts realm is, in the end, it is not a match for the divine martial arts realm. Even Long Chen can't overcome this gap. In the first battle, Long Chen had magically defeated Gong Sun Wudi, which had already made people raise his position very high. Seeing that there was no hope of victory, would Long Chen be defeated? He didn't. Long Chen straightened his back. While Su Shue was laughing at him, without saying a word, he roared again and attacked Su Shue. This time, Long Chen's momentum was even more terrifying. He was like an ancient ferocious beast, his whole body emitting a terrifying bloody and murderous aura. Those scarlet scales made people want to kneel down and worship him. The battle has just begun. Using the power of the golden lightning, Long Chen gathered all the spiritual energy in his body and punched again. It was also a simple punch, but unexpectedly, it contained the willpower that only the high-level god martial arts realm could have. Void shattering. Rumble. The space shook and rumbled towards Su Shue. Su Shue didn't care at first, but when she used this combat skill, which was equivalent to a second-grade divine skill, she also felt a suffocating power. The Long Chen in front of her was like a king of slaughter that looked down on all living things. He was also like a super ferocious beast. That untamed and unruly aura of a king mixed together to form an attack that had a great impact on her god martial spirit. What a madman. Su Shue found that she was a little impressed by Long Chen. This guy was completely unleashing a combat power that was far beyond his strength. A crazy killing intent, something that even Su Shue didn't have. On the high platform, in Yi Xian's hand, the floating blood sword seemed to have sensed Long Chen's willpower. It let out a series of excited cries and trembled violently in Yi Xian's hand. It has found someone who is truly suitable for it. Yi Xian comforted the floating blood sword and said in shock. Of course, I have full confidence in Long Chen. Yi Xian smiled slyly. Even though Long Chen was at a disadvantage, he still believed that Long Chen could win. The power of void shattering made Su Shue anxious. She calmed down. Fine, I'll kill you. Peace and quiet. After saying that, Su Shue put her hands together and quickly formed a seal. A dark green rune appeared in her palms. In a short moment, the rune expanded, turning into a dark green circular formation that spun rapidly. Killer God Heart Sutra, Demon Slaughtering Formation. A cold shout rang out, and the entire place fell silent. Rumble. An explosion sounded out as the dark green formation suddenly changed. A dark green stream of energy burst out from the formation. The enormous stream of energy turned into countless ghostly figures filled with a murderous aura. Waves of sharp and cold light formed a formation that surrounded Long Chen. Chapter 948. Strengthen my great fantasy. Chapter 949. It had to be said that the attack of the demon slaughtering formation was really terrifying. It was hard to believe that it was also a move of the Killer God Heart Sutra. The Killer God Heart Sutra was a first-grade magic skill, and this demon slaughtering formation should have reached the level of a second-grade magic skill. It was on the same level as Long Chen's void breaking. However, the difference was that his opponent had 9,999 acupuncture points and had far more divine spirit than Long Chen. Such a terrifying attack aroused Long Chen's endless excitement. It could be said that for him, who was boiling with excitement at the moment, it was even more exciting. Break. Long Chen's fists danced. As the void breaking in his right hand was completed, his left hand suddenly shot out. This time, it was a cold punch. It also carried the will of Long Chen's Renhuang, the will to break the void. Back in the Myriad Lands territory, the Renhuang had used this move to directly break the void of the Myriad Lands territory. Of course, the void of the three imperial regions was incomparably stable. It was difficult for Long Chen to break it at this level. However, this will, in addition to Long Chen's indomitable momentum, was still very shocking. Boom. Two fist prints, one golden, the other black, the other een and cold. Sword chi that could tear the sky and the earth burst out from the fist prints. They clashed madly with Su Shue's demon slaughtering formation. In Su Shue's hand, the dark green formation was still constantly spinning, emitting a large amount of energy. Long Chen, with his hot blood, was competing with Su Shue's divine martial arts realm combat skills of the same level. There was a trace of shock in Su Shue's eyes. To be able to do this with the divine spirit of the sky martial arts realm, you do have some ability. It is not an exaggeration to say that you are the first person under the divine martial arts realm. However, compared to the real experts of the divine martial arts realm, you are still too far away. After saying that, Su Shue's mouth curved into a cold smile. With a twirl of his hand, the speed of the dark green array formation instantly increased by dozens of times. A large amount of cold aura was released, condensing into a huge ice-cold claw. This claw tore through the two fist energies of Long Chen and directly hit Long Chen's body. Once again, Long Chen was sent flying back, blood spurting from his mouth. This time, his injuries were even more severe, and his entire body was sent flying. Long Chen, Yi Xian and the rest all stood up, their faces filled with nervousness. Long Chen had been hit head-on, and it was very likely that he had already lost the ability to fight, which meant that he had lost. Yi Xian originally thought that Long Chen would use that lightning attack. He didn't expect that Long Chen would choose to face Su Shui head-on. With Long Chen's current strength, how could he not lose? Long Chen, hurry up and use that move of yours. Yi Xian was burning with anxiety. He spoke very loudly. Logically speaking, Long Chen should have heard him. Has he already lost? Seeing Long Chen lying on the ground, the crowd said with some regret. After all, he is not a match for the divine martial arts realm. But this Long Chen is worthy of us being proud of. In that case, hurry up and admit defeat. Although it seemed that Long Chen had lost, no one laughed at his ignorance and arrogance. Instead, they felt that his courage and spirit of challenge were very admirable. The only people who looked down on him were probably Song Yuchen and Song Yang. Hee hee, what a miserable defeat. Su Shui didn't even use the purple fire phoenix body. Long Chen was not a match for her at all. You have no strength, yet you still went up to embarrass yourself. You are really disgusting. Song Yechen pinched his middle finger and scolded. His face was filled with disdain as he looked at Long Chen, who was in the arena. Su Shui smiled. She giggled for a while. While signaling the referee to announce the winner, she said, "I've said it before. An ant like you dares to clamor in front of me. I've held back this time and didn't take your life. Next time, I won't be so polite. Don't make me do it. Get out of here." That disdainful attitude made Yi Xian, who was on the grandstand, really disgusted. Even Yi Xian, who was next to him, felt that Su Shui's personality was not what she had expected. At that moment, a burst of cheers came from the Spectre martial arts field. Because they saw that the seriously injured Long Chen was struggling to stand up again. His physique was much stronger than ordinary people. Even if he was injured, he could quickly stand up. More importantly, his will was much stronger than ordinary people. Is this the attack of the divine martial arts realm? That's all there is to it. Under the amazed eyes of the crowd, Long Chen stood up straight and wiped the blood from the corner of his mouth. The true martial imperial soul was still flashing gray light between his eyebrows. A large amount of information from Su Shui was copied by Long Chen and transferred to him. He's not dead. Su Shui was a little shocked. The domineering and unyielding look in Long Chen's eyes made her flinch. She always felt that she had encountered a battle maniac who did not care about his own life. Taking a step back, Su Shui's eyes became even colder. She waved her hand and said with a smile, "All right, if that's the case, let's do it again. Let's see if you can still hold on." The demon slaughtering formation of the Godly Killer Sutra was activated again. The dark green light formation spun in Su Shui's hand, and a large amount of mist gushed out, condensing into thousands of ghosts and attacking Long Chen. Just a little bit more. Seeing such an attack, everyone cried out in surprise, but only Long Chen smiled. Under Su Shui's strong threat, Long Chen felt that his own martial spirit was advancing by leaps and bounds. Just a bit more and he would have been able to reach the 8th level of the Heaven Realm in advance. Once he reached LV8 of the Divine Martial Realm, his pure qi would rise to the peak of the Divine Martial Realm. With the Yin-Yang Sword Spirit, he was confident that he could deal with a cultivator who had just reached LV1 of the Divine Martial Realm. Now, Long Chen was only a hair's breadth away from Su Shui. It's the demon slaughtering formation again. No matter how tough Long Chen is, he's done for this time. A look of pity appeared on the faces of the crowd. Yi Xian was about to save Long Chen, but her brother next to her said firmly, "Don't go. He's not an idiot, he's very smart. He must have a reason for doing this." Although they hadn't known each other for a long time, Yi Xian had already treated Long Chen as a brother. He knew that although Long Chen was crazy and adventurous, everything was under his control. Once again, Long Chen was like a roaring bloody beast, roaring and resisting Su Shui's attacks. Every time he punched, Su Shui's demon slaughtering formation would be shaken back. However, Su Shui's divine qi was too strong. Just like before, after she increased the power of her attacks, Long Chen was blown away again. Furthermore, the result this time was even more disastrous. Everyone could see the blood splattering from Long Chen's body. He's dead. There's no way he can survive such an attack. What a terrifying person. Long Chen's unyielding spirit deeply shocked everyone. Seeing Long Chen being blown away again, everyone was in awe. However, what happened next left everyone dumbfounded. Long Chen didn't die, but he managed to break through the last barrier under Su Shui's pressure. His martial spirit underwent a rapid change and reached the 8th layer of the Heaven Martial Realm. Long Chen's body was much stronger than others. His recovery ability was also top-notch. Su Shui's second attack didn't cause too much damage to his body. On the contrary, it helped him break through. In the great virtual realm, the blood of the nether beasts that Long Chen hid was absorbed by Long Chen into his meridians. He refined the blood into qi and turned it into blood-red pure origin that merged with Long Chen's pure origin. His pure origin skyrocketed and rose again and again. And during this process, Long Chen steadily landed on the ground. A huge amount of quintessential essence surged through every inch of his body. It even slightly healed the injuries in his body. Dragon blood had a powerful regenerative ability. Judging from the fact that Long Chen could land steadily on the ground, not only was he not dead, but he had also become even more powerful. Everyone noticed that Long Chen's quintessential origin energy was rising rapidly. Impossible. Isn't his pure origin already at the heaven martial realm? How can it increase to such a degree? Could it be that he hasn't used his full strength before? He's been suppressing himself. He waited until now to use his full strength. Is the real battle starting now? No matter what, this young man called Long Chen is really a monster among monsters. Looking at the man bathed in blood, his eyes were sharp, his expression was crazy, and his strength was rapidly rising. A huge amount of blood spread around. Almost everyone felt respect and admiration. Long Chen had endured until now and he had finally achieved his goal. Actually, he could have defeated Su Shui at the very beginning. He had a lot of divine gems now. He estimated that if he burned 1/3 of his total wealth, he could have directly defeated Su Shui. But he didn't choose to do that. He fought with Su Shui with force. He wanted to use the pressure Su Shui gave him to make him reach the 8th level of the heaven martial realm. With that kind of willpower, Long Chen reached the perfect 8th level of the heaven martial realm in the battle. His strength improved again. He wasn't far from the 9th level of the heaven martial realm. As long as he reached the 9th level of the heaven martial realm, he wouldn't be far from the god martial realm. Long Chen had a premonition that with his body, which was different from everyone else's, when he reached the god martial realm, there would definitely be different changes. It would definitely bring an incomparably huge leap to Long Chen's cultivation. The cheers made Long Chen enjoy it very much. For this moment of glory, his previous patience didn't matter anymore. On the stage, Yi Xian revealed a beautiful smile. She helplessly looked at Yi Xian and said, "It seems like you know him quite well." Chapter 950. You believe that he will win in the end? Asked Yi Xian. I can guarantee that he will definitely be the champion. In the crowd, Song Yang and Song Yechen's expressions were very ugly. Song Yechen curled his lips and said, "So what if he has increased in strength? He will still die in the end." The increase in Long Chen's strength made this final battle full of suspense. This small martial arts competition was full of twists and turns and was full of interesting points. Everyone felt that this trip was not in vain. Even if they did not win the championship, they could still brag to others when they returned. In the Netherworld army, Su Tian was a bit uneasy. It's nothing. Even if he has increased in strength, he is still not a match for Shui, said Sumo decisively. Su Tian finally calmed down. Because they were in the range of Yi Xian's divine awareness, they did not talk too much. On the fighting stage, the crowd was cheering for Long Chen. That made Su Shui's expression sink bit by bit. That did not make sense. Su Shui was obviously a great beauty, but everyone seemed to be on Long Chen's side. Su Shui was half disdainful of that calm young man and half worried about him. His disdainful gaze and the killing intent that was bursting out of his body made that young man extremely terrifying. Su Shui suppressed the discomfort in her heart. Under the gazes of the crowd, Long Chen's cultivation level increased to the 8th Tian Qi layer. The injuries on his body were gradually recovering. Even if he was injured, it would not affect Long Chen's willpower at that moment. I didn't have enough fun just then, let's do it again. Long Chen walked step by step towards Su Shui. Golden lightning was flowing all over his body. He could easily reach Su Shui in 1 or 2 steps. Idiot, I will let you experience the power of my Su family's purple flame phoenix body. At this time, Su Shui was enraged. A muffled sound was heard as if something inside Su Shue's body had exploded. Suddenly, a purple flame soared into the sky and burned on Su Shue's body. Long Chen saw that on Su Shue's body, a phantom of purple feathers had appeared and covered her whole body. Behind her, a pair of huge phoenix wings spread open. Of course, it was also a phantom, but this phantom contained a terrifying power. A scorching heat surged towards Long Chen. Under this purple fire, even the metal platform gradually turned red. If Su Shui had stood on it for too long, she might have melted. As soon as the violet fire phoenix physique appeared, Su Shui displayed a super terrifying might. The Su family's bloodline seemed to have a slight connection with the ancient phoenix. That was why they were able to display such might. The king of all birds was standing in front of Long Chen just like that. Su Shui gently flapped her wings and in a flash, the purple flame turned into a ball and its speed was countless times faster than before. However, Long Chen had the divine dragon's bloodline, moreover, it was the ancestral dragon. How could the ancestral dragon be afraid of the phoenix? The Su family's bloodline originally had a suppressive might against their enemies. However, that might was completely useless against Long Chen. Furthermore, Su Shui had a feeling that after using the violet fire phoenix physique, she felt a natural fear towards Long Chen in the depths of her heart. How could this be? Su Shui's heart was pounding. Anger was burning in her chest. No matter what, I have to kill this brat first. After displaying the purple flame phoenix body, her battle prowess had increased once again. At that moment, she clasped her hands together and abruptly raised them. Immediately, countless illusory feathers enveloped by purple flames appeared behind her. Thousands upon thousands of them charged toward Long Chen. The purple flame feathers filled the entire sky. Each and every one of the purple flame feathers was like a blade burning with flames. Furthermore, they were filled with enormous power. Violet flame feather. This speed, Long Chen was like a ghost. Everyone was worried about him, but now, his speed seemed to have increased. The golden soul chasing hell lightning was tempering his body. Among the countless purple flame feathers, Long Chen turned into a flash of golden lightning. What stunned everyone was that the countless purple flame feathers didn't even touch Long Chen. Without a doubt, the speed of the purple flame feathers was very fast. However, the current Long Chen was even faster. Impossible. Su Shui was stupefied. That many purple flame feathers had consumed most of her divine origin energy. However, there was no effect at all. Long Chen, who was madly rushing towards her, was like an ancient ferocious beast emitting boundless murderous qi. Su Shui felt a kind of fear deep in her bones. The Su family had a part of the ancient divine beast's bloodline. And in ancient times, the millions of divine dragons that ruled over the continent were the true rulers. All living things had to submit to the rule of the dragons. It was normal for Su Shui to have such a feeling. Sovereign's descent. Martial galaxy. Long Chen's speed was so fast that it made one's hair stand on end. After his strength increased, his current speed was probably something that a martial artist at the first level of the divine martial realm, such as Yi Xian, wouldn't be able to surpass him in terms of speed. The two fist skills were both yin and yang. However, the attack this time was much stronger than before. Long Chen's estimation was not wrong. Although Su Shui had awakened the violet flame phoenix body, her strength was only at the initial stage of awakening. She could only use the violet flame feather. Therefore, Long Chen still had hope of winning. Roar. Long Chen's whole body was burning with the flames of battle. Su Shui could only helplessly resist his crazy attacks. Although she was strong, the speed of the violet flame feather was not comparable to Long Chen's speed. Even the current slaughtering demon formation was unable to lock onto Long Chen. Everyone was stunned. In the arena, Su Shui was very passive. She could only deal with Long Chen's attacks from all directions. Long Chen's body flickered around Su Shui. Golden lightning covered the entire arena. It's over. Hearing this voice, Su Shui turned around in shock. However, there was nothing behind her. I've been tricked. Su Shui was shocked and changed her direction again. However, this time it was too late. Long Chen's shattering the void had already arrived in front of her. The previous shattering the void had almost resisted the power of her slaughtering demon formation, not to mention now. Rumble. The devil slaughtering formation was shattered by Long Chen. The dark green formation in Su Shui's hand was like glass, instantly shattering. Long Chen's powerful fist energy slammed into her body. He didn't have the slightest intention of going easy on her. Break. With a loud roar, the crowd seemed to hear countless shattering sounds. Ripples appeared in the air and spread behind Su Shui. Boom. Su Shui screamed. Her body was like a rocket. She was directly shaken out of the arena by Long Chen. Under Long Chen's precise control, she fell into the arms of martial sumo. Puff. Su Shui spurted out a mouthful of blood. Her face was pale. She looked at Long Chen with an extremely unwilling expression. Blood gushed out from all parts of her body. She even had serious internal injuries. The damage caused by Long Chen's punch has exceeded the damage she caused to Long Chen. Martial Mo, I. Su Shui said a few words full of regret and sadness. She was dizzy from the dizziness in her head. Bastard. Su Tian, who was at the side, was burning with rage. He was about to kill Long Chen, but when he saw Su Mo's cold eyes, he broke out in a cold sweat. He hurriedly stopped and hugged Su Shui into his arms. Suppressing the anger and hatred in his heart, he said, Martial Mo, I'll take her back to heal first. Sumo took out a small bottle from his storage ring and said, let her drink this. She will recover in 3 days. Thank you, Martial Mo. After Su Tian finished speaking, he disappeared from Sumo's side. His speed was hundreds of times faster than Long Chen. If Long Chen fell into Su Tian's hands, he would definitely be killed in a second. Su Tian's strength was in the 3rd layer of the divine martial realm, the celestial realm. The celestial realm warriors were one with the heaven and earth. They could perfectly display the power of the domain. When fighting, they could draw the power of the heaven and earth. They were extremely powerful. Fighting against a celestial realm warrior was like fighting against the entire heaven and earth. In the arena. At this time, the young man who was covered in blood but had an incomparably fiery look in his eyes was still standing there. He gradually withdrew his dragon soul transformation. His body shook and he almost fell to the ground. However, his eyes were still burning. Today's battle had consumed most of his strength. There were many reasons why he didn't want to use the little golden lightning beast to deal with Su Shui. On one hand, Long Chen didn't want to expose this skill in front of everyone. On the other hand, he didn't have many divine crystals. He could use them to save his life in the future. Long Chen didn't want to waste them at this time. On the other hand, he wanted to train his battle strength and improve his realm. If he kept relying on the little golden lightning beast's power, it would be very difficult for him to improve. Therefore, he crazily persevered. Then, he obtained his own success and won the respect of everyone. An earth-shattering cheer suddenly rang out at this moment. Long Chen, Long Chen. Almost everyone was shouting that name. From Long Chen's body, they saw the word hero. That day, Long Chen was absolutely dazzling. From that day on, the entire Spirit Main City would know Long Chen's name. Moreover, he was the first person to defeat a cultivator of the divine martial realm in front of everyone with the strength of the 9th layer of the Tian martial realm. He had won in such a beautiful way. The entire Spirit Main City was immersed in endless cheers. Chapter 951. Grandpa, how are you compared to Su Shui? Song Yechen said in a trembling voice. His voice was full of expectation. Song Yang said helplessly, Su Shui is young and invincible, and she has awakened the purple phoenix body. I am no match for her. Song Yechen was desperate. Didn't that mean that Long Chen was stronger than his grandpa? If so, how would he dare to offend Long Chen in the future? Moreover, Long Chen was about to become Yi Xian's disciple. Whether it was in terms of status or identity, Long Chen was far superior to Song Yechen. At this moment, Song Yechen sadly felt that the disdainful young man standing on the stage was like a mountain that he would never be able to surpass in his life. Let's go back and cultivate. Song Yang seemed to have aged a lot in an instant. All right. Song Yechen nodded blankly. They squeezed out of the cheering crowd with great difficulty. On the stage, even Yi Xian, who knew Long Chen very well, was shocked. He didn't use that move, he defeated Su Shua with his own strength. Yi Xian's eyes were filled with admiration. He felt that compared to the first time they met, Long Chen's strength was much stronger. Yi Xian, who was standing next to him, had a praising look on her face. This young man is an incredible genius. He might be a little slow in cultivation, but in other aspects, his fighting skills, willpower, and experience, he is top-notch. Even Yi Xian, who was at the 5th level of the God Martial Realm, a wind-fire-thunder tribulation cultivator, was praising Long Chen. It was obvious that Long Chen's performance today had won everyone's hearts. Suddenly, the divine sword floating blood in Yi Xian's hand moved by itself. With a buzzing sound, floating blood turned into a bloodlight and flew into Long Chen's hand. When Long Chen grabbed floating blood let out a buzzing sound. It could be seen how much this sword liked Long Chen's aura. From floating blood's body, Long Chen felt a kind of cold and sharp energy. This was a kind of bloody killing intent. By relying on Long Chen's yin-yang sword soul, he was able to draw out the power of floating blood's divine sword and explode out with 10 times the killing power. With God's sword floats blood, the sharp sword chi spat out in all directions. It was even more terrifying than Hades' king breaks ranks. Countless blood-red sword chi whizzed around Long Chen, causing everyone's scalps to go numb. Blood-red scales, ice-cold eyes, and a blood-red sword. At this moment, Long Chen was like a god of death. The king of slaughter. No one disturbed Long Chen. Long Chen imbued his yin-yang sword soul into floating blood. Floating blood, floating blood, floating blood, this was a sword-intent realm. The golden sword soul was extremely young, while the black sword soul was extremely yin and cold. The dragon-shaped sword soul split into 2 and entered floating blood. They didn't change floating blood's blood-red color. Instead, they left 2 intertwining dragon-shaped marks on the blood-red blade. One was golden, one was black. Instantly, floating blood buzzed. Whether it was in terms of might or strength, it had increased by a lot. After being imbued by Long Chen's dragon-shaped sword soul, floating blood seemed to have gained spirituality. Its killing intent was revealed and it became even more terrifying. Only then did Long Chen put floating blood away. After he learned Yi Clan's killing calamity, Long Chen's strength would increase by leaps and bounds when he used floating blood. Looking at Yi Xian on the high platform, Long Chen revealed a smile. At this moment, the judge finally reacted and announced excitedly, "Now, I will announce that the champion of this competition is Long Chen. He has gained the recognition of the 3rd-grade divine sword, floating blood. At the same time, he will become our strongest and most beautiful city lord, Yi Xian's direct disciple." The applause was like a tidal wave, rolling over. Yi Xian lightly tapped the ground with the tip of her foot. She looked like a dreamy goddess as she walked down from the stage. Her purple dress was fluttering in the wind. This peerless woman who looked like she had walked out of a legend was standing in front of Long Chen. There was a peaceful smile on her beautiful face, and her eyes were filled with praise and satisfaction towards Long Chen. "Congratulations. From today onwards, you will be my, Yi Xian's, only disciple." Long Chen hurriedly half-knelt on the ground. He definitely had to pay respects to this revered master. Since this revered master could help him, it didn't matter if he called her revered master. There were many benefits. The two sisters of the Yi clan gave him a very good feeling. Long Chen greets master. Long Chen's voice could be heard by everyone. With this, their master-disciple relationship was established. The waves of applause swept across the place again and did not stop for a long time. After 20 consecutive days of martial arts competition, everyone is tired. Now that the final result has come out, everyone should disperse. Yes, it was all over. If it was another city master, he or she might throw a banquet for 3 days and 3 nights, but Yi Xian wouldn't do that. Her personality was mostly quiet and indifferent. That kind of lively atmosphere didn't suit her at all. The people of the city lord's mansion began to maintain the order of the departure. The details of this martial arts competition would be spread to the ears of countless people through the mouths of these people. The most discussed person was undoubtedly Long Chen. Good brother. Yi Xian didn't feel unfamiliar with Long Chen since a long time ago. After a fierce hug, Yi Xian laughed and said, "From today onwards, you will have to call me uncle. Little Chen Chen, hurry up and call me uncle." Long Chen punched him and said with a smile, "Let's do our own thing. It's none of your business." At this moment, everyone else had left. Yi Xian walked in front of Sumo. Seeing that Sumo still had a smile on his face, Yi Xian relaxed a little and said, "I am really sorry this time. I couldn't control the situation after that, don't be like that. I saw that you have good eyesight. It's none of your business. Besides, Long Chen does have some good points in terms of fighting. If you teach him well, he will have the chance to become a powerful warrior in the future." Sumo said with a smile, as if he did not care too much about it. "But, Su Shue's injury, I have already made her take the medicinal pellet I made. She will recover in 3 days. You don't have to worry about her anymore. This kid has always thought highly of herself. This time, she suffered a bit, it will help her. The competition has just ended. You still have a lot of things to take care of. I will go back first." Sumo stood up and helped Yi Xian lift her long hair and put it behind her ear. This action made Yi Xian blush a little. Yi Xian nodded lightly. The two of them had been together for a long time. Many things had become natural. Sumo quickly left with the captains of the underworld army. Dugu Jun could take care of the rest. Yi Xian brought Long Chen, Yi Xian, and the others back to the Castellan Palace. Long Chen had officially become Yi Xian's disciple. A lot of news had spread to the Castellan Palace. Now, when the soldiers of the Castellan Palace saw Long Chen, they would call him young master. Long Chen's original purpose for coming here was the nether battlefield. He did not expect to stay in the Castellan Palace. After the battle with Su Shui, he realized that he had many shortcomings. Yi Xian's injury had not healed, so Long Chen did not plan to go to the nether battlefield for the time being. He had just found a cheap master. He must get some benefits first. Inside the city lord's mansion, after Yi Xian told Long Chen about the things he needed to pay attention to, she took out a small red stone from her summer ring and said, "Calamity Slaughter, this is the most famous third-ranked godly skill of our Yi clan. It's inside this Calamity Slaughter stone. Whether you can learn it or not, it's all up to you. Using drifting blood and this killing calamity, as long as you have enough true yuan, your fighting strength and killing power will be greatly increased. Although it's a grade 3 godly skill, it's not impossible for it to explode with the might of a grade 4 godly skill." Long Chen did not have much to say. He would repay others' kindness with his actions. "Thank you. There's no need. You fought for it yourself. My little brother has a good relationship with you, and you're his friend. Not to mention that you're my apprentice, just based on your relationship with my little brother, I'll take good care of you. In the future, no one will dare to touch you in the Spectre Lord City." With Yi Xian's words, Long Chen was relieved. "What do you plan to do next?" Yi Xian asked. "I will focus on practicing the killing calamity for a while. At the same time, I will consolidate my cultivation and try to reach the God martial realm as soon as possible." Long Chen said. Yi Xian nodded with satisfaction and said, "If you have any questions or need a sparring partner, I will arrange it for you. My brother's injuries have not recovered yet. I think he wants to go to the nether battlefield. I think you are someone who can't stay idle. You can go with him. Aren't you afraid that someone will try to assassinate him again?" Long Chen asked. "At that time, I will ask Grandpa Dugu to follow you. Don't tell him that Grandpa Dugu is a warrior at the 3rd level of the divine martial arts realm. With his protection, I will be much more relieved. Moreover, this time, I will definitely find the murderer. If you have any news, you can tell me." Thinking about this killer, Yi Xian had a headache. Although she had a good temper, someone had touched her brother. She could not let them do as they pleased. "I think that Sumo is the person you are looking for. After all, in the entire Spirit City, only he has the strength and courage." Long Chen suddenly said something shocking. "Impossible." Yi Xian was shocked. She shook her head and said, "I have been with him for many years. He is not that kind of person. Plus, he has no reason to attack my brother." "Long Chen, how can you think like that?" Long Chen smiled and said, "Nothing, I was just joking. Okay, I will go back to practice now. When the time comes, I will go to the nether battlefield with Yi Xian." The secret of the nether blood river was still waiting for Long Chen to find out. After speaking, Long Chen left. Looking at Long Chen's back, Yi Xian's face became serious. "Su Mo, oh Su Mo, even he suspects you. Could it really be you? But, why is he doing this?" Chapter 952. About half a month later, the heat of the martial arts competition slowly dissipated. However, Long Chen, the tough and crazy young man, was forever engraved in people's hearts. Now, when people talked about what happened that day, they still took great pleasure in talking about it. Long Chen was the first person in history to be able to defeat an expert in the God martial arts realm with the strength of the Sky martial arts realm in front of so many people. He became the personal disciple of the beautiful city lord, which was also what everyone expected. Now, in the hearts of the people, Long Chen's position was almost the same as Yi Xian's. They were both talented young men under Yi Xian. Although Yi Xian was the brother of the beautiful city lord, there was a big gap in their age. When the heat of the martial arts competition gradually died down, Su Shue's injuries finally recovered. This was the first time she saw Sumo after her recovery. In this spacious and spacious purple-inked palace, only Sumo and Su Shue stood here. Compared to before, Su Shue was much more restrained. Her face was full of guilt. She knelt in front of Sumo and said, "General Mo, this time it was my fault. I was too careless, so the opponent took advantage of me and made you lose face. Su Shue deserves to die." Sumo shook his head with a smile. He gently waved his arm, and Su Shue was under his control. She was pulled towards Sumo. After a while, Su Shue was already sitting on Sumo's lap. Su Shue moaned and fell into Sumo's arms. Her eyes were full of tears. That youth called Long Chen, although his cultivation level is not high, he is a high-level sword martialist. He also has many tricks up his sleeves. More importantly, he has a tenacious temperament. You can't compare to him. This kind of person must have fought his way up from the bottom. The battles he has experienced are thousands of times more than yours. It is reasonable for you to lose to him, so don't blame yourself. Okay. Su Shue nodded obediently and said, "Even so, I still won't let him go. The next time we meet, if there's a chance, I'll definitely end the battle quickly and kill him. Don't worry about it. The martial arts competition has backfired. If we do anything in a short period of time, Yi Xian might really get suspicious. We have to lay low for a while. I have been working hard for the Red Lotus Jade Pendant for hundreds of years. A little more won't make a difference. Are we going to lie low?" Su Shue's eyes were filled with reluctance. Not only did Sumo not blame her, but he actually cared about her. That moved Su Shui. Suddenly, her eyes glittered, and she gritted her teeth as she made a decision. General Mo, when I was on a mission, I happened to obtain a type of pill. I think you should be able to use it, Su Shui suddenly said boldly. What is it? Sumo's interest was piqued and he asked curiously. Su Shui took out a box that was emitting a pink mist from her storage ring. Suddenly, an enchanting atmosphere filled the surroundings, causing Sumo and Su Shui to become restless. They felt their bodies become extremely hot. That desire rose out of nowhere. Without any warning, the hot body in his arms made their bodies boil. Feeling Sumo's hot aura, Su Shui quickly put the box back into her storage ring. Shui, what on earth is this? How can it arouse people's lust and make them lose their minds? Sumo asked, his eyes sparkling with excitement. Su Shui giggled and said, this thing is not made by the people of our serene hell mansion. It is said that it came from Emperor Dong's palace. Only one person can make this kind of pill. Therefore, countless women were raped by him without being able to resist. They were even reluctant to leave him afterwards. However, because he had committed too many crimes, Silver Demon was killed by someone sent by Emperor Dong's palace. This is probably the only third-level pill he left in the world. Although it is a third-level pill, even women at the fifth level of the divine martial realm can't resist its characteristics. Sumo's eyes lit up. Obviously, he had also heard about Silver Demon's shocking deeds. At this moment, he held Su Shui's hand excitedly and said, Shui, the pill in your hand is the pill of outstanding beauty and fragrance. Su Shui nodded obediently and said, that's right, as long as you let that bitch Yi Xian consume this great beauty pill, she will definitely lose herself, and her desires will skyrocket. She will flirt with you like a dragon and a phoenix, entangling with you until one of them dies. She might even listen to everything you say after that. Tell me, with this great beauty pill, the right to use the red lotus jade pendant will be ours. Sumo's body shook, then he laughed crazily. Even the heavens are helping me. Shui, you really are my lucky star. Don't worry, even if I have Yi Xian, I will not abandon you. You are my, Sumo's, real treasure. Hearing this, Su Shui was relieved. She didn't take out the pill of outstanding beauty and fragrance because she was worried that Sumo would forget about her after he had Yi Xian. After losing to Long Chen, she finally decided to take out the pill of outstanding beauty and fragrance. General Mo, when do you plan to make your move? Su Shui asked curiously. It's June now. On the 15th of the 8th month, the Spirit City will hold a citywide lantern festival. It will be very lively. Yi Xian is easily influenced by the atmosphere. I will be alone with her then. As long as I control it well, my chances of success will be very high. Yi Xian, you have been guarding against me for so many years. This time, you are finally going to fall into my trap. As he spoke, Sumo started to take off Su Shui's clothes. No, I just recovered. Su Shui put up a show of resistance. Sumo didn't care. In his fantasies, the girl under him was already Yi Xian. The beautiful body that he had desired for so long was now under him. Sumo's fighting spirit was ignited. After everything in the Spirit City settled down, Long Chen started to familiarize himself with the floating blood in his hands. At the same time, he started to practice the calamity slaughter that Yi Xian had taught him. Both Yi Xian and Long Chen had practiced this battle skill before, so they could help Long Chen a lot. Long Chen's comprehension was already very high, and under their guidance, his mastery of the calamity slaughter improved by leaps and bounds. The main reason was because he had the ancient blood spirit dragon's inheritance, and the calamity slaughter battle skill focused on killing. That was why Long Chen was able to learn this battle skill so easily. This battle skill was extremely compatible with his own attributes. In Yi Xian's hand was a saber, also named Floating Blood. Both swords had the same characteristics as Long Chen's long sword, so they should have originated from the same place. Floating Blood Sword. Dragon Slayer. Sword of Chaos Demon. Calamity Slaughter. In the training field of the city lord's mansion, Long Chen and Yi Xian turned into two shadows, fighting at high speed. This was a new training method that they had found not long ago. Yi Xian's strength was at the peak of the first level of the divine martial realm. He was stronger than Su Shui, so when he fought with Long Chen, he always won. But at the same time, Long Chen had the same speed as him, so he would not lose too badly. When fighting with Yi Xian, Long Chen also opened the true martial emperor's soul, constantly learning new knowledge. The help that Yi Xian had given him was also very great. A blood-red saber and a blood-red longsword were flying up and down in the training field, neither giving way to the other. A series of whistling sounds rang out in the martial arts arena. This time, Yi Xian suppressed his divine energy. He had already fought with Long Chen for more than 4 hours. This kind of battle allowed Long Chen to fully hone his skills. The only difference was that Long Chen was not in the nether battlefield, so he could not display the murderous aura of calamity slaughter while fighting with Yi Xian. Therefore, the improvement was not as obvious as Long Chen had imagined. Go to hell, you pervert. Dragon Slayer. The saber in Yi Xian's hand turned into a blood-red waterfall, rushing madly towards Long Chen. This waterfall was like a huge saber, quite terrifying, much more terrifying than the demon slaughtering formation that Su Shui had used before. After all, Calamity Slaughter was a third-grade divine skill. Sword of Chaos Demon. Long Chen's sword surged wildly, and a blood-red vortex appeared on his sword. Within the vortex, there were countless sword shadows in the shape of dragons. A powerful strangling force appeared, tearing apart Yi Xian's Dragon Slayer completely. I can't do it anymore. After executing the third move of Calamity Slaughter and destroying Yi Xian's second move, Long Chen retreated pathetically. In terms of quantity, his true energy could not be compared to Yi Xian's. Therefore, by the time he had fought to this extent, his true energy was almost empty. However, Yi Xian reckoned that he still had a lot more. You pervert, you finally admit defeat to this young master. Yi Xian also stopped. He and Long Chen collected floating blood at the same time, then he smiled and walked towards Long Chen. He looked at Long Chen as if he was looking at a monster and said, "It's not an exaggeration to say that you are a pervert. Even I spent countless years to successfully learn the 4 moves of Calamity Slaughter. You actually learned all of them in less than 2 months. Moreover, you executed them so skillfully. What the hell?" Calamity Slaughter was a genuine battle skill of the 3 great Emperor regions. Compared to the Emperor technique, it was a third-grade divine skill. The simplest move, Floating Blood Sword, was much more powerful than the Void Break that Long Chen had executed before. Moreover, Long Chen had floating blood as his weapon. If he encountered a warrior at the same level as Su Shui, Long Chen would not have a hard time fighting. He could defeat his opponent with just a few moves. Actually, the gap between him and Yi Xian was not that big. With Long Chen's current skills, as long as he reached the 9th level of the Heaven Martial Realm, he would be able to defeat Yi Xian. Chapter 953. The two of them had been training for more than a month. Long Chen's biggest gain was that through his own and Yi Xian's execution, he'd completely learned the battle skill of killing tribulation. At the same time, he'd also familiarized himself with the usage of floating blood. It had been a long time since he'd used a sword, but now that he was using it, he still had a feeling of proficiency. Another harvest was in the area of martial arts. Long Chen was now only one step away from being a real expert. As long as he broke through the 9th level of the Heaven Martial Arts realm, he wouldn't be far from the God Martial Arts realm. The God Martial Arts realm was the time for him to truly transform. He believed that as long as he reached the God Martial Arts realm, he would absolutely cause a huge shock. Stars. 9,999 acupuncture points appeared in his body. Long Chen was also looking forward to it. However, 2 months had passed. Long Chen felt that if he continued to fight like this with Yi Xian, he wouldn't gain much. After all, the two of them weren't fighting to the death. He didn't have the feeling that one wrong step could lead to death when he fought with Su Shui. At that moment, Yi Xian suddenly said, "My injuries have recovered. Brother Chen, why don't we go to the nether battlefield to practice? With you there, you have the ability to escape. The person who tried to assassinate me won't be able to do anything." Yi Xian's words were exactly what Long Chen wanted. Moreover, Long Chen wanted to see the Nether Blood Sea. Kitten said that there was a huge seal there. Even Kitten was so interested in it. Long Chen believed that there would definitely be something extraordinary in there. Long Chen didn't have any scruples. Yi Xian had already predicted that her brother wouldn't be able to stay, so she sent Du Gejun, an expert in the complete third level of the God martial arts realm, to secretly protect them. In fact, even in the governor's mansion, Du Gejun was also secretly protecting the two youngsters. "Alright, but we have to say goodbye to your sister." Long Chen nodded. "She probably won't let us go." Yi Xian said worriedly. "I won't." Long Chen took the lead and followed Long Chen to the Zishuan Palace where Yi Xian usually took care of business. Yi Xian was currently dealing with the affairs of the Spectre main city, and Long Chen didn't want to disturb her work, so he directly told Yi Xian the reason for their visit. To Yi Xian's surprise, Yi Xian actually agreed without hesitation. "Sister, you really don't have to worry. With Long Chen around, I feel much more at ease." Yi Xian chuckled softly. Long Chen's personality was more mature than Yi Xian's. Yi Xian knew Long Chen very well. Although Long Chen was in the same generation as Long Chen, in terms of personality, Yi Xian had always treated Long Chen as her peer, a trustworthy person. Of course, the reason why they were at ease was because Du Gejun was secretly protecting them. With Du Gejun's strength, he could be considered a top expert in the entire Spirit Hell Prefecture. The third level of the God Martial Realm, the Celestial Realm, a warrior who could use his domain to its peak. "When do you want to leave?" Yi Xian then asked. "Since we've decided, we can leave now if there's nothing else." Long Chen didn't have the habit of procrastinating. "I see." Yi Xian said a little regretfully, "In about 20 days, it will be the 15th of August. At that time, there will be a very beautiful lantern show in the Spectre main city. If you go now, you won't be able to see it." "Pfft, who would want to see that kind of thing?" Yi Xian looked at his sister with disdain. "Alright, then be careful." Yi Xian thought about it and felt that Long Chen and the others wouldn't be interested in this kind of lantern show, so she didn't argue with Long Chen and Yi Xian. After saying goodbye to Yi Xian, Long Chen and Yi Xian changed into their Netherworld armors and headed towards the Netherworld Legion's training camp. Although they had left the Netherworld Legion's training camp for a long time without any reason, which was against the rules, with Yi Xian and Sumo's relationship, no one would care about it. Long Chen's soul-devouring demonic eyes could see within 1 mile, but the divine sense of the third level of the divine martial realm couldn't reach that far. In fact, Long Chen knew where Du Gejun was, but in order to avoid Yi Xian's displeasure, he didn't say it out loud. Yi Xian had actually told Du Gejun that both Long Chen and Du Gejun were going to train. If it wasn't for the fact that their lives were in danger, or if there was a sudden crisis, Du Gejun wouldn't intervene. Although Du Gejun wasn't a member of the Netherworld Legion, because of his relationship with Yi Xian, it was very easy for him to enter the Netherworld battlefield. When he came to the Netherworld Legion again, Long Chen's identity was different. From an unknown person, he was now a well-known young genius, and even the direct disciple of the beautiful city lord. Just this point alone made Long Chen jealous. However, when they realized that Long Chen's strength could actually defeat Su Shui, who was in the divine martial realm, everyone's jealousy turned into awe. Moreover, Yi Xian was standing next to Long Chen, so who would dare to act rashly? The guards at the entrance of the training camp today weren't Song Yang's men, so Long Chen easily entered the training camp and headed in the direction of the life and death camp. On the way, no one dared to stop Long Chen and Yi Xian, and many people even greeted them. In terms of military rank, they were the lowest in the Netherworld Legion, but in terms of strength and status, ordinary centurions wouldn't dare to act rashly in front of them. The centurions guarding the life and death hall had already heard about the martial arts competition. When they knew that the newcomer called Long Chen had actually defeated Su Shui, who was an expert in the divine martial realm, they felt like they were dreaming. But now, Long Chen and Yi Xian had appeared in front of them, and the dream had become reality. Young Master Yi Xian, and brother Long Chen, are you going to enter the nether battlefield? Long Chen nodded. A few centurions hurriedly took out the booklet and served him well. If I don't come out this time, you won't use a red pen to cross out my identity, right? Long Chen looked at them mockingly. No, absolutely not, the centurions said awkwardly. A few of the centurions said awkwardly. Last time, it was their mistake. Under normal circumstances, Long Chen would not have survived. Who knew that Long Chen was an abnormal person? After signing their names, Long Chen and Yi Xian passed through the life and death hall and arrived at the nether battlefield. And their news quickly spread to the purple ink hall. Commander Mo, there's news of Long Chen and Yi Xian. Su Shui said excitedly as soon as she entered. Oh. Sumo raised his head, the two of them just entered the nether battlefield. The two of them just entered the nether battlefield. This is a great opportunity. Commander Mo, hurry up and send people to get rid of the two of them secretly, especially that Long Chen. Although Dugajun from the City Lord's mansion also followed them in, with our strength, not only do we have you, the 5 great underworld generals are also in the Nether Blood River. Getting rid of them should be very simple. Thinking of Long Chen, Su Shui's heart was filled with hatred. But it could be said that Long Chen had destroyed the confidence of the first half of her life. She wished she could hack such a person into pieces. Can you have a bit of brain? Sumo's voice suddenly became cold. He stared at Su Shui and said, let me tell you, we absolutely can't make a move against them at this time. I've already made a move against Yi Xian twice, but I still haven't killed him. If anything happens to the two of them, if I don't stop Dugajun and let him tell the truth to Yi Xian, then wouldn't all my years of effort be wasted? Sitting back on the chair, Sumo continued, so, not only can we not make a move against them, we have to serve them well and not let anything happen to them. Yi Xian obviously didn't pass the Red Lotus Jade pendant to Yi Xian. This is a good opportunity. There's still about 20 days left until the 15th of the 8th month. If they leave, I'll have a higher chance of success with the Heaven Fragrance Pill. This time, no matter if it's the Red Lotus Jade Pendant or the Godslayer's inheritance, they'll all be mine. Thinking of this, Sumo's heart was filled with excitement. The heavens are really helping me. Su Shui finally understood what was going on. She had to admit that her opinion just now was a bit too impulsive. You're still young, there's still a lot for you to learn in the future. Don't worry. Sumo was in a good mood and said with a smile. After saying that, Sumo stood up and said, later, I'll go talk to Yi Xian and discuss the program on the 15th of the 8th month. Now that there's no one to disturb us, I'll make her happy. The thing on the 15th of the 8th month will definitely be a success. After I succeed, I'll send people to kill those small fry like Long Chen and Yi Xian. Wouldn't that be the best of both worlds? Old ginger is spicier. Su Shui admired Sumo from the bottom of her heart. In the nether battlefield, the experts from the Spirit City, as long as they were above the God martial realm, normally wouldn't wander around in the outskirts. Instead, they would return to the Nether Blood Sea. There were many warriors there, and the Nether Blood Sea was the birthplace of nether beasts. There were also many God realm nether beasts. Speaking of nether beasts, Long Chen suddenly thought of Xiao Lang. It was a bit ridiculous. It had been a year since he separated from Xiao Lang, and Long Chen's strength had already surpassed the 6 demons. However, it would probably be much more difficult for him to find Xiao Lang this time. Long Chen would definitely go back to Mo Xiao Lang. He believed that Xiao Lang would have a wider space to develop in the desolate Emperor domain. If Long Chen took his time to find him, he wouldn't blame Long Chen. However, he couldn't do it on Lingxi's side. He hadn't heard from her for so many years, so Long Chen had to find her as soon as possible. For the sake of his original promise, he would never stop moving forward. As he advanced towards the god martial realm, he felt that Lingxi's footsteps were getting closer and closer. One day, he would proudly hold her in his arms. Chapter 954. After the two got familiar with each other, they didn't have too many misgivings when they spoke. Fuck off. Long Chen immediately pounced forward, and the two of them once again flew up and down and fought together. Fighting without saying a word had already become their habit. Floating blood sword. Zhan Long, eat my move, sword of chaos god and demon. Sword of chaos god and demon, I know it too, but I'm blade of chaos god and demon. The two of them fought for more than 2 hours before they used up all of their true essence. Long Chen also swallowed a lot of true essence from nether beasts. Right now, the two of them were sitting beside the wide nether blood river, looking at the endless gray world in front of them, then looking at their miserable companions beside them. They both laughed out loud. To be honest, being able to meet you at this time is really the most wonderful thing in my life. In the past, I didn't look up to many people, but you, Long Chen, even though your strength is not as good as mine, you make me admire you very much, and you're even my savior twice. After saying that, Yi Xian looked at Long Chen with a burning gaze. Sorry, I'm only interested in women. Long Chen looked at him with disdain. Scram, eat my move. Zhan Long, cut off your family jewels, I'll let you be interested in women, chop chop chop. Long Chen used floating blood sword. The long sword in his hand turned into a tiny blood thread, sweeping past Yi Xian's neck, cutting off a strand of Yi Xian's long hair. Abnormal, his speed is actually so fast. Yi Xian was a little shocked. If he didn't dodge fast just now, Long Chen would have cut off his head just now. Of course, Long Chen would definitely stop in the end. Let's go to the Nether Blood Sea, that's the real battlefield. If the two of us work together, we can barely try with a warrior at the second level of the divine martial realm. Yes. On the way, it could be said to be leisurely. Occasionally, he would fight with Yi Xian, occasionally kill nether beasts, occasionally tease those heaven realm martial artists, and rob their money. Only after spending roughly half a month's time did the two of them arrive at the Nether Bloody Sea. On the way, because of the large number of battles, Long Chen took another big step towards the 9th level of the heaven realm. At the same time, the friendship between him and Yi Xian also developed to a very good stage. Along the way, Long Chen made many friends. Yi Xian could be considered the strongest among them. Part of his personality was similar to Xiao Lang's, but Xiao Lang was slightly quieter. Yi Xian had been a young master since he was young, but he had such a good temper, which was relatively rare. After arriving at the Nether Blood Sea, that terrifying murderous aura descended upon Long Chen's head once again. Last time, he was in a hurry to save Yi Xian, so Long Chen did not have the time to carefully experience this murderous aura. Are you alright? Yi Xian knew that without reaching the God realm and without the God martial spirit, it would be very difficult to resist this kind of murderous aura that blotted out the sky and covered the earth. After many heaven realm martial artists came here, their eyes would be confused by the murderous aura to the point that they would have hallucinations. They would feel that there were corpses everywhere, and that there was fighting everywhere. This was the power buried within the Nether Bloody Sea. I'm fine. Blood and slaughter. These were the characteristics of the ancient blood spirit dragon. Although Long Chen was not in the God realm, this was absolutely not a problem for him. It could even be said that bathing in this murderous aura, he felt very comfortable. It's good that you're fine. Yi Xian breathed a sigh of relief. We haven't even gotten close to the Nether Bloody Sea. After we get there, we need to be more careful. There are quite a few nether beasts in the Nether Bloody Sea, and also quite a few God realm martial artists. If we don't know each other, it's very possible that there will be a fight as soon as we meet. Yi Xian's words made Long Chen's entire body excited. His body thirsted for battle even more than his soul. The two of them gradually approached the nether bloody sea. Although Long Chen got close last time, he didn't really see the sea of blood. After roughly turning around a low mountain peak, the sound of waves came from the front. However, compared to the waves of the real sea, the sound was still different. The waves rushed up into the sky, rumbling as they rolled into the sky, and first entered Long Chen's eyes. As expected, even if it's the blood that was thrown into the air, the restriction still exists. Kitten, who hadn't spoken for a long time, suddenly woke up from his sleep and said in a daze. Just as his voice fell, Long Chen and Yi Xian had already arrived at the edge of the nether bloody sea. It was the first time he saw so much water, and it was all blood. Long Chen was a bit shocked for a moment. In front of him was a vast ocean, with no end at all. In the distant sky was a thick blood mist, blocking Long Chen's line of sight. But what could be predicted was that this sea of blood should be very big, so big that it was boundless. Rumble. A huge blood wave surged in front of Long Chen, and the blood splashed onto Long Chen's body. The blood was still there, and there was indeed a lot of real blood. There was human blood, but most of it was beast blood. How is it? Spectacular, right? Looking at the vast blood-red ocean, Yi Xian said with a smile. That's right. Long Chen nodded. At this moment, he still hadn't reacted. Such a huge sea of blood was actually covered by a seal. Just how big was this seal? Basically, the nether beasts in the nether battlefield are all born in the nether bloody sea, and then through the blood river network, it is equivalent to being transported to every place in the nether battlefield. However, there are still a large number of nether beasts left in the nether bloody sea. What I mean is that there are a large number of nether beasts in the nether bloody sea, and the majority of them are above the god level. Every god level nether beast has its own territory. If we rush in like this, the god level nether beasts will not let us go. Yi Xian had a cautious expression on his face. Just as well. If we can deal with it, we'll kill it. If we can't deal with it, we'll run. Long Chen laughed, and there was not the slightest worry in his eyes. Instead, his face was filled with hot blood. He was the first to go forward, and his feet stepped on the water of the nether bloody sea. Although he hadn't reached the god martial realm, and Long Chen couldn't fly, his true essence was almost there. Stepping on the water, he could borrow a certain amount of force. Although he was slightly affected, it didn't matter. If it really didn't work, he could use the power of the soul-chasing hell lightning. Yi Xian felt speechless at Long Chen's boldness. The two of them looked after each other, and cooperated with each other. They began their life of killing in the nether bloody sea. The person who tried to assassinate Yi Xian last time didn't appear again. After advancing for about half a day, they were surrounded by a vast expanse of blood-red seawater. Even the shore from before had disappeared. The cold wind howled, and the smell of blood in the air made people feel very depressed. It's coming. Through the soul-devouring demon eye, Long Chen could see the scene in the nether blood sea very sensitively. Through the soul-devouring demon eye, he could already see a huge nether beast in the sea that was already heading towards him. It's really big. Feeling the size of this nether beast, Long Chen couldn't help but sigh. It was really too big. It was even bigger than all the demon beasts that Long Chen had encountered before. Without a doubt, this nether beast was the legendary god-level nether beast. This is the golden horn blood shark. Yi Xian said with some surprise. Just as he finished speaking, the nether blood sea's seawater in front of him suddenly became violent. The seawater that was flying up and down caused the two of them to fly backwards. With a rumble, the entire sea surface exploded. An incomparably huge golden mountain that was a few hundred meters tall soared into the sky, shining with golden light. This is the golden horn of the golden horn blood shark. Just the horn alone is a few hundred meters. You can imagine how big its body is. Yi Xian said with some shock. Long Chen didn't need to imagine. His soul-devouring demon eyes couldn't see the tail of the golden horn blood shark. In front of him was the turbulent seawater. A deep-sea giant beast gradually emerged from the bottom of the sea, and the water spread to both sides. Such a huge nether beast, Long Chen didn't know how to kill it. But at this moment, the body of the nether beast began to shrink. High-level nether beasts also had the mystique ability to shrink their bodies. Nether beasts were also considered a kind of demon race. With such a huge body, shrinking by 1%, one could imagine how condensed the body was. As the golden-horned blood shark shrunk, the entire sea level was dropping. For Long Chen and Yi Sisi, shrinking wasn't a good thing. The golden-horned blood shark's abilities were all gathered together. The explosive power was terrifying, especially the golden-horned blood shark's body. After countless refinements, it had reached a terrifying level. Such a body was already equivalent to the god tier, or at least the 3rd or 4th grade god tier and above body refining combat skills. Humans of the same level, no matter how many body refining combat skills they practiced, would not be a match for the nether beast in terms of body strength. Similarly, the demon race had a much stronger advantage than the human race in terms of body refining. At this moment, the golden horn blood shark had shrunk to the extent that it was only 10 meters long. The golden horn on its head seemed to be only half a meter long. The 10-meter-long blood-red shark gradually floated in the sea, revealing its incomparably ferocious face. A huge bloody aura swept towards Long Chen from the body of the golden horn blood shark. Yi Xian and Long Chen's expressions changed. This golden horn blood shark is very strong, stronger than the other nether beasts I've killed before. Yi Xian said with a frown. Not only is it strong, but it's also bloodthirsty. In terms of ferocity, it surpasses other demonic beasts, but... Long Chen smiled and said without fear, I'll deal with this nether beast. Yi Xian, you hold the line for me. Can you do it yourself? Yi Xian was a little doubtful. The strength of this golden horn blood shark was even stronger than Su Shui. We'll know if I can do it or not. The blood-red longsword appeared in Long Chen's hand, buzzing excitedly. Chapter 955. When everyone heard Long Chen's words, they actually wanted to laugh. They felt that this youth really didn't know the immensity of heaven and earth. Now that he was about to lose his life, he still said such arrogant words. He was merely trying to impress the crowd. However, when they saw the dense aura of blood and slaughter on Long Chen's body, they were dumbfounded. It was as if the youth before them was simply the symbol of slaughter. Although his current strength was still very weak, if he was allowed to become truly strong, then the outcome would be rather terrifying. I swear on my blood. Within half a year, I'll surely come and take your life. Wash your neck clean and wait. Long Chen's gloomy voice reverberated in everyone's ears. Those who didn't see him would think that he was just bragging before his death. However, those who saw his current appearance were mostly infected, and they felt that he probably wasn't lying. The primeval cemetery was open for a total of a year. The goal that Long Chen gave himself was to reach the realm where he could kill the divine race's young master within half a year. If it was according to the cultivation speed of the divine Wuxia sage dynasty, it would absolutely be impossible. Therefore, he needed to break through endlessly. Long Chen's blood was boiling. I'm really unresigned today. I want to become stronger. Long Chen emitted such an intense desire in his heart. At this moment, the divine race's young master's astonished face was firmly engraved in his heart. There would be a day when he would return and tear him into pieces. After listening to Long Chen's words, the divine race's young master was first stunned, and then he laughed exaggeratedly. He waved his hand and said, "Bastard, are you daydreaming? Men, take this kid away and kill him. He's dirtying my eyes. This kind of ant also dares to grumble in front of me. The way of the world has really changed. Could it be that all of you don't know what the divine race is? The divine race's young master didn't even look at Long Chen as he muttered to himself. Long Chen laughed instead. Xiao Lang, take care. After speaking in the language of spiritual beasts, Long Chen looked at the experts of the celestial race who came to capture him. They claimed to be from the celestial race, but they were still humans. Yet, Long Chen had such an impressive title. Long Chen truly felt a little ashamed. A real man knows when to yield and when to stand tall. Long Chen knew that even if he used the 3 blood sacrifices, he still wouldn't be able to defeat this young master of the god race. The only thing he could do right now was to temporarily avoid the sharp edge and wait for the day when he would make a comeback. Long Chen knew that he would let this young master of the god race know what cruelty was. Big brother, take care. Xiao Lang's eyes also revealed a blazing light. To be honest, he was also quite unwilling. He hoped to roam the world with Long Chen. However, he had no choice but to disguise himself in front of the young lord of the divine race. Let's see who's stronger the next time we meet. Long Chen laughed. He took one last look at the young lord of the god race. The cold killing intent in his eyes made the young lord of the god race feel a little panic. It was as though the person in front of him was not a human, but a peak behemoth from the primordial era. That kind of nobility in bloodline made the young lord of the god race feel like he was very low level. In terms of bloodline, he was an ant in Long Chen's eyes. At this moment, Long Chen suddenly transformed into a sanguine light and vanished in front of everyone with unparalleled speed. No one expected that Long Chen actually had such a mystical escape technique. They originally thought that Long Chen was dead for sure this time. They did not expect that he still had such a trump card. Only now did everyone realize that what Long Chen had said previously was in preparation for the current blood escape technique. The young lord of the god race did not chase after him. He was first frightened by Long Chen's cold gaze. When he recovered, he laughed mockingly and said, Wu Guangyu, how could you be fooled by an insignificant trash? Forget half a year, he won't be able to surpass you even in his lifetime. Furthermore, the inheritance of the Green Lotus Emperor, one of the 7 lords, is still waiting for you. With this sun-devouring demonic wolf, you will be like a tiger that has grown wings. When he thought of this, the young lord of the god race was incomparably excited. This primordial cemetery was simply a treasure land in his life. He had just arrived here, and he already had such good luck. Young lord, that youth has escaped. Shouldn't we chase after him? One of the god race powerhouses came before Wu Guangyu and asked cautiously. With our status, do you think it's appropriate to chase after a fearless ant? The young lord replied with a question. He looked at the sun-devouring demonic wolf with a grin. The more he looked, the more satisfied he was. Seeing that Long Chen was safe and powerful, Xiao Lang finally felt slightly at ease. He knew that Long Chen was someone that he did not need to worry about at all. He also believed that within half a year, Long Chen would absolutely kill his way back. The vow he made would definitely be fulfilled. Thus, Xiao Lang quietly concealed the killing intent he had towards the young lord of the god race and recovered the ferocious and ignorant expression that was unique to demonic beasts. The young lord smiled and left with the powerhouses of the god race with extreme excitement. The spectators that stayed behind looked at each other. The development of today's matter was rather dramatic. One of them asked in a stupefied manner, Everyone, do you think that youth will be able to resist the young lord of the god race one day? Your head is rusty. This is clearly a joke. With his strength, he would be dead if he didn't remember anything in the primordial cemetery. Who would even put him in their eyes? Only you would remember the boasting of such a minor character. They completely didn't think that they were minor characters. After they finished speaking, they dispersed without any interest. However, it was very likely that today's matter would be spread throughout the entire primeval cemetery because of their mouths. A nobody called Long Chen actually dared to speak such words of challenge to the dignified young master of the God clan. This would become a laughing stock in addition to everyone's slaughter. The god race was one of the two largest clans in the entire Myriad Kingdom's territory. It was the symbol of the strongest power in the Myriad Kingdom's territory. There were billions and billions of people in the Myriad Kingdom's territory, yet only one god race was born. Within the god race, the patriarch had such a son. A minor character like Long Chen, whose name was unknown, actually issued a challenge to him. If this wasn't a laughing stock, then what was? Regardless of identity or status, just in terms of strength, this was already a joke enough. The young lord of the god race, Wu Guanyu, was a super expert that was renowned throughout the entire Myriad Kingdom's territory. His cultivation had reached the acme of perfection, and he had already reached a mythical level. Long Chen was merely at the third level of the Earth Martial Realm. If he wanted to reach this level, he wouldn't be able to do so without several decades, let alone within half a year. Even if it was Long Chen, he didn't know whether he could succeed or not. His purpose in coming to the Primordial Cemetery was only to pass through the Primordial Cemetery. But now, he only had one goal left, and that was to kill the young lord of the god race, so that his brother, Xiao Lang, would return to his side. No matter how many hardships there were, Long Chen didn't mind. Although everyone would treat this matter as a laughing stock, Long Chen didn't think so, because he had the bloodline of the primordial blood spirit dragon, one of the 10 great ancestral dragons of the primordial era. He was a supreme existence, and all he needed was time to grow. Faith was the first element of cultivation. After Long Chen used the blood escape technique and left the range of 5 kilometers, he didn't dare to be negligent. While using the power of the blood escape technique, he used the king crystals to restore his vital energy. During the Wuxia Sage dynasty, Long Chen had killed many people and finally brought out 3,000 king crystals. However, 3,000 king crystals weren't enough for him now. Of course, Long Chen could also use the essence and blood of demonic beasts to restore his vital energy, but he hadn't seen any demonic beasts that could help him. After fleeing through the lush forest for a long time, no one caught up with him. After Long Chen confirmed that the people of the god race couldn't find him, he found a quiet and secluded cave and hid his body inside. The first thing Long Chen did was take out thousands of king crystals to restore his vital energy. The densely packed king crystals surrounded him. The rich martial energy was swallowed into Long Chen's body and turned into his dragon soul's vital energy. Today, in front of such a powerhouse, Long Chen's nerves were stretched taut and his blood was boiling with anger. At this time, he had just relaxed and his strength was steadily increasing. Long Chen unexpectedly felt a refreshing feeling. God Race Young Master. Half a day had passed by the time he had completely restored his vital energy. Long Chen stood up in the cave and looked in the direction he had just been in. His eyes flashed with the flames of hatred. This enmity had already been sown and the oath had already been made. Long Chen knew that the god race was powerful and he also knew that he would be regarded as a laughing stock by others. However, he didn't care. A true powerhouse wouldn't care about other people's mockery. In the dynasty of the god Wuxia Sage, Long Chen had outshone others. However, after coming to the archaic cemetery, he gradually understood that he was only at the lowest level. He was at a level where others could easily trample on him. Nothing is more important than cultivation. Only when I am strong can I control my own destiny. Long Chen sighed helplessly. Of course, the fighting spirit in his heart was still incomparably high. Hua. In this narrow cave, Long Chen began to practice the Earth Martial Arts Fist Manual of the 4th level of the Earth Martial Arts realm. After reaching the 3rd level, Long Chen began to work hard for the 4th level. While practicing the Red Emperor Burning Heaven Seal, Long Chen didn't forget to improve his realm. After more than a month's time, and after being suppressed by the God Race Young Master just now, Long Chen had accumulated enough energy. After a few days, Long Chen attracted an opportunity to break through. Ha! In this narrow cave, Long Chen's fists moved in a mysterious trajectory, stirring the power of the earth and completely fusing with the entire ground. His speed first became faster and faster until it became a blur that couldn't be seen clearly. Then it became slower. The slower it was, the more magical and beautiful it was. Chapter 956. In this small cave, the soil on all sides was under Long Chen's control. The wind from his fists left densely packed fist marks on the walls of the cave. When the cave was completely filled with fist marks, Long Chen had been practicing punching for 4 consecutive days. He was the kind of person whose strength would explode more fiercely when he was in adversity. The reason why he was able to break through to the 4th level of the Earth martial arts realm this time had a lot to do with the suppression he had suffered from the young master of the God clan. The powerful momentum of the young master had suppressed Long Chen's body, causing Long Chen's genuine essence to explode. During the cultivation, the dragon-shaped martial soul in his sea of consciousness gradually grew stronger, more and more solid, and the power it had was also more and more terrifying. The dragon-shaped martial soul made Long Chen feel frightened when he saw it, but he also understood that this martial soul was actually him. Humans had a spirit and a martial soul. The spirit was responsible for thinking and was divided into 3 souls and 7 spirits. The martial soul was cultivated and transformed from the physique. It mainly controlled the genuine essence of the body and was the core of the battle. It was also the original consciousness of Long Chen in the sea of consciousness. The evolution of the martial soul represented the evolution of Long Chen's strength. More and more earth-vein spiritual qi from the vast earth poured into Long Chen's body, allowing him to control more and more dragon-souled genuine essence, and his strength became stronger and stronger. Boom! A violent power was stimulated from Long Chen's body. The 4th level of the Earth martial arts realm is already so powerful. If the young master of the God clan really fought, he could probably crush me to death with one finger. Long Chen was deeply aware of the gap between the two of them. It was impossible for the young master of the God clan to reach the sky martial arts realm, but presumably the gap was not very big. That level was not something that Long Chen could fight against now. However, he was not in a hurry. You want Xiao Lang? Since that's the case, I'll let you raise Xiao Lang until he's strong enough. When the time comes, I'll get Xiao Lang back. I really don't know how wonderful your expression will be when that happens. Is Xiao Lang someone you can tame? After a few days, Long Chen's cultivation had stabilized at the 4th level of the Earth martial arts realm. If he used the dragon soul transformation, he could reach the 5th level of the Earth martial arts realm. Moreover, he still had many magical powers, especially the Red Emperor Heaven-Burning Print. Before, he already had the power to kill someone at the 6th level of the Earth martial arts realm, let alone now. It was impossible to improve by staying in one place forever. After stabilizing his strength, Long Chen adjusted his mentality and set off on his journey again. Fight to the end. Shuttling through this dense forest, Long Chen used the soul-devouring demon pupil. This forest was incomparably huge and lush, and there were even many elixirs growing within it. Long Chen discovered that some places were in a mess. Obviously, there were traces left behind by a fight, and it was obvious that those people fought for the elixirs. More than 10,000 people were scattered in this primordial cemetery. Since the primordial cemetery was so big, Long Chen did not see many people along the way. However, there were quite a few traces of fighting. There were even some places where big trees were uprooted, and there were also many traces of demon beasts' blood. The fighting in this primordial cemetery is indeed quite tragic. Long Chen squinted his eyes and walked past these traces. There are sounds of fighting ahead. There should be people. After a while, Long Chen was able to roughly hear the voices in front of him. He noticed that in this primeval cemetery, the thing he was most isolated from was information. He didn't understand things that everyone understood, and this would cause him to be in an extremely passive state. So he had to understand these things, so he had to start from others. Hearing the sounds of fighting, Long Chen hurriedly rushed over. In the process of moving forward, he actually discovered that the surrounding trees were actually decreasing. This is already the edge of this forest? Long Chen realized this point. The trees and flowers were all decreasing, and the environment with the chirping of birds and the fragrance of flowers was also gone. In the process of moving forward, Long Chen exited the forest and suddenly had a feeling of being suddenly enlightened. In front of him, there was a dazzling metallic light. Long Chen squinted his eyes as he looked at the scenery in front of him. In front of them was a large area that was completely different from the forest. This place was more in line with the primordial cemetery in Long Chen's eyes, but it was slightly different. In front of him was a barren land that basically didn't have any plants or trees. The only thing was a piece of barren dark brown land. Long Chen looked carefully and noticed that this dark brown land was actually covered densely with fine metallic sand. Everywhere in front of him was this type of fine metallic sand. Although the dark brown land was still soil, it looked more or less like metal and steel. Even in the distance, there were quite a few huge pieces of steel that directly protruded out from the ground. They were ferocious and sharp, and under the illumination of the sunlight, they emitted a fierce cold light, and there were even some bloodstains on them. In front of him was a world of steel. This world wasn't even smaller than the world in the forest from before. Primordial Cemetery, the treasures of the 5 emperors. I understand now. It's very likely that this primordial cemetery is divided into 5 areas. The area I was at earlier should belong to the wood area, and the area before me now should belong to the metal area. From this, it could be seen that this primordial cemetery was really incomparably mystical. After seeing this vast dark brown land and the occasional large pieces of metal that occasionally protruded from the ground, Long Chen's gaze was attracted by the sounds of fighting. This was a battle between humans and demonic beasts. The first thing that attracted Long Chen's attention was the demonic beasts. This was a small pack of demonic wolves, and there were about a dozen of them. Each of them was about the size of a horse, but Long Chen knew that this should be their transformation to adapt to the battle. Their size should be about the same as Xiao Lang's. This primordial cemetery was terrifying, and even the demonic beasts in it were quite terrifying. The demonic wolves that were fighting those people in front of him were at least grade 4 monarch level. So many grade 4 monarch level demonic beasts actually appeared here. It was really a bit terrifying. One must know that the grade 4 monarch level heavenly phoenix divine bird could dominate the god Wuxia sage dynasty. The most amazing thing about these demonic wolves was that they didn't look like demonic beasts, but metal. That's right, these gray demonic wolves looked like they were made of a kind of gray metal. This gray metal was hard in places that needed to be hard, and tough in places that needed to be tough. Even if a blade slashed their bodies, it would be very difficult to hurt them. At the same time, they could move flexibly, unlike the rigid metal puppets. Their bodies were much stronger than Xiao Lang's. If Long Chen hadn't sensed the blood in their bodies, he would have mistaken these steel demonic wolves for puppets. Each demonic wolf had 1 or 2 human opponents. These steel demonic wolves were quite strong. As they pounced and clawed, the fine metal sand on the ground flew wildly. The steel-like ground was smashed into a large pit, and the attacks of those humans usually couldn't cause such an earth-shaking effect. Brothers, stop. Kill these demon wolves and sell their limestone gold and demonic cores. That way, we can get a lot of imperial crystals to buy other things. The limestone gold is very expensive. A hoarse voice came from the crowd. Long Chen looked over. This man was tall and burly with dark skin. His face was full of ferocity, and the most hideous thing was the scar on his face. Isn't this guy Venomous Vulture who is with Xiao Yu? On the astrolabe, the fat man named Xiao Yu had introduced a lot of things to Long Chen. It was also because of him that Long Chen knew the young master of the Shin clan. If Venomous Vulture was here, then Xiao Yu must be here. Long Chen searched the crowd for a while and found that the fat Xiao Yu was fighting alone with a demonic wolf. Xiao Yu was a warrior at LV4 of the Earth martial arts realm. He was holding a huge black broadaxe that emitted a cold light. Under his control, the broadaxe slashed towards the steel demonic wolf. For a moment, the fight was quite fierce. However, Long Chen found that the steel demonic wolf was very agile and didn't fight head-on with Xiao Yu. At this time, Xiao Yu was already panting. The others were almost winning, but he seemed to be running out of strength. "Boss Lei Jiu, help me." Xiao Yu's face was pale when his genuine essence was almost exhausted, but the steel demonic wolf didn't seem to know fatigue. The more it fought, the fiercer it became. The steel demonic wolf's fighting methods were quite fierce. This set of fighting methods had been passed down for several generations. Under their refinement, it had reached the peak. Their claws and teeth were the real steel of sword shadow. They could leave deep marks on Xiao Yu's broadaxe, but Xiao Yu's broadaxe couldn't kill them. Such a demonic beast would be invincible in the Wushu sage's dynasty. Even the martial emperor Zhao Wuji might not be able to deal with such a terrifying demonic wolf. Their strength was too strong. Even the divine phoenix might not be able to deal with an iron demonic wolf. The boss venomous vulture, who was leisurely dealing with his opponent, obviously heard Xiao Yu's cry for help. However, he pretended not to hear it and continued to deal with his opponent easily. This venomous vulture was at least at LV6 of the Earth martial arts realm, much higher than Feng Xian. It was very easy for him to deal with the steel demonic wolf, but he didn't do anything. Boss venomous vulture. Xiao Yu was already desperate. A dozen of them had agreed to come together, but among this group of people, he was the weakest. Venomous vulture usually didn't think much of him. At this time, he didn't even try to save him. Xiao Yu felt a chill in his heart. At this time, the steel demonic wolf in front of him let out a terrifying roar. Its steel mouth suddenly opened wide and instantly pounced on Xiao Yu. Xiao Yu was shocked and quickly used his broadaxe to block in front of his eyes. Clang! Chapter 957. The steel demon wolf's eyes turned blood red. The steel on its body made a sharp grinding sound as it twisted. It was quite terrifying. It suddenly exerted strength and Xiao Yu's broad axe was flung away. The huge force pulled Xiao Yu's body forward. At this moment, the steel demon wolf let out an excited roar and bit at Xiao Yu's neck. "My life is over." Xiao Yu's complexion turned pale. He struggled with all his might, but it was useless. His opponent's strength was frighteningly great. Every single move of his had the power to move mountains and fill up seas. Xiao Yu had no way to resist. Seeing that the teeth of the steel demon wolf were about to bite his neck, Xiao Yu's eyes were filled with despair. And at this time, a powerful aura suddenly came from behind Xiao Yu. An attack instantly passed through Xiao Yu's body and ruthlessly hit the demon wolf's chin. This kick directly sent the demon wolf flying. Dang! Boss vulture. Xiao Yu was saved from death. He thought that vulture had saved him. His eyes immediately showed a grateful expression. He looked towards the person in front of him. He didn't expect to see the back of a young man instead of vulture. When he turned around, Xiao Yu looked at him in confusion. He seemed to have seen this person somewhere before. "You are..." "Ah, I remember. You are Long Chen I met on the astrolabe?" A shocked expression appeared on Xiao Yu's face. He remembered that Long Chen's strength was only at the 3rd level of the Earth martial arts realm, but now, he could actually send the demon wolf flying so easily. "You still remember my name?" Long Chen smiled. His appearance stunned the others. When Xiao Yu called out Long Chen's name, they remembered that there was such a person. However, when he saw him, Vulture thought that Long Chen was also a piece of trash who would drag the team down. Xiao Yu's heart was filled with gratitude and shock. He didn't know what to say. The demon wolf that had just been sent flying behind Long Chen rushed over angrily. After being kicked by Long Chen, the iron demon wolf's ferocity was completely stimulated. "Long Chen, be careful. Dodge." Just now, Long Chen's attack was purely a sneak attack. He was definitely not a match for the iron demon wolf in a head-on battle. That was why Xiao Yu was so worried. He suddenly rushed towards Long Chen, wanting to help Long Chen break the attack. However, he didn't know that his broad axe had already been sent flying. Long Chen turned around and looked at the bloody demon wolf. He didn't even frown. At this moment, part of his left hand had transformed into the dragon's soul. His entire arm was covered with blood-red dragon scales. Those sharp claws were like the sharpest blades. The demon wolf howled. Long Chen's body looked much smaller than the others, so the threat he posed was definitely much smaller. It did not expect that Long Chen would actually dare to attack it. It was a disgrace to be attacked by a weakling. Although the Iron Demon Wolf's body was hard, its speed was quite fast. Its movements were like the soul. As it rushed forward, it flashed a few phantoms. In an instant, it rushed in front of Long Chen. Those cold teeth bit towards Long Chen's head. Be careful. The Iron Demon Wolf pounced over, but Long Chen didn't seem to react. Xiao Yu was frightened. He wanted to save him, but it was too late. Hua! Just as the Steel Demon Wolf was about to engulf Long Chen's dragon claw suddenly moved. The movement of his arm was much faster than the Steel Demon Wolf's. The blood-red claw instantly pierced into the Steel Demon Wolf's jaw. Dang dang! The sharp sound of metal rubbing against metal rang out. The Steel Demon Wolf let out a terrified howl. At this moment, Long Chen's claws had pierced deep into its lower jaw. Even Xiao Yu's axe couldn't penetrate it, but Long Chen's claws had directly pierced through it. It could be seen that his strength and claws had reached an unimaginable level. At this time, Long Chen grabbed the Iron Demon Wolf. He suddenly exerted strength. The Iron Demon Wolf, which was as heavy as a mountain, was directly thrown up by Long Chen and smashed into the ground. Instantly, the earth shook. You beast, you want to eat me? Long Chen sneered. His fingers pierced deeply into the other party's lower jaw, and he flung the other party's head into the air. Then, he smashed the other party onto the ground, causing the ground to tremble. Gotcha! The Iron Demon Wolf's head was directly grabbed by Long Chen. Beheaded. In this way, the Steel Demon Wolf could not be any more dead. After Long Chen killed the Iron Demon Wolf, his body's blood-refining qi was activated. The Iron Demon Wolf's skin was very hard, but the inside was still flesh and blood. The blood essence was completely swallowed by Long Chen. The ferocious Iron Demon Wolf completely shriveled up and became a dry corpse. This essence could only increase Long Chen's true essence to the peak. From the moment he appeared to the moment he killed the Demon Wolf in front of him, only a short period of time had passed. Everyone stared blankly at this scene, especially Xiao Yu, who was dumbfounded. He had been worried that Long Chen would be killed, but now it seemed that his worries were completely unnecessary. Long Chen's strength far surpassed the Iron Demon Wolf. As for the others, they naturally didn't understand how this ordinary young man could have such fighting strength. Vulture's eyes gradually narrowed. He felt that this young man was at most at the third level of the Earth Martial Realm. But from the true essence he had just displayed, he should have reached the fourth level of the Earth Martial Realm. Has he broken through? This young man must have a lot of secrets to be able to display such fighting strength. I have to keep him here. Vulture's mind was spinning with these thoughts. I wonder what level of fighting strength this young man can display at most. I'll keep him here for now. I'll make a move after I figure it out. Otherwise, I may fail miserably. As for Xiao Yu, Vulture didn't care about him. Just now, when Xiao Yu was in danger, Vulture didn't save him. Instead, it was Long Chen who saved him. A friend in need is a friend indeed. In his heart, Long Chen's position quickly surpassed Vulture's. Who was a good person and who was a bad person, it was clear at a glance. Because of Long Chen's outstanding performance, the others were shocked for a while. Originally, many people were on par with the Iron Demon Wolves, but now that their movements were a little slower, the Iron Demon Wolves seized this opportunity and displayed their fierce methods. For a moment, they actually made those people retreat. Focus on your own opponents. Vulture shouted and sped up his movements. Not long after, he had already killed his opponent. At the same time, he also threw himself into the battle of others and helped them kill their opponents. More and more people were free, and the Iron Demon wolves were killed one after another. Long Chen didn't help them in their battle. Xiao Yu went to take his own broad axe back. This black broad axe already had many cracks. It probably hadn't been used for long. A faint black light overflowed from the fracture. Little brother Long Chen, I didn't expect you to be so strong. This time, thank you very much. Xiao Yu's face showed a grateful expression. I happened to pass by here, and didn't expect to meet you here. I can only say that we are quite fated. Long Chen chuckled. Xiao Yu smiled honestly. He suddenly thought of something and said, Little brother, where are you going next? Are you going to the glazed gold region with us? Or are you going back to the Greenwood region or somewhere else? Long Chen didn't answer. Instead, he asked, Do you know a lot about the primordial cemetery? Where are you going? Xiao Yu scratched his head and said, Not really, but at least I know more than you. We're going to the Steel City of the glazed gold region. Steel City? Why are we going there? Long Chen asked. There are too many things you don't know. Little brother, why don't you come with me? I'll slowly tell you everything I know. What do you think? Xiao Yu said with great anticipation. There was some anxiety in his eyes. Long Chen roughly knew what he was thinking. From Vulture's behavior just now, it could be seen that he didn't care about Xiao Yu's life at all. If he stayed with them, Xiao Yu would soon die. It was not easy to meet a young expert like Long Chen. He also wanted to keep Long Chen by his side. This way, he would be much safer. At this time, Vulture had already led the others to kill all the Iron Demon wolves. The others were excitedly collecting the corpses of the Iron Demon wolves. Vulture walked over with a few warriors in the 5th level of the Earth Martial Realm. He looked at Long Chen with a smile on his face and said, Little brother, thank you for saving our brother just now. I couldn't get away for a moment and almost let Fatty you die. I'm really ashamed. Long Chen clearly remembered that Vulture called him trash on the astrolabe. He didn't expect that his attitude would completely change so quickly. At this moment, for the sake of preserving his life, Xiao Yu hurriedly asked, Boss Venomous Vulture, Brother Long Chen came to the primeval cemetery by himself and doesn't know anything. Why don't you let him join us and head to the Steel City with us? You should have seen his strength, right? He was worried about his own life, and that's why he spoke first. Long Chen didn't blame him, as Long Chen himself was a free person. He wanted to figure out the situation in the primeval cemetery now, and it wouldn't be too late for him to leave after he figured it out. Vulture was waiting for Xiao Yu to say this. He didn't want to miss Long Chen, a young man with a secret, so he quickly nodded and said, Brother Long Chen's cultivation is superb. At such a young age, of course, he is qualified to go with us. Xiao Yu rejoiced when he heard Venomous Vulture's permission. He hurriedly looked at Long Chen in anticipation. Long Chen thought for a moment and nodded. In that case, thank you for your care, Venomous Vulture. A cold light flashed in his eyes. Chapter 958. Long Chen's confidence made Yi Xian have no choice but to believe him. After fighting with Long Chen for so long, to be honest, he was very familiar with Long Chen's strength. With Long Chen's usual performance, it was still a little lacking to kill this first-grade god-level monster. But fortunately, with the sharpness of the floating blood divine sword, it could pierce through the skin of the golden-horned blood shark. If it could pierce through, with Long Chen's speed, it meant that there was a possibility of killing it. Although your speed is fast, when you reach the Nether Blood Sea, with the obstruction of the seawater, your speed will be greatly reduced, but the opponent's speed will be greatly increased. So, you must not dive into the seawater to fight this golden-horned blood shark. While retreating, Yi Xian did not forget to remind Long Chen of this matter. Long Chen nodded. The fierce light in his eyes had already attracted the attention of the golden-horned blood shark opposite him. Creatures that trespassed into its territory were unforgivable. They were competing with it for territory, especially creatures like Long Chen, which had always been a great enemy of the golden-horned blood shark. Hiss! The golden-horned blood shark let out a terrifying roar, and immediately, a wave of blood water blasted towards Long Chen. This was a powerful shock wave, and Long Chen's feet lightly tapped on the water, and like a golden bolt of lightning, he soared into the sky, instantly dodging the golden-horned blood shark's attack. At this time, Yi Xian had already given the battlefield to Long Chen, but he did not dare to go too far. If anything happened to Long Chen, he would be able to rescue Long Chen in time. In this world full of Emperor spiritual qi, Long Chen did not have enough true yuan to support himself to fly, so he quickly landed. The golden-horned blood shark turned into a blood-red light and rushed towards where Long Chen landed. The speed of the golden-horned blood shark in the water was much faster than Su Shui, but it was not as fast as Long Chen. It's time for you to truly experience the power of my killing tribulation. The most important aspect of the killing calamity was killing intent. Long Chen didn't have any killing intent when he was fighting with Yi Xian, which resulted in him not being able to fully display the might of the third-grade divine skill. However, things were different now. The dragon's soul transformation instantly strengthened Long Chen's body. A bloody energy that surpassed the golden-horned blood sharks was emitted from Long Chen's body. He gently raised floating blood in his hand and gently aimed at the golden-horned blood shark. Before it arrived, the deafening sound of the golden-horned blood shark tortured Long Chen's ears. So noisy. When the golden-horned blood shark was more than 20 meters away from Long Chen moved. The corner of his mouth curved into a sneer, and a huge blood qi rose from his body. In the eyes of the golden-horned blood shark, Long Chen was more like a super fierce beast that came from afar. The blood-red longsword was like its teeth that it used to bite. Floating blood sword. With a soft sound, Long Chen turned into a blood-red light. The speed of this light was 10 times faster than the speed of the golden-horned blood shark. It was an unstoppable light. If the golden-horned blood shark was alone, this move of Long Chen's would have swept across its neck, causing blood to float. Speed and sharpness were the true meaning of floating blood. Pfft. From the moment Long Chen used it to the moment the sound came out, only a moment had passed. However, when this sound came out, it was accompanied by fresh blood and other turbid things floating in the air. Long Chen held floating blood sword in his hand and brushed past the golden-horned blood shark. A man and a beast passed by each other. Blood floated up. Then, there was the crazy roar of the golden-horned blood shark. This was a tragic cry of pain. When Long Chen turned around, he had already seen the golden-horned blood shark spinning crazily in the entire sea. Its left eye was bleeding, and it was a mess from the collision. It could be seen that the floating blood sword that Long Chen had just used had blinded its left eye. In the distance, Yi Xian was extremely emotional. It seems that when Long Chen fought against me in the past, he still hid his strength. This move is so fast that even I might not be able to dodge it. After its left eye was blinded by Long Chen, the golden-horned blood shark fell into a state of madness. Soon, it used its remaining eye to see Long Chen. In an instant, it let out an earth-shattering roar. The seawater rumbled and fluctuated. That rich killing intent erupted from its body. In an instant, the surrounding monsters that had not reached the god level trembled. On its head, the golden horn erupted with a blazing golden light. Strange golden runes appeared on the golden horn and rotated rapidly. Be careful, the attack of its golden horn can easily penetrate your body. Yi Xian warned from afar. Is that so? Long Chen sneered. Golden lightning flashed on his body. Long Chen's body instantly disappeared. Surrounding the golden-horned blood shark, Long Chen spun at a high speed. Ordinary people could not even see his body clearly. With such a fast rotation, it was not easy for the golden-horned blood shark to aim at him. A large amount of demonic power condensed around the golden horn of the golden-horned blood shark. It was very likely that as long as it aimed at Long Chen, it would be able to release destructive lethality. However, what made the golden-horned blood shark anxious was that this warrior's speed was so fast that it could not aim at him at all. Although the wound on its eye had begun to heal, the terrifying pain still made the golden-horned blood shark extremely irritable and impatient. This was the difference between the nether beasts and the human clan. The human clan had intelligence, and so did the demon clan. However, a part of the demon clan, the nether beasts and the ferocious beasts, did not have this advantage. Finally, the golden-horned blood shark could not bear it anymore. In a fit of anger, a blazing golden light beam erupted from its golden horn and blasted towards Long Chen. Under this golden light beam, the surrounding seawater evaporated and disappeared without a trace. In the originally flat seawater, a channel was concave. This blazing golden light beam was somewhat similar to the golden eye of annihilation of the Jin clan, one of the 9 major clans in the Myriad Kingdoms domain. However, in terms of power, this golden light beam was countless times stronger than the golden eye of annihilation. Rumble. The blazing golden light beam was blasted away. Long Chen's face was suffused with a golden radiance. He could see that the golden light beam was heading towards him. However, Long Chen wasn't worried. He was advancing at a high speed. In an instant, he increased his speed. In a flash, the blazing golden light beam brushed past his body. So hot. Fortunately, it brushed past him, so it did not hurt Long Chen at all. However, the degree of heat still made Long Chen feel a little uncomfortable. If he was hit directly, Long Chen's entire body would probably melt. The golden light beam brushed past him and poured into the seawater. In an instant, a large amount of blood-colored seawater was evaporated. Good chance. After executing this attack, the golden-horned blood shark had fallen into a state of exhaustion. This was the best opportunity for Long Chen to kill it. At this moment, Long Chen escaped into the seawater and turned into a golden lightning. He instantly approached the golden-horned blood shark. The golden-horned blood shark was in a daze and did not discover Long Chen's position. At this moment, Long Chen rushed into the sky and slashed down with his sword. Zhan Long, in an instant, the blood-colored sword light was like a waterfall. There were countless tiny sword lights in it. It slashed down densely like a huge knife. Before the golden-horned blood shark could react, the floating blood sword swept past the body of the golden-horned blood shark. Poochie. An ear-piercing sound was heard. Long Chen directly cut off the spine of the golden-horned blood shark. He then rushed out and lowered his head. The golden-horned blood shark could no longer scream. This was because the golden-horned blood shark had already been split into 2 by Long Chen. It was already dead. A large amount of fresh blood gushed out and merged with the nether blood sea. Long Chen quickly used the devouring blood world to gather all the blood and put it together with the corpse of the golden-horned blood shark into the great void realm. Don't let the beast soul go. The beast soul of a god-level demon beast is very precious. If it is given to a talisman master, it can be used to create a spirit beast talisman and have other uses. While Long Chen was cleaning up the corpse of the golden-horned blood shark, Yi Xian immediately came over. He took out a high-level soul-gathering pearl and put the golden-horned blood shark's almost physical beast soul into the soul-gathering pearl. The beast soul is the difference between the nether beasts and the demon clan. The beast soul of the nether beasts, other than being stronger, there is no evolution. However, the beast soul of the demon god-level demon clan is almost the same as our god martial soul. Even if the physical body dies, their beast soul can survive. Perhaps this is the reason why the demon clan can transform into human form. At the place where the beast soul was collected, Yi Xian said with some emotion. So that's how it is. Long Chen remembered it in his mind. At this time, Yi Xian gave the soul-gathering pearl to Long Chen and said, "For you, this is your spoil of war." Long Chen did not say anything and kept it. Although he did not need this thing, Yi Xian's family background was much better than his, so he also did not need this thing. After finally finishing off the golden-horned blood shark, Long Chen and Yi Xian both heaved a sigh of relief. At this time, Yi Xian looked at Long Chen with a monstrous gaze and said, "You really are a monster. You killed the golden-horned blood shark so easily. I thought I would have to do it. Screw you." Long Chen looked around and said, "There is such a big commotion here, and there is also the smell of blood. Let's leave quickly." The two looked at each other and headed towards the depths of the Nether Blood Sea. In this Nether Blood Sea, it was difficult to have any traces of battle, especially since Long Chen had already taken away all the things of the golden-horned blood shark. You're tuning into the Biyao's Wuxia Chronicles YouTube channel. Don't forget to subscribe and join us on this journey to catch the most captivating stories.